Chapter 191 Think about how Marin died. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL Summer Finals. It is still the familiar Higher brothers. Wawa and Miller are paired with Guan Ziyuan, and the three of them sit in the commentary box. The Summer Finals will naturally involve veterans like the Higher brothers. But Guan Ziyuan has also won a place in the official commentary with his outstanding professional skills. Although many old viewers are not happy with his habit of dragging out articles and talking about skill names. But in the official view, his behavior will help promote the game. Not everyone who watches the game often plays games. Guan Ziyuan's addition of skill names during the commentary process can help those truly new players quickly integrate into the game. During the S6 period, League of Legends was not impacted by any games. And pesticides on the mobile platform had not yet begun to really exert their influence. It was the well-deserved king. There are a lot of new players entering the game every day. Officials need explanations and guidance in this regard. Today's game can be said to be a duel between the two strongest teams in our LPL division, and represents the highest strength of our LPL division. As the commentators introduced, the official also listed the average data of the two teams in the summer games, starting with the team level. Then, there are the personal data of the key players on both sides. Among them, Li Hansheng ranks first in all statistics, but only in terms of average damage. He lags behind the EDG team's depth. It's also normal. Li Hansheng doesn't play heroes that can deal explosive damage every time. He also plays Echo and other options. Deft is the absolute core of EDG, and is also responsible for the output of the entire EDG team. Top has 3 cores, and the output points are scattered. The average damage proportion of each output point will naturally drop a lot. Both the top laner and the ADC score damage, which has a natural disadvantage. EDG achieved 15 wins and 1 loss in the summer split. This result would have allowed them to dominate the league in any previous season. Unfortunately, they encountered an even more perverted top. In the summer split, they won the summer split with a complete victory. 16 consecutive wins. EDG is still the style of play they are best at. Compared to General Pawn, Scout may not be as good at driving rhythm. But after all, he is younger and has stronger online operation capabilities. So if EDG wants to win today, they have to compete with top. You must win and control the rhythm in the midfield confrontation. It's not enough. The mouse on the top lane must resist the pressure. At the same time, EDG has to fatten up the bottom lane. It's not that we are biased, but if EDG wants to be top, they must ensure that they don't make any mistakes. We also hope that top will win today. Bad mood. So here's the question. Is Noob having a hard time? Guan Ziyuan issued a soul torture at the end. Wawa and Miller frowned and thought for a long time before finally shaking their heads. Everyone in top has experienced ups and downs in form more or less during the game. Except Li Hansheng. He is such a stable carry in every game. For the audience, it is not news that anyone else on the top is experiencing downturns and ups and downs. On the contrary, if one day Li Hansheng makes an inexplicable mistake on the court, this is actually something that deserves everyone's surprise. Top is your father? Is Li Hansheng your father? These 3 idiot commentators really want to award the top awards in advance now. Right. Laughing to death. A pig is incompetent and furious. Do we still need to warn others about Muay Thai? Don't dare to complain. If the Prince's team skills are activated again, there will be an unprecedented 1-minute BO5 in the finals. I was thinking that the commentator was wrong. Judging from various data, how can your EDG compare with other top players? Although they are all first in the group, there is still a gap between the first place in the group. I feel unhappy when I think of the loser Minkai trying to occupy an S competition spot again. Why go to the World Championship? Continue to embarrass yourself? After a brief warm-up, after being notified by the director backstage, Wawa decisively ended the topic. The contestants are ready. Now let's hand over the camera to today's protagonists. With a crisp sound, the BP picture was displayed on the funnel-shaped screen above the stage, and the audience cheered at this moment. In the BP screen, the square area that was supposed to display heroes became a close-up of the players on both sides. The first round hasn't started yet, and both sides seem to be quite relaxed. Even EDG doesn't have the sense of urgency of facing a formidable enemy. Obviously there is no need to debug peripherals, but it still wastes a little time, mainly during the finals. For the sake of fairness, the choice of sides requires both parties to decide by guessing coins. How do you say that? Luck is also part of strength. For example, guessing coins before the game, fighting for punishment and grabbing dragons in the game, or even shooter critical strikes. What? Your 75% critical hit will explode in 5 hits. The opponent also has 75% critical hits. And 5 hits are all explosions? It can only be said that the system is telling you that the unlucky ones do not deserve to win. And the goddess of luck only lifts the hem of her skirt to the lucky ones. Top gets the right to choose sides 1, 3, and 5. Because they won the coin guess. They took the initiative to choose the red side first. In the player stands, the top players were also talking about this matter. Okay. It seems like you haven't lost if you ask Laoli to guess coins with others? Candy joked with a smile. I think I'll just call Laoli Coin Brother from now on. Huh? Li Hansheng frowned. Don't. You will be sad if you do this. What does it have to do with him? Candy was stunned for a moment. But then he immediately reacted. Without giving the two a chance to continue chatting. Bai Yueya squeezed Li Hansheng's shoulder directly. Hansheng! Stop talking and prepare to BP. The blue side's EDG took the initiative to ban Jace as soon as they came up. There is no Jace option in Mouse's hero pool. It is impossible to use grab instead of ban like RNG does. And there is no way to deal with it. We can only use the ban position to force ban. Top's response is to ban carelessness. In the current version, Shin's priority for EDG is even higher than that of Big Tree. The main reason is that as long as Shin reaches level 6, he has the characteristics of full map support with his ultimate move, which can enhance EDG's rhythm ability. In the mid to late team battles, the shield provided by his ultimate move can also provide the most solid support for his C position. Protect. Moreover, Shin is a type of hero who can coordinate well with junglers. His E-Flash can be a reliable first mover, as long as he can penetrate people with his Q in the early stage. The additional percentage damage gained is considerable. And the W sword formation allows Shin to protect himself when facing top laners such as Sword Girl and Raven. In this version that emphasizes the bottom lane advantage, Shin is the top choice for Dashu. EDG's head coach Rapid Star obviously wanted to carry out the attack to the end. And Rise was also banned by him. White Crescent Moon chose to send Wheel Mom to the ban position. You don't need to consider the Wheel Moms of other teams. But Death's Wheel Moms still have to be targeted. After all, in addition to looking at the combination of the bottom lane to determine whether the bottom lane has lane rights, you also have to take into account the opponent's jungle farming habits. Who doesn't know that factory directors like to catch people? The existence of the factory director is equivalent to an invisible deterrent for the enemy. If you dare to push the line, the factory director will dare to catch you. So, EDG's Wheel Mother is not afraid of not having lane rights in the bottom lane. After all, EDG's bottom lane is a 3-man lane. In the last round of banning selection, EDG's final choice was Rock Bird. They didn't want Gao Dui to play such a rhythmic hero. This kind of hero puts too much pressure on the two wings after gaining lane rights. Top's backhand sent another hero card that can support half the map to the ban position. It can be seen from the ban that both sides attach great importance to the pressure that this rhythmic mid laner brings to the wing, Miller said eloquently. There is no way. This version of the midfielder is to seize lane rights, and then wander to the side to lead the rhythm or put pressure. As a loyal LCK viewer, Guan Ziyuan immediately quoted the previous LCK finals. The playing styles of KT and Rockstager are the same. So, the two of them talk so well in Kung Fu. EDG had already made their choice, and they immediately grabbed Kalma, as the bot lane is a popular support in the current version. And EDG is a team that attaches great importance to the development of the bot lane. It makes sense to grab people. The top choice is to directly backhand lock the Excavator plus Ice Girl. This is the set White Crescent has set up for EDG and BP. After the absence of Rockbird and Card, Ice Girl becomes the only option in the middle that can frequently support the side lane with TP. He deliberately did not ban Karma, just to let EDG grab Karma first, so that he could get the powerful rhythmic midfielder of Ice Girl plus Excavator. The Excavator uses grabs instead of bans, as the hero who has been used the most and has the highest winning rate in his career. The factory director still needs to be given a certain amount of support. Wow! With this top midfielder combination, I can only say that the pressure on EDG's wing is not as great as usual. EDG's choice is Ice plus Syndra. Since I can't roam with you, then choose a hero that can put the most pressure on the opponent so that you can't roam. Syndra is an absolute line tyrant in the middle, with low mana consumption and CD of mobile casting plus Q, Dark Sphere, the ability to kill with more than half health, and one-handed AoE control in team battles. Moreover, this version of Sprint is very practical. As long as Syndra brings Sprint, she can greatly avoid her biggest shortcoming, which is too bulky. As for the Ice, there's not much to say. The super team opening ability, the detection field of view of E's skill, and the carry ability in the mid to late stage are far superior to other tool shooters. The ice passive in S6 has not been weakened yet. It is not the Scraping Queen. The landing ability is also very strong and paired with Karma. It can be regarded as a very high-ranking bot lane combination in the current version. Why do I suddenly feel that EDG's top 3 players are not bad at all? Miller praised. I can see EDG's overall lineup structure, and let's see how top breaks the game in the future. If the counter position is left to Li Hansheng, then the bottom lane combination must be used first. If there is no ice, then we have Jhin. As for the auxiliary match, top did not choose Troll, but Zyra. It is also an ultimate line power combination in the bottom lane. EDG's subsequent 2 options are Centaur plus Ike. In fact, the Centaur has been weakened. The basic damage of the Q skill, Rampage, and its own basic attack power have been weakened. But there is no way. The only rhythm junglers that can be produced on the field are barrels, centaurs, and spiders. If barrels and spiders are produced, EDG will deal all the AP damage in the upper, middle and jungle, and the jungle position must be used to supplement some AD output. Centaur and Horse became a compromised choice. The choice returns to top. Everyone is curious about what Li Hansheng will choose. After all, there are quite a few heroes left for him on the field. However, what no one expected was that the hero appearing in top 5L is actually Rambo? Huh? Miller looked a little surprised. Rambo! This choice can't be said to be bad. But such a hero can't give full play to Noob's personal strength. But it's not impossible. Guan Ziyuan immediately retorted. Rambo is very good against Echo in the lane. And in team battles, he can also cooperate with Ice Girl to have a wave of ice and fire. Top's positive ability pretty strong. And Rambo is not very afraid of Ike in a one-on-one split push from the wing in the mid to late stage. The main reason is that this hero's operating limit is not high. Wawa pointed out the most critical point. After watching almost a whole year of competition, everyone has no doubt about Li Hansheng's personal ability. Everyone subconsciously thinks that Li Hansheng must use heroes with high operating limits, such as Sword Girl and Riven. What? You want to ask how high it is specifically? It's as high as 3 or 4 stories. As for the hero Rambo, that's all you can do with your tricks. Isn't it just a better ultimate move? MD. The White Crescent Moon has started. Right? Want to try a classic first? Laughing to death. The last person who dared to play Rambo in front of EDG was named Marin. Li Hansheng is very good. Can you beat Marin's Rambo? Labor and management are really impressed by these bastard coaches. Wouldn't it be enough to just choose a sword woman? Stop yelling. You bastard. Brother Hansheng can beat up the mouse even if he is playing as a wet nurse. I suggest Li Hansheng think about how Marin died. As top blocks in their choice, everyone can only hold back temporarily even if they are full of doubts. From the perspective of the overall lineup, this Rambo is not bad. But it is not that good either. Average? But the word fair has nothing to do with Li Hansheng. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. EDG is on the blue side, and top is on the red side. On the road, Ike versus Rambo. Jungler, Centaur versus Excavator. Mid lane, Syndra versus Ice Girl. Bottom lane, Ice plus Karma versus Jhin plus Zyra. I can only say that there is nothing wrong with the lineups on both sides. They all have their own points that can be used to break through the other side. Wawa first came up and talked nonsense. I think the main thing is to look at the midfielders on both sides. Miller said the key point. There is no obvious counter relationship between the heroes in the midfield and below on both sides. So the midfielder will become the key to breaking the game on the side. Let's see whose midfielder can provide go to your own wing to help more and put more pressure on other people's wings. I personally feel that if Noob chooses Rambo, it seems to give EDG a chance. Guan Ziyuan also emphasized. I can't think of how Rambo can kill Ike alone. This means that it is difficult for Noob to break through the top lane through personal ability. EDG does not need to share their energy to help the top lane. They can play the game by pushing around the bottom lane. This is also the game rhythm they are best at and like best. Chapter 192, when EDG begins to lead the 1W economy. The opponent actually chose Rambo as top laner. This is definitely an opportunity for us. We must seize it. Kuai Xing took advantage of the last little gap after the BP ended and explained quickly. It doesn't matter whether the translator on the side can accurately convey his meaning to the team members. You only need to convey the key words of top laner and Rambo to the team members. And the team members will naturally understand them in seconds. The director's game style and usual jungle route revolve around the bottom lane. But there are a few heroes that will trigger his muscle memory once they appear on the top lane. For example, Rambo. The last person to play Rambo in front of EDG was named Marin. And now the grass on his grave is already 3 meters high. As for the other side, White Crescent Moon has nothing to explain. The overall strength of the top players is strong enough. And there is a core player like Lee Han-shung with commanding ability present. He is not a typical Korean coach like who will template the routines for the first 15 minutes of the game, and try to make the game follow the rules as much as possible. Follow the script of your own design. The players know the game better than themselves. So allowing the players to freely decide how to play on the court will not put too many shackles on the players. Again, what's wrong with giving the ball to the strongest guy on the field? Han-shung, you still have to be careful in this game. There is a high probability that they will target you. Seong Renjia will go to the top lane to help relieve the pressure. As long as Han-shung can develop steadily into the team battle stage, our lineup will still have an advantage. Bye-bye. After saying this, Yuya took off her headphones and left the stage. Choosing Rambo was Lee Han-shung's personal request. He was preparing for a rainy day, exercise in advance for the upcoming S6 Global Finals. Top is running sideways within the LPL league. That is because the overall strength of the S6 LPL is indeed not good. Look at EDG, which originally won the S6 Summer Split and won the #1 seed after going to the World Championship, but failed in the group stage. Only by bumping and bumping can we qualify. It is not without reason that S6 is regarded as the darkest year of the LPL. It's not that Lee Han-shung is bragging about the LCK, but in this year of S6 alone, there is a gap in level between the LCK and the LPL, and the LCK has many top laners. At present, Top's most accustomed way of playing is to use his personal ability to open up the situation in the top lane, either directly facing off to break through the opponent with a single kill, or using his personal ability to create opportunities for the team to jump over the tower. Top's breaking point lies with him alone. Everyone is path dependent. Once he is unable to accumulate matchup advantages in the early stage of the World Championship, will Top be uncomfortable? Just in case, Lee Han-shung decided to make a small attempt in the summer finals. He had to push his teammates to get them into a better competitive state, and also let them regain the feeling of carrying games, accompanied by bursts of cheers from the audience. The full view of Summoner's Rift was displayed on the broadcast screen. It started with a rush of signals. Both sides chose to rush to their own wild areas at the first opportunity. The start of the summer split has actually been fixed, since both sides have to eat wild monsters in the bottom lane. There have been almost no first-level team outbreaks throughout the summer split, but precisely because of this, no one can guarantee that their opponent will invade you suddenly and catch you off guard. Therefore, a cautious start is necessary. Baby's exclamation broke the silence of the commentator's seat. Top teamed up and entered the lower half of EDG. Are they trying to invade? When I think about the bloody battle between the two sides at the beginning, my voice gets louder. In fact, there is not much difference in the combat effectiveness of the first-level teams between the two lineups. And EDG was in position very early. Mako sent out signals as soon as she saw the top players. They're coming to invade! He put down a vision and retreated to join his teammates. However, Top did not stay in EDG's jungle area. After placing a vision at F6, he evacuated the jungle area. This wave of invasion was purely for Candy to figure out the factory director's route to the wild. If the factory director starts from the next road and goes up, there is a high probability that he will try the top road in the first wave. Once the factory director does not open F6, it means that he is brushing from top to bottom, and the first wave of targets is aimed at the bottom lane. Candy has to decide his own route to clear the jungle based on the factory director's route to clear the jungle. After a few seconds, centaurs appear at F6. Is Rambo so attractive? It seems that the factory director is going to drive in the first wave, so I will drive in the upper half. With that said, Candy went to the red buff in the upper half of his home area alone, while Top's bottom lane duo retreated to Frog Concubine's refresh point early. In the 6.9 version of Rise of the Mage, Zyra has undergone a rework. It is said to be a redo, but in fact only the passive changes are relatively significant. The old version of Zyra's passive is similar to Big Mouth. After Zyra dies, a plant will immediately appear on her body. Zyra can control the plant to eject a poisonous stinger to cause huge damage after death. Therefore, in the past, there was a double self-destruction streaming entertainment gameplay of Dazue plus Zyra. The current version of Zyra's passive is Queen of Thorns, which will generate seeds around Zyra every few seconds. Zyra can use skills to make the seeds grow into plants. Green Hair retreated to Frog Concubine's refresh point in advance because he wanted to use passive brushing of 2 seeds around Frog Concubine to coordinate with the jungle. This would be more efficient and allow himself and ADC to resist less damage and maintain a better state. Frog Concubine is the #1 ADC in the jungle. She shoots fast and deals high damage, especially for a character like Zyra, who is positioned as a queen. She can't stand it at all when she sees Frog Concubine's big tongue. The director just assumed that the two sides would start normally and prepared to cut the camera to the top lane. The casters are also getting ready to start analyzing some of the landing between Echo and Rambo.
Isn't it right? Are Mako and Deft trying to cause trouble?
The doll exclaimed in surprise again. Seen from God's perspective, Han Bing and Karma, who were supposed to wait for the wild monsters to spawn at the Stone Man, had already arrived at the triangular grass in the bottom lane, entered the river, and then followed the wall all the way to the top family's wild area. Stop when you are almost close to the blue buff. Syndra, who was in the middle, took advantage of the minions not coming online yet and ran to the red buff of Top's house to put a ward in the wall, and happened to see the excavator waiting for Red.
The excavator is in the upper half. You can do it.
Mako licked her lips excitedly. This is a first-level routine they carefully prepared. The bottom lane duo of both sides is only separated by a wall at the moment. Although EDG does not have any vision now, they are very sure that the position of the top duo at this moment must be at Frog Concubine. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Wild monsters refresh. Mako watched the time passing by, and after 5 seconds passed, he spoke immediately. Deft.
Go.
Under normal circumstances, it takes the duo about 12 to 14 seconds to kill a group of wild monsters. Han Bing and Karma pressed against the wall and came to the triangular grass behind the first tower in the top bottom lane. They could see Jin and Zyra fighting wild monsters while walking towards the lane. Frog Concubine already has remaining HP, and they can definitely kill Frog Concubine before Frog Concubine's patience is exhausted.
Imp and Greenhair don't seem to be aware of the danger at all. They are leading the demon swamp frog towards the grass. Wow! Mako has already started R.
In the grass, Karma has already recited a unique incantation. This is the effect of turning on R, Brahmin mantra. As it happens, Jin and Zyra stood very close to each other, and the distance between Frog Concubine and the two of them was also very close. And Jin was still in the vacuum period of changing bullets.
Go. Heal AD. Heal AD.
Boom. Enhanced by mantra. Karma waved his hand, and the enhanced Soul Flame could create huge AoE damage, and would also leave residual energy in place to cause subsequent damage. Han Bing also shot with a flat A, and his flat A combined with the burst of Karma's RQ just happened to kill the remaining health of the Frog Princess directly. However, without the experience bonus of the Jungle Knife, Han Bing cannot directly upgrade to level 2.
It's broken. The demon swamp frog has been robbed. This kind of thing is not important at all. Right. What's important now is that both Jin and Zyra have taken full damage from Karma. They are in bad shape and can't fight.
Lu Mao and Imp were both stunned. They never thought that Han Bing and Karma would dare to go deep into the wild area to ambush. What's even worse is that he allowed them to succeed. There is calculation in mind, but no intention. Deft won't stop. Immediately, thousands of arrows were fired to slow down Jin and Zyra, unable to move at all, taking full RQ damage from Karma. Zabuzizi, Gu Shengmin was so anxious that he even spoke Korean. The combat power of Karma plus Ice level 1 is stronger than that of Jin plus Zyra. Not to mention that they were tricked. Jin and Zyra could only pull back, but Han Bing relied on the slowing effect provided by his passive, Frost Shot, to make it impossible for Jin to distance himself. Karma's Ignite had been activated, and Jin was forced to heal, but failed to distance himself. When he wanted to flash again, Han Bing followed decisively, and got Jin's first blood. First blood obtained. At this time, Han Bing immediately turned back to pursue Zyra. Lu Mao had no choice, seeing that the opponent's next round of skills was about to improve. He could only be forced to flash to ensure safety. No one expected that blood would break out in less than 2 minutes. The EDG fans at the scene immediately burst into strong cheers, celebrating the team's dream start in this way.
Oh my god!
Wawa also looked in disbelief.
EDG has a fantastic start. This is obviously a carefully designed opening routine by EDG. Now it seems that it has achieved results.
Guanzi Yuan shouted loudly.
Is this the intensity of the finals? The first blood came so early. The first blood is second. The main reason is that Imp and Green Hair have both surrendered Flash, and now they are behind in level. So the landing will be particularly difficult, and they will definitely be targeted by the factory director.
Miller got to the point.
The tool shooters and soft assistants have no movement, and they are particularly afraid of the jungler coming to catch them, especially when the opponent has a hero like Han Bing who has the ability to slow down first. Although Han Bing didn't flash, EDG's assistant was Karma. Karma's protective ability itself is stronger than Zyra's. Li Hansheng, who was far away on the road, immediately cut the screen to take a look at the situation in the jungle. It seems that EDG has really worked hard to defeat them, and the success of this wave of routines is the best reward for them.
If I had known earlier, I would have opened it in the lower half of the jungle.
Candy was quite annoyed. If he had opened it with a normal blue buff, the opponent would be seeking death if he dared to play the cliff like this.
But if I open in the lower half, the opponent probably won't dare to enter the jungle. Candy! Come on! Help me! I'm angry!
Anyone who was treated so badly at the beginning would be very angry. Imp rarely took the initiative to call the jungler. He served 4. Death must be beaten hard this time, and he must be beaten to tears in one fell swoop.
Okay, come back later. While I'm on the road, I'll squat first. Loudly, you can push off the line a little to attract the factory director to hack you.
Candy efficiently cleared the 3 groups of wild monsters in the first half of the area and advanced to level 3. Since Li Hansheng on the top lane had lane rights, he took the initiative to go lane and then blocked his vision and crouched in the grass on the lane, quietly waiting for the arrival of the factory director.
It's over. Candy guessed the factory director's offensive route completely wrong.
Guan Ziyuan kept shaking his head.
His behavior means that the entire top team feels that the factory director is superior.
The commentators, like the audience, are looking at it from a god's perspective. They can see that the men and horses are always in the lower half of the jungle. Since Han Bing and Karma started the level 1 invasion without eating stone men, there will be 3 groups of wild monsters in the lower half of EDG, which can perfectly allow the horse to reach level 3. And because Imp died at the beginning, he was unable to go online immediately. But Deft and Mako pushed online as soon as they returned to the line. Zyra at level 1 was unable to block the troop line at all, so the bottom lane troop line was pushed into the top defense tower very early. When the men and horses came down, the bottom lane happened to be a perfect pushback line. If Jin and Karma want to come out and gain experience, they must stand in the front and give the troops a chance. Although Lu Mao had already arranged his vision in the river grass in advance, the problem still existed. If you want to effectively prevent ganks from sprinting junglers, such as humans and horses, your vision must be deep. A simple vision of the river grass cannot prevent humans and horses. As soon as the person sprints away, when you see him, you can't get away. EDG is still on the conservative side. In this case, the factory director was stunned and asked Deft's Han Bing to use Eagle Strikes the Sky. Not on the top lane, but directly behind the top-bottom lane duo. The drone flew over, but no excavator was seen in the lower half of the area. Imp and Lu Mao immediately noticed something was wrong. A small skill with a cooldown time of up to 90 seconds. A small skill with extremely high strategic significance for the team. It was impossible to use it indiscriminately at the level of Deft. But when Imp and Lu Mao wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Han Bing bypassed the line of soldiers, raised his hand, drew his bow and fired a salvo of 10,000 arrows, shooting ice arrows in a large fan-shaped range, slowing down Jin and Zyra.
Deft's perfect first move. The factory director has already sprinted over from the direction of the river. Jin and Zyra can't keep the distance at all. It's too uncomfortable to be slowed down. Zyra backhands E, and the men and horses easily avoid it.
Sprint plus Shadow Charge makes the movement speed of the horse panel close to 600. The speed of Zyra's E twining route is not fast at all, and the centaur can avoid it with a dexterous twist and turn. Even though the plant summoned by Zyra attacked the centaur, causing a slowing effect and setting up passive. Jin also tried to use Deadly Brilliance to immobilize him, but it still doesn't work. Karma even flashed RQ directly towards Jin, but W, unwavering, was handed over to Zyra on the side.
Wow! Is Mako so greedy? Killing one imp is not enough. He is so greedy that he wants to kill all the top duo. Bing Bing is caught up with the output, and Jin can only be beaten passively, without even the ability to fight back.
The centaur kicked Jin back with one kick, after finishing the damage with 1 AQ. Jin's health volume, which had already suffered from Karma RQ and Ice W, had dropped to less than half health. He hit the second AQ to further reduce Jin's health volume. Back. The men and horses rushed towards Zyra, who was standing aside. Although the kill buzzer had not yet sounded, the EDG fans at the scene could not contain their inner emotions and began to cheer excitedly in advance. After Han Bing, who activated Archer's focus, dealt with Jin, he also chased after Zyra. Karma has been keeping E in courage, and now uses ice to accelerate it. The three of them chased all the way to the defense tower. The men and horses resisted the damage from the defense tower twice before evacuating. Han Bing's precise A shot took away Zyra's head. Double kill. Double kill. The game lasted only a little over 3 minutes. And Death's Ice already had 3 heads in hand. Yeah. Just like that. EDG is killed. This is the EDG I am familiar with. This is the factory director I am familiar with. Little bitch wants to cry Deft. Have you asked my factory manager? Do you know who EDG's jungler is? The most proficient man in the world. Yi Qing is back. At this moment, I declare that LPL has returned to the era of EDG dominance. Before the game, everyone was unanimously optimistic about top. But the result was unexpected. EDG gained such a huge advantage at the beginning.
Wow! EDG today is really well prepared. This offensive rhythm is wave after wave.
Miller also exclaimed.
Is it possible to break the top undefeated golden status today? I can't say that fully. It's not like top can't fight against headwinds.
Guanzi Yuan shook his head.
But EDG's advantage in the early stage is indeed huge. Let's see how they slowly expand their advantage. Let's talk about top. Is there a counterattack coming?
After being caught on the road, Candy was in complete despair. It was equivalent to him squatting alone for a while on the road. The most important thing was that he shared a lot of Li Hanqing's experience. The damage of Rambo plus Excavator is not enough to kill an almost full health Echo under the tower. And it doesn't even have the ability to force Echo out of the defense tower. People are not afraid at all. For top, the only good news is that the factory director is not sure about Candy's position. Nor is he clear about top's jungle situation. Instead of rushing into the jungle to counterattack. If the troops can counterattack half of the top jungle, then it will be called a real explosion. But EDG is completely able to accept the current situation. And the advantage they have gained is already big enough. And, as long as the performance of top's bottom lane does not improve, the troops will continue to look for opportunities in the bottom lane. And top's bottom lane will always have to bear this invisible pressure. When Han Bing in the lower lane cleared his troops and returned home, he took out the Storm Sword directly. The scene was once again in an uproar. The matchup advantage in the bottom lane is really huge. Han Bing, who returned to the line, would chase Gen A when he got the chance. The cooperation between Mako and Deft is very good. He can always use Inspire to Deft almost immediately when Deft wants to pursue. Fortunately, Lu Mao reacted in time and used E to interfere with Han Bing's pursuit. But this was the case. Just 2 hits from a +1 W shot knocked out 1/3 of Jin's health. The doll chuckled lightly and said with a flash of wisdom,
Did you notice? In the early stage of ice, the damage caused by the Storm Sword is particularly high.
It also caused a burst of laughter from the audience. The Excavator came to the middle, and Candy also planned to make his first wave of gank attempts. Just as he was patiently waiting for Syndra to move and give him an opportunity, a technological drone flew head-on from the lower river channel, and the ICE took a photo of him again.
Hack! This B-Hero is so damn disgusting!
Candy cursed. After his whereabouts were exposed, he could only retreat to the wild area. On the contrary, since the Excavator's whereabouts were exposed in the upper half of the area, top's bottom lane had to retreat to ensure safety without knowing the positions of the troops. Although you can gain experience, you can't replenish troops. Gu Xiaomin wanted to use Fatal Brilliance to repair the artillery truck from a long distance, but Deft clumsily blocked it with his body. Karma Shield prevented Han Bing from losing even a trace of blood.
It's uncomfortable to watch this road.
Miller kept shaking his head. Han Bing has already made 30 last hits. But Jin's last hit is only 5, which is still in the single digits. And as the gap in levels and equipment between the two sides widens, the gap between the two sides will only widen. Unless Candy can come to the bottom lane to grab a wave and help counter Squat. Easier said than done.
EDG's bot lane vision layout has almost blocked all of Candy's gank routes. Candy's only gank route is online. But the problem is that it is difficult for the 2 top bot laners to form effective cooperation. If we continue at this pace, top may not be able to defend this bottom lane 1 tower. EDG will most likely be able to take advantage of the bottom lane to get the first blood tower bounty. This top lane mouse can withstand pressure. Yes, although the last hit is a little behind, it does not give top the chance to jump over the tower and noob to kill alone.
Anyone with a discerning eye can see that EDG will definitely continue to attack the bottom lane, taking advantage of Han Bing's 3 kills to securely win the bounty of the First Blood Tower, making Death's development even fatter. However, when everyone's attention is on the bottom lane, Mako's Karma did not stay on the line to accompany Han Bing to expand the line advantage. Instead, he took the initiative to return to the city. At first, the commentators thought he was going home to buy real eyes to replenish his eye positions. But after coming out of the spring, Karma headed straight for the road. EDG is also frequently sending signals to the top lane, obviously wanting to attack the top lane.
Is EDG planning to give Top a trick to attack the west?
Miller's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief.
Now Top doesn't have much vision on the road.
The collapse of the bottom lane at the beginning forced Candy to keep leaning on the bottom lane, and his vision was basically arranged in the bottom lane to prevent the troops from continuing to cause trouble in the bottom lane. But it's still early in the game. The team's vision resources are inherently limited, with the bottom lane occupying a large amount of vision resources. The top lane can basically only rely on Li Hanqing's personal vision. The upper half of the map in top is basically pitch black, and judging from the personnel division on the top map, it is obvious that top does not know that EDG is about to launch an attack on the top lane.
I seem to understand EDG's tactical layout today,
Guan Ziyuan exclaimed, as if he suddenly understood.
First, open the situation from the bottom lane, forcing the top midfielder to lean down to protect his bottom lane,
so that the top lane becomes an orphan that no one cares about. And EDG will take advantage of this to attack the top lane. One link after another. I feel that this wave of noobs is a little more dangerous.
After teammates are about to get into position, Ike took the initiative to EQ twice and rushed into Li Hanqing's face. With such an obvious behavior, Li Hanqing immediately realized that it was not good. Really, the next second, Kalma had already appeared behind Ike. 3 assists allowed Kalma to make 5 speed shoes early, and his movement speed was extremely exaggerated. And Ike also used W to predict the direction of his escape. This W was not about control, but about forcing Li Hanqing's movement, keeping him from walking in a straight line to create distance. The men and horses in the direction of the river have also rushed towards him and
MD, are you going to start military training for me now?
Li Hanqing shook his head helplessly. EDG's actions were a little faster than he thought, but the operation did not fall, thanks to good temperature control. He used Q Arson Feast to raise his temperature to above 50, which means he entered the yellow temperature state, then used W, Broken Shield, to gain a shield and accelerate to run back. Rambo can obtain additional shield value and acceleration effect when using W in the yellow temperature state, and the deceleration effect of E, Electronic Harpoon, will also be improved. Bio! One electronic harpoon was thrown in Ike's face, which delayed his pursuit, and another electronic harpoon was thrown at the men and horses. The galloping of the centaur is still in the CD, and once it is hit by the electronic harpoon in Huangwen state, it is impossible to completely get behind Rambo just by relying on the acceleration of the E skill.
Noob's response was perfect, but it didn't work very well. The position of Mouse's W was very tricky, which made Noob very uncomfortable. He couldn't walk in a straight line at all.
Seeing that he couldn't complete the twist, the director simply stopped the twist. He kicked Li Hanqing from the side, and then connected with an AQ to create his own small burst. Ike has also been chasing after him. The acceleration effect of the 3 rings is more powerful than the deceleration effect of the electronic harpoon. So even if he is slowed down, Ike can still keep up with Rambo. Buzz! Li Hanqing was forced to hand over Flash. Karma directly Ari group accelerated, although she could not catch up, but let the horse and Ike get close to Rambo again, and walk closely together for a certain distance. Echo Flash Q once again uses the Time Warper to create a slowing effect. Although there was no hard control on the opposite side, the various speed reductions left Li Hanqing with no room for maneuver.
Damn it. Noob sent it too. 4-0. EDG is off to a truly fantastic start, with both top and bottom blooming.
EDG fans at the scene were still cheering continuously. For them, who had been suppressed by top for a whole year, it was finally time to feel proud. Top this way. Candy immediately came to the bottom lane, but EDG's vast field of vision in the bottom lane had already discovered him. Deft immediately chose to retreat and run to the closed grass in the bottom lane.
Use the advantage of the bottom lane to free up the support to help the top lane. In this way, even if top wants to stop the loss, there is no way. Deft is very stable and does not give the opponent any chance.
Deft just lost a wave of troops. Even if he didn't lose this wave of troops, he still had a huge advantage. The early disadvantages of green hair and imp cannot be undone with this wave of troops. EDG,
on the other hand, received 1 kill on the top lane, which greatly restricted Li Hanqing's development.
Top should not think about counterattack at this time. Let's think about how to stabilize the situation first.
Miller side,
we haven't seen Top start so badly in a long time. Let's see how they handle their disadvantages. Top has been playing dominant games throughout the summer this year. The current situation is an absolute test for them.
In fact, the voice of the top team has not changed much. They were still communicating in an orderly manner, and even joking with each other. MD, EDG copied our style of play. Right.
Candy looked slightly depressed. It can be said that he had no rhythm at all in this round. After being tricked by the factory director at the beginning, EDG's vision control, and Han Bing's he completely restricted him to death. And this trick of making false claims in the east and attacking in the west is his favorite move. Every time. After Li Hansheng created an opportunity to jump over the tower on the top lane, he would not jump over the tower on the top lane. Instead, he would run to the middle and lower lanes to cause trouble, catching his opponent off guard. The tried and true routine was turned around by EDG today, when they thought EDG was going to take advantage of the bottom lane to operate the First Blood Tower. EDG suddenly attacked the top lane.
Take your time. The current economy is estimated to be about 2,000 behind. Where are we now? Even if the economy is 1,000 behind, we can show it to them.
Li Hansheng responded with a smile. After resurrecting, he chose to quickly TP to return to the line, trying to avoid the loss of troops caused by death in battle. At the moment when TP could not be cancelled, Ike, who was hiding behind the wall under the defense tower and had his vision blocked, suddenly threw a W under the defense tower in advance. Not only Ike himself, but Syndra and the Centaur were also following behind.
Nah!
Li Hansheng was dumbfounded. There was no way to cancel TP. He could only watch himself fall to the ground and wait for death. This wave of counterattack. He really wanted to say a sentence in full screen. Is it your father who is on the road?
EDG's wave of backward shooting was so beautiful. Scout's wave of roaming was very smart.
Guan Ziyuan praised loudly. Li Hansheng just landed. Syndra is a QE second company that stuns him under the tower. Then Ike walked into the force field, and the stun effect of W took effect. Syndra W grabbed the dark orb and threw it at him. After cooperating with her teammates to reduce his health to less than half health, there was not much BB left. Energy pouring. After receiving his ultimate move, all the dark magic balls hit him in turn, causing huge damage. This was Li Hanqing's second death in 1 minute. The top fans at the scene were completely confused, and almost all fans had blank expressions on their faces. What's going on? This is not the top team they know at all. Especially the EDG fans on the side cheered from time to time, which sounded so harsh. Yo? Isn't this Li Hansheng, who is known as the world's #1 top laner? Why did it happen like this in only 10 days? It's Chinese New Year. All I can say is backlash. Brothers, get ready to charge. #Candestate. I just want to ask if Top is a jungler. Their jungler has always been leading the rhythm. Is Candy dead? I don't understand. Why are you always thinking about B's bottom lane? Isn't it clear who is the big player in the team? GYG is so popular. Is the sister in the fandom so eager to settle the matter? The white crescent moon is Chun Kun Ba's cerebral palsy. What the L is wrong with choosing a Rambo for brother Han Sheng? Rambo can be chosen by people. Right? 5-0. The competitive state shown by EDG is really good. Good thing. Top finally got an opportunity. Originally, Ice Girl was planning to go to the bottom lane with Digger to find a wave of opportunities. But when he encountered Karma in the jungle, who was arranging his vision, Gao Dui decisively flashed his ultimate move. Freeze it! Leaving Kalma behind. The excavator quickly followed.
Can you kill me? It doesn't seem like the damage is enough.
Karma used an RE to put a thick shield on himself. Surprisingly, he still had about 30% of his HP left in a set that resisted the excavator and Ice Girl. Fortunately, the Empire rushed towards the river as soon as possible. Jin's W has a range of 2,500 yards, allowing his deadly brilliance to supplement the control, allowing the excavator and Ice Lady to kill Karma. The head was taken by the Ice Girl, and after Karma died, the Ice in the bottom lane had to retreat into the closed grass in the bottom lane again.
Yes, the disadvantage in the bottom lane has been slightly recovered.
Wawa nodded repeatedly.
But it is still not enough. Even so, Han Bing is still ahead in the matchup.
In the final analysis, the advantage of 3 heads at the beginning is too great. Even though Han Bing had 2 to 3 fewer waves of soldiers,
he was still able to hold his own. It's okay. At least someone is making money. And the economic gap between the two sides is far from being so big that they can't fight at all. Top just needs to stabilize the situation and catch up slowly. And Top's second wave of offensive also came very quickly. After reaching level 6, Li Hansheng left the top lane and went directly to the middle lane, and called Candy to join him. The three of them worked together to double-team the scout in the middle. Gao Du used E first to pretend to be approaching Scout. After the second he pulled him into the distance. Scout was afraid that he would be left behind, so he directly backhanded Q twice to stun Ice Girl in place. No more E. The excavator will have a chance to get closer. E plus flash 2 super long distance displacements, knocking Syndra into the air. After Ice Girl quickly caught up, her ultimate move didn't improve, but she could use W to keep people alive. And Li Hansheng made up for her ultimate move from a long distance. A long fire path cut off Syndra's possibility of escape. When Scout saw this situation, he simply didn't bother to hand over his precious flash. Fortunately, Li Hansheng accepted the head. The top fans, who had been frustrated until now, finally began to respond in various ways when they saw the team they supported on the court. Not to be outdone, he also started cheering to support the players on the field. Interesting. It looks like there will definitely be no shortage of heads this time, Miller chuckled. For the audience, this is definitely a game worth the price of admission. Seeing that Top is about to take off, EDG's counterattack came as expected. The flash of Jin and Zyra in the bottom lane has improved, and they can start to develop normally. But it didn't take long for the Ice to reach level 6. Ice to 6 means having long-distance initiative ability. Seize the moment when Jin replenishes his troops. The Ice ultimate move was shot out in an attempt to keep Jin in place. Buzz. Zhu Xingbin's concentration was very concentrated and his reaction was very quick. He used Flash to avoid Han Bing's ultimate move. But he could dodge Han Bing's ultimate move. But he couldn't dodge Centaur's ultimate move. Zyra also tried to use her E to interfere with the Centaur's approach. But the Centaur in turn used the dominance of her ultimate move to overcome the control of Zyra's E, frightening Jin in place and forcing out Zyra's flash. Jin died again. In less than 10 minutes, Jin has been killed 3 times. Just when Zyra thought she had escaped, Echo, who was supposed to be on the top lane, appeared behind the first tower of Top's bottom lane. Wow! Is this a 4-for-2 package? The TP saved by Mouse was finally put to use during the attack, perfectly outflanking the back road, leaving Green Hair waiting for death under the tower. After the troops entered the tower, Zyra was forcibly jumped over the tower and killed. EDG doesn't seem to be in a hurry to demolish this bottom lane tower, leaving Han Bing alone to replenish troops and demolish the tower in the bottom lane. The others ran to capture the first little dragon. Luck is average. He is a wind dragon. The wind dragon's attributes are the worst. After all, it cannot directly provide combat power. But the problem is that EDG now has the advantage. The movement speed bonus brought by the wind dragon in non-combat conditions can enhance the map running ability of all their members and make their offensive rhythm faster. At this time, Top also made a fatal mistake. When EDG was beating Xiaolong, Candy and Gao Dui insisted on taking a look. And the value of the flash that Scout saved is also reflected in this wave. Syndra, who was cooperating with her teammates to fight the dragon in the dragon pit, saw the excavator and the Ice Girl approaching and rushed out of the dragon pit in a flash. There are not so many fancy combos. Arya in the second company hit the Ice Girl with a big move first, then follow up with E, the weak retreat. There came a wave of combos that caused the goddess to scatter flowers. The Ice Girl reacted quickly and used her backhand to hit her. This was actually equivalent to holding herself in place, while the excavator was pushed to the spot. Everyone from EDG rushed forward, killed both of them. What are Wei Shen and Candy thinking about this time? Miller looked very surprised. Why do they want to go there? A little dragon must be lost. If you step back 10,000 steps and say that even if you want to snatch it, you only need Candy. Can people go there? I guess the disadvantage was a bit big, which caused the top players to lose their calm judgment. It's understandable that they made mistakes, but this mistake was a bit big. The death of the midfielder means that the entrance to the middle lane of Top is open. EDG took advantage of the situation and wanted to force the health of the first tower in the middle. Fortunately, Li Hansheng returned to the defense in time. He came to support from the top road and cleared the troops with a big move from a long distance, which finally prevented EDG from consuming the health of the defense tower. EDG knew very well how to kill him while he was sick. Hurry up and get the first tower in the bottom lane as soon as possible.
and then find a way to demolish their first tower in the middle lane.
The factory director has been directing his teammates to do things in the voice. He and Scout walked down the road. When Jin and Zyra saw that there was no one in the middle, they knew they were coming and had no choice but to retreat. EDG's bottom lane easily led the troops into the defensive tower. The top bottom lane tower, which already had a huge amount of health, was unable to withstand this wave of consumption. The health bar was emptied and turned into a pile of ruins on the ground. The only good news is probably that EDG didn't let Han Bing take it alone. Instead, several people share the bounty of the First Blood Tower equally. But it is still not acceptable to top. The overall economy is still at a loss. The game time is less than 10 minutes. But EDG's economic advantage is already close to 4,000. A head ratio of 9 to 2. It is rare that all three paths are lagging behind in last hit. Oh! Li Hansheng, who was on the road, was in the lead with last hits, but not by much.
If this trend continues, as long as EDG doesn't make any mistakes, by 20 minutes, the economic advantage will probably reach tens of thousands.
After saying this, Wawa's eyes widened. The top who won the summer split will actually be behind 10,000 economy. Isn't this a joke? But what is happening on the field now tells them that this is not a joke. Chapter 193, Pop the Champagne at the classic halftime. The first tower in the bottom lane was pushed, and Han Bing and Kalma were replaced by EDG in the middle lane. With the first tower in the middle of both sides still there, it is very safe for the shooter to develop in the middle. Because the middle line is short, there is almost no possibility of getting stuck. The shooter only needs to be steady and stand in front of his own defense tower to develop. And it is basically difficult to risk his life. This means that support can be freed up. Karma is a hero with extremely strong map running ability among soft assistants. In addition, Mako chose 5-speed shoes and has the extra movement speed provided by Wind Dragon. Mako has a lot of room to play in map support. And the opposite, compared to Karma. Zyra is a pure damage hero. The output capability of the front 5v5 is higher than that of the Kalma. But it does not have the functionality of the Kalma, and its map running ability is not strong. In the version with the rise of soft assists, the competition is about who has the greater bottom lane advantage. The soft assist of the side with the advantage is absolutely safe in terms of vision, if nothing else. On the contrary, the support team on the disadvantaged side faces a map shrouded in the fog of war. Every time they enter the grass or enter the wild area,
they will bear huge risks. This is the situation Green Hair is in right now. EDG is converting its economic advantage into a vision advantage. Having learned the Korean operating system, they attach great importance to vision. As long as you have a visual field advantage, you can gain an information advantage. With more map information, EDG can make decisions more advanced than top, making itself invincible.
EDG has demonstrated its operational capabilities to the fullest.
Miller couldn't help but praise.
This is EDG's special skill.
Wada chuckled.
EDG's stability when they have an advantage is terrifying. Their snowballing ability may not be as good as Top's, and they won't make high-risk behaviors like Top when they are ahead. But the more steadily they consolidate their advantage, the more difficult it is for them to be defeated in a dominant state.
The essence of Korean-style operations is to eliminate all high-risk behaviors on the court. And EDG has implemented this very well. In just a few minutes, although there was no killing blow between the two sides, EDG used their vision layout and the pressure from the jungle to force the heroes on the top line to miss a lot of last hits invisibly. They have not forgotten to plunder wild area resources. And the economic snowball is slowly expanding. This version of Rift Pioneer is a purely useless existence. But EDG was stunned to take down this map resource with the least presence. It's enough to show how big their advantage is. Then they teamed up and removed Top's top lane and tower, once again expanding their economic advantage and further compressing Top's development space. His jungle area was pitch dark, and Candy didn't dare to enter the jungle area at all. He could only say to Lu Mao,
"Brother, please give me some vision in the jungle area. Otherwise, I won't even dare to enter the jungle area and won't be able to play."
How could Lu Mao not know this? Zyra, who is at a disadvantage, has almost no double resistance, and her blood volume has just exceeded 1,000. As long as she is caught in the jungle, she can take her hands off the keyboard and give up resistance. But he still has to enter, and the jungle area on the disadvantaged side must bear this risk for the team. Auxiliary. The younger brother in the team is Jiang Zide, and the big brother in the C position needs room to develop. What to do if there is no room for development? Nosuk risked his life to help his elder brothers gain space for development.
Lemao followed Candy into the lower half of the area to gain vision. The excavator can use geo-hearing to provide a little protection for Zyra.
The doll's voice was loud.
Can they escape?
In fact, in the lower half of the jungle area of top, Centaur and Karma are ambushing inside, and the heroes on the EDG line can also support them at any time. Sierra cautiously moved forward little by little, taking a step forward before taking a tentative step back, for fear of being controlled by someone. But when he got close to the river grass, he still couldn't escape. The moment Zyra approached, the men and horses in the grass rushed over with their ultimate move, frightening Zyra on the spot. Before firing R, they had already fired E. The landing point of R was chosen a little behind Zyra. No need to make any adjustments. Just kicked it back. Karma hit the front with the last RQ shot to deal damage. Han Bing quickly approached this side, and first shot the excavator, who was also frightened, with his ultimate move. Fortunately, the distance of the ice is not very far, and the control time of the ultimate move is limited. Moreover, EDG's priority is Zyra, and the subsequent damage cannot keep up. There is no follow-up control chain connection, and the excavator uses E to distance the remaining health. Escape.
Zyra is dead, and the excavator is still alive. Should EDG take advantage of the situation and push the middle lane? If they can remove the first tower in the middle lane, they will have more space to operate, and it can also further compress the development space of top.
One death and one injury means that there are only 3 C positions left in the top field that are actually capable of fighting. If the same situation were played by top, they would definitely choose to push the middle without hesitation. If they dared to defend, they would force the attack, even if it meant exchanging heads. As long as the middle tower could be removed, it would be acceptable. But here at EDG, the factory director was a little hesitant.
The excavator's ultimate move is still there, and support will come back soon. Rambo and Ice Girl's combat power under the tower is too strong, so we should stabilize it and clear the opposite field of view. We will continue to look for opportunities or grab orders in the jungle.
Factory. The leader decided to play it safe. He feels that EDG has great economic advantages at this time, and there is no need to take these risks. All you need to do is make steady progress and start operating slowly.
Why don't EDG force a wave of mid-laners?
Miller was obviously confused when he saw EDG Karma and Centaur just clearing out the vision that Top had previously arranged in the jungle.
Brother, this is EDG, not Top,
Wawa quickly explained.
Playing slowly and steadily is EDG's tactical style. Not every team plays as fiercely as Top. Once they get an advantage, they want to end the game immediately. That's right.
Miller was relieved.
Maybe there are too many Top Games commentary this season. I have become accustomed to their game style, but suddenly I feel a little uncomfortable.
Is Top the father of the commentator? You are already at a disadvantage like this. Why are you still licking me? Can the commentator be more biased? Why don't you just tell EDG not to win? Don't scream. You bastard. Those who don't know think that EDG will win the championship soon. What's wrong with being ahead? You actually win the game. Shuza's biological mother probably wasn't that angry even after being scolded. Right? It is true that he brought up a filial son and made the whole family filial. There was a scream, and the excavator launched its ultimate move. This confirms the factory director's idea that the excavator will be back online quickly. However, in fact, Candy's target is Ike on the road. Although EDG has advantages, it does not yet have the ability to light up the entire map. To be precise, when Riot limits the number of wards each person can have, it is no longer possible to have a vision tactic that lights up the entire map as frantically as S4 Samsung White. Essentially, it limits the operating system and space of Korean teams. Treat vision as a limited team resource. Since it is limited, you have to make a choice. Choose one of the upper and lower half areas as the center of gravity to light up the field of view, and there will inevitably be a gap in the field of view in the other half area. It is impossible to grasp it with both hands and use both hands hard. EDG places the focus of the team's vision in the lower half. After all, it is more conducive for them to compete for Xiaolong resources. So there will be gaps in the top lane. Mouse is actually quite cautious. Can't stand Candy's decisiveness. Using his ultimate move to fly to his own red buff, Candy made a wave of ultimate circles and circled in a large circle in the jungle to reach the stone man. The moment he saw Echo clear the troops with his Q, the excavator in the grass handed over his E skill and moved towards Echo. Flash W and break out of the ground.
The excavator is very decisive. He flashes and flies away. He activates the Queen's Wrath to quickly accumulate anger and then uses the wild bite to cause a lot of real damage. Rambo's ultimate move is constant temperature burning. The damage of the two of them is okay, but Ike has a big move.
Guan Ziyuan spoke quickly, and in detail the name of each skill. Really? Top laner Echo is destined not to be killed instantly. The short knock-up time of the excavator is not enough for him and Rambo to kill Echo. But the moment Ike landed, suddenly a bullet trajectory appeared under his feet. And the end of the trajectory came from the top jungle area. It was still Gu Xingbin's Jin, who used the Fatal Brilliance to regain control at the most critical moment. After landing, Ike was immediately imprisoned in place. While in the imprisoned state, Echo cannot use his ultimate move with displacement properties. Nor can he cut off time and space and return to the past. Rambo, who used Q Arson Feast to enter the red temperature state, has already arrived beside Ike. While warning, use flat A to cause huge amounts of magic damage. Jin in the jungle also used his ultimate move to coordinate with his teammates in shooting. Although EDG's overall economic advantage is large, it is basically concentrated on a few other players. Ike did not get the kills from the 2 tower jumps on the road, so the development is not as good as expected. Mouse knows his role and position in the team. You eat the resources. I am just a bastard. I won't take the blame if I lose. Whoever gets the resources will be responsible for carrying the game. Oh, he's a pig? If you still eat resources even though you know the carry can't get up, isn't that just looking for trouble for yourself? Who doesn't know that EDG's top lane doesn't deserve resources? Mouse pressed his R key frantically, and the referee girl behind him could hear the crackling tapping sound. But Echo's ultimate move has a hand-raising action. Many people don't know this and think that Echo's ultimate move is instant. This is not the case. Echo has a hidden hand-raising action when opening his big move. This is also the reason why many professional players do not use his ultimate move even when Echo dies. Because this hand-raising action is very short. It is so short that people think it is instant, thus miscalculating one's own blood volume. It's not that Mouse failed to use his ultimate move because he didn't calculate his health properly. But the moment he raised his hand to take effect, the bullets from Jin's ultimate move, the excavator's basic attack, and Rambo's basic attack all fell at the same time. And the damage was determined first. Ike is killed. Li Hansheng was really lucky. In this situation, he had finished his red temperature state, and he was stunned to kill the head with a single shot of flat A damage. Finally, I got my data to be even. 220. He can be regarded as the most developed person on top. Top didn't give up resistance. Imp's Jin's performance was really good, Miller praised loudly. He also made up for his skills and time in the previous wave in the bottom lane. And the same is true in this wave in the top lane. Caught on the road, EDG did not mess up their position and quickly went to the bottom lane. However, Gao Dui was very disappointed and had already retreated to the second tower in the bottom lane. EDG, who failed to find a chance, once again took away the freshly baked dragon. But EDG's luck can only be said to be sincere. The second dragon is still the wind dragon. But the good news is that the third little dragon is a fire dragon, which directly increases combat power. It's a pity. Wawa seemed to feel sorry for EDG. The most disgusting thing about the elemental dragon version is that when you have a huge advantage and can easily control the dragon, you keep brushing the wind dragon. If it's 2 earth dragons or 2 fire dragons, EDG's advantage would be infinite. Even if it's 2 water dragons. Guan Ziyuan also kept shaking his head. It's better than nothing. It depends on how EDG uses the wind dragons. Let the movement speed advantage continue to snowball. The EDG players were also a little depressed. But they were just depressed. The economic advantage they have is already great enough. They just need an opportunity. 16 minutes. The two sides engaged in a wave of encounters in the upper half of the wild area. It was still EDG who used their vision advantage to crouch. But this time Zyra handed over the 2 control skills E and R before dying to leave the person behind. Rambo takes advantage of the situation and uses the big move. The ice girl who was far away in the bottom lane quickly handed TP over. But EDG had a bit of a big advantage. While Top's damage was a bit lacking, Karma's Ari group shield helped teammates resist the AoE damage caused by Rambo's ultimate move. Top was stunned to lose this round even though he had a good backhand. A wave of 2 for 3. Li Hansheng used Flash to forcibly replace the factory director's men and received a small final bounty. But the numerical disadvantage made Top completely unable to defend. EDG immediately turned around and went to the middle, pulling out the first tower in the middle that they regarded as a thorn in their side. Syndra, who was far away in the bottom lane and could not come to support,
also used this opportunity to suppress the health of Top's second tower in the bottom lane to the maximum. Disabled. Just 2 minutes later, Echo relied on his strength. After entering the tower, he forcibly took Li Hanqing's damage and demolished the second tower on the bottom lane. But he didn't pay the price. Flash was played away by himself. At the same time, EDG used their vision advantage to catch Zyra and Excavator in the jungle again. Nozook was killed, and the field was reduced. EDG immediately increases their offensive. They went straight to the second tower in the middle. By the time Li Hanqing and Rambo's support arrived, the second tower in the middle had been pulled out, without the Excavator in front. Jin and Ice Girl simply did not dare to step forward to clear the line, and could only let the other side demolish the second tower in the middle, just when everyone in top thought EDG would suspend their offensive. However, they suddenly switched to the top lane and cooperated with the troops to remove the second tower on the top lane. In the past few minutes, EDG has obviously accelerated the pace of its attack. Wawa shouted with excitement. All outer towers have been removed. The game time is 19 minutes. EDG has knocked down all the outer towers of top and expanded its economic advantage to 10,000. It's still a matter of vision. Miller kept shaking his head. EDG invested a lot of money in the competition for vision, and the results were very gratifying. Top actually didn't make any obvious mistakes. Almost every time he was caught, it was because of his vision, or because EDG used his vision to ambush him. With such a huge economic gap, even the most optimistic top fans can't help but feel a little pessimistic at this moment. He. How can you lose when flying dragon rides on the face? Are you ahead of the 1W economy? Laughing to death. Why can you turn it over? EDG just pushes the rhythm without thinking. If this can be compared to my live broadcast, I will eat shit. Shuzi is here again to trick you into eating and drinking? Shang divided by fans. Stop barking. I don't know. I thought top was ahead by 10,000. With this advantage, even my grandma would be ranked top. EDG fans can't ask for champagne to be poured out at halftime. But the advantage is so great that they really don't know how to lose. Especially as the game time is about to reach 20 minutes. The most important map resource in the game, Baron Nash, is about to be refreshed. With EDG's current economic advantage and vision advantage, it is only a matter of time to win the Baron. However, top tower defense relies heavily on the damage of Rambo and Ice Girl. As long as they can get the Baron buff, Rambo and Ice Girl cannot clear it. Wire. To this end, EDG also deliberately sought stability. They went home early to replenish and update equipment. And everyone bought real eyes, striving to completely control the vision of the Baron area in their own hands. Is EDG so stable? Seeing the EDG players returning to the city one after another, Guan Ziyuan couldn't help but joke. Be steady. EDG needs a victory like this very much. Once they win the first game, they will be able to take the lead in this championship battle. On the other hand, look at top. Li Hanqing is still very calm. Which is not to say that EDG, which is leading the 1W economy, is in trouble. But in a disadvantageous situation, there is no point in rushing. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Only by maintaining a stable and calm mind can you make the right choice. He cut the tab to take a look at his own development. There is no need to look at Nozook and the two of them. The Excavator currently only has Mercury shoes with enchantments, Slag Giant, not to mention Assist Zyra. The 5-speed shoes and a big eye stone are already the limit. And the blue salary equipment on his body is not enough. There is no extra money to upgrade. Just looking at Nozook's equipment, it seems that top has no possibility of counterattack. Let's look at 3C again. This Gao Dui's Ice Girl is not made of a rocket belt, but a Ghost Book plus Abyss Scepter, which can barely be regarded as a 2-piece set. Jin is also a 2-piece set of Yomu and Mublade, with core penetration in hand. As for Li Hanqing, large mask, ice staff, magic penetration stick, luxurious 3-piece set. Alright. It's actually not luxurious either. The price of the ice staff and magic penetration staff is more than 2,000. As for why Li Hanqing is so fat, after being targeted like this in the early stage, he still made more than $220 in 20 minutes. And another kill was made, which is considered normal. As for where the last hit came from, just look at the development of excavators. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. In disadvantaged situations, the team must make a reasonable allocation of resources. The current version of Nozook cannot carry the game, so he can only hand over resources. Not to mention, the jungle has fallen. Even if Li Hanqing doesn't take it, Candy may not be able to take it. It's more reliable than being countered by EDG. Right? We can fight. But EDG is not decisive in beating the Baron. When the time comes, we will pull it and let the Baron consume their blood.
Li Hansheng communicated with his teammates in the voice message.
It's easy to do whatever you want.
Imp is also full of confidence.
Hey, just watch the operation later.
Xiang Renjie also smiled. The winning streak for nearly a whole year has made all top members feel very optimistic. After all, the patriarch of the optimistic family is the middle laner in the team. So of course, the team members have to be optimistic. 20 minutes. Baron Nash was born in the Dragon Pit. All members of EDG began to focus around the Baron area. Li Hansheng on top did not dare to continue to lead the line on the wing, but hugged head-on with his teammates.
A critical wave of team battles is coming.
Wawa's words contained a subtle tremor, as if he was nervous for the upcoming battle. All the viewers stared intently at the broadcast. For fear of missing any detail, supporters from both sides were sweating for the players on the court.
Open the dragon and force them over.
Under the command of the factory director, EDG decisively opened Baron. Top didn't know it at first, but after the group arrived near the big dragon pit, Zyra inserted a real eye through the wall and saw the situation inside the big dragon pit. Seeing that the top 5 people have arrived.
Stop! Stop! Go after them! Why don't we continue to fight the dragon? They don't seem to dare come down. Why rush? The excavator is here. Why should we fight with the opponent for punishment when we have such a huge advantage? Gotta go. Rush! Rush!
This way of communication in Chinese and English makes people's heads explode. Some people want to chase the dragon, and some want to rush the dragon. What led to EDG's situation on the court was hesitation. On the contrary, he was reduced to a certain state by the dragon in vain.
Why are EDG so hesitant?
Miller was very puzzled. After all, League of Legends is a numerical game. The economic advantage is more than 10,000, which is equivalent to an average lead of 1 big item per person. Whether it's rush or forced opening, the odds of winning are great. In the end, it was the factory director who made the decision.
Let's just start a group. It's still not stable to fight for punishment.
EDG once again regained its strength and pretended to rush the dragon. On the top side, we once again walked together as a group on the F4 section to enter the river. The only front row excavator stood at the front.
Go!
The ice in the dragon pit shot towards the excavator without any warning. The men and horses took the lead and rushed to the front, leading their teammates to pursue them together. Karma even uses the RE group to accelerate and add shields to rush forward. Really, players are more aware that League of Legends is a numerical game. As long as their current economic advantage is to start team battles normally, they will be crushed.
Kill the jungler! Kill the jungler!
By killing the excavator, EDG will not face the punishment situation and can securely win the Baron. However, this time Candy comes out with Mercury's shoes. What he clicked was Power of Time. There was a small talent in the penultimate row of the defense system called Sensitivity. After clicking 5 points, you can get a 15% toughness bonus. Mercury shoes plus talent allow the excavator's toughness attribute to exceed 40%. The control time of Hanbing's ultimate move increases as the distance between the two parties increases. At short distances, the control time of this ultimate move is shorter than expected. However, Syndra's QE's second consecutive shot failed to control the excavator. Just hand over the flash and pull back. The factory director paid the price for his initial hesitation in not handing over the big move. He originally thought that the excavator was a sure kill, so he didn't use his ultimate move.
Chase!
EDG pursued without any worries, while Top's overall formation had retreated to F4's camp. Sprint plus E plus Karma's RE makes the horse move very fast. This time, the factory director did not hesitate to use his ultimate move to keep up with the escaping excavator, and then kicked it back. Ike even threw W into the crowd, and he rushed towards Jin, playing his role as a troublemaker. But at this time, Zyra made a backhand R, and a group of vines appeared in the circular area to activate his seeds, perfectly cutting the battlefield into 2 pieces.
The excavator is very fragile and cannot withstand the EDG explosion. Hey!
Guanziyuan exclaimed.
When did the Ice Girl enter the arena?
In the chaotic team battle, Ice Girl was seen hiding in the grass behind the red buff wall, using the thick wall of the Baron's terrain to cover her E's crampons. Gao Dui's Ice Girl uses the trick of hiding crampons on the wall very well. The next second, the Ice Girl moved directly to the bottom of the river, and then flashed to F4 where she entered the narrow mouth of the river. Boom! W immobilizes Karma, Han Bing and Syndra, and then uses the ultimate move to Han Bing. Def reacted very quickly,
and Mercury instantly controlled Ice Girl's ultimate move. But almost at the same time, a long flame fell from the sky, and Rambo's ultimate move, constant temperature burning, fell from the sky. Combined with the deceleration effect of the ice staff, it can deal huge damage. Next, Buzz. Rambo is also hiding in the grass behind the red buff, like Ice Girl. Flash over. WQ puts itself into a red temperature state and chases the crazy burning of the ice. Han Bing! EDG should pay attention to Han Bing's HP. Wow! This wave of AoE bursts. Han Bing is very hurt. Endless. Split Bow. Green Cross. Mercury. These are the equipment of Han Bing at the moment. Having Mercury means that Han Bing has good magic resistance properties. But I can't stand double wear. The effect of the Abyss Scepter is to reduce the magic resistance of surrounding enemies. It is a Halo-type equipment. Ice Girl can let teammates enjoy this effect by using it alone. And Li Hanqing even made a magic piercing stick. And the big mask also comes with a fixed magic piercing stick. Under the triple penetration, Rambo's damage to Han Bing was no different from real damage. Not to mention Syndra on the side. Apart from a pair of Mercury shoes, Syndra had no other magic resistance equipment. Faced with Ice Girl and Rambo's combination of ice and fire, the blood volume is also greatly reduced. But the damage of the ice was indeed very high. In combination with Syndra's ultimate move, the two of them instantly melted the Ice Girl on the spot. Karma used a backhand W to chain Rambo, and the remaining blood ice flashed to open the distance. Wow! Just a little bit of damage. Neither Ice nor Syndra died. Rambo has no skills. Will he be killed by the ice kite? It's just a little bit worse. The economic disadvantage is just a little bit smaller. Imp! Flash over and take Syndra away with one shot. Guanzi Yuan's voiceless scream continued the suspense on the court again. It turns out that Imp didn't waste time with Ike behind him. It's hard for an armor-piercing Jin like him to deal with Ike quickly. He simply carried on carrying Ike's injury and moved forward. After seeing the remaining health of the opponent's back row, he suddenly flashed over and directly drew A and then Q to take Syndra away. Jin's Q, Man Dance Grenade, has such an effect that it can jump 4 times. Each time it jumps, if the enemy is killed, the damage of the Man Dance Grenade will be increased. He happened to kill Syndra with Q, then jumped on Karma's head, and then jumped on Ice's head. The damage of the armor-piercing Jin Q is terrifying. This beating Ice immediately turned into blood. The big mask of S6 has not been revised. In addition to fixed penetration, it also has a continuous burning effect similar to Fireman's passive. And when the opponent is slowed down, the burning damage will be doubled. Therefore, there is a perfect linkage between the ice staff and the big mask. Just like the 3-part blood hand, which is a perfectly adapted piece of equipment. And Rambo's talent is Touch of Hellfire, which causes continuous magic damage after the skill hits the enemy. Han Bing, who was still alive, could only watch as his health bar was burned to death by Rambo's magic damage. Shut down. The end. Han Bing Tian Fei's final bounty was won by Li Hanqing. As the fattest double C in the EDG lineup, Syndra and Han Bing both fell, causing the situation on the field to instantly reverse. EDG went too far in pursuit. This small terrain is the favorite of Ice Girl and Rambo. Miller shouted excitedly. Top is going to win the team. Are they going to make a comeback? Karma is caught between Rambo and Jin. Weak, pitiful and helpless. The two of them will not feel sorry for him. After killing him, Excavator and Zyra cooperated with their teammates. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ike immediately ran away. The factory director also wanted to run away. How could Top let him run away? Jin's deadly brilliance left it behind. And the Excavator W broke out of the ground and knocked it away. No one thought of it. When Top was 1 W behind in economy, they actually played a 1-for-4 small group annihilation with EDG. In particular, Li Hanqing successively got the heads of 2 Terminators, Han Bing and Syndra, with large bounties. What just happened here? Guanzi Yuan's eyes widened and he looked confused. The team battle was beautiful. All Top members cooperated perfectly. And EDG's team battle performance was so awesome. As a numerical game, when you are 1 W ahead in economy, someone must commit a crime to lose the team battle. If both sides perform perfectly, and the one with the numerical lead is the one with the numerical lead, it is impossible for EDG to lose the team battle. The Top fans at the scene seemed to be letting out the depressed emotions they had accumulated throughout the game, producing huge cheers. In contrast, EDG fans are completely confused. Shuzi speaks. Why do you lose with Filonki Lien? Today Top will tell you. How to defeat a group that is 1W behind economically. No. EDG is brainless. Right? Can this person be chased? Syndra will retreat directly after using her skills. I'm really convinced. I can lose even if I'm ahead by 1W. I bought EDG. Right? All member stud was overturned. Ghost. I watched this game. It was so exciting. Quick-acting heart-saving pills are ready. Hee hee hee. I just like to see the stupid faces of the bastards. In this wave, not only are the small teams destroyed, Top can also take the Baron. Miller seemed particularly excited. Top! These are the strongest teams in our league. Even if they are 10,000 behind in economy, they can defeat you. Look. 4 heads. Plus a dragon. The economic gap between the two sides was suddenly reduced significantly. EDG, which was originally leading the 1W1 economy, saw its lead instantly drop to just over 6,000 after this wave. EDG must calm down. They still have a huge economic advantage. It's too early to talk about a comeback. But EDG must not play like this again. I think the first thing EDG needs to consider is to stabilize their mentality. Backstage, when Abu saw the scene, his blood pressure soared, his face turned red, and he shouted angrily. What on earth was Mingkai thinking? Why didn't he just give him the ultimate move? How could he run away if he just gave it to the big excavator? But what has happened cannot be changed. On the field, EDG's team voice was eerily quiet. With such a large economic lead, but losing the team battle, one can imagine the blow to them. The factory director put on his ancestral Sema face, and he seemed to be regretting his decision to save the ultimate move. It's okay. It's okay. We still have the advantage. Take your time. But Top doesn't want to take things slowly with them. After having the Baron buff, Top immediately started to counterattack. The first tower on the upper, middle and lower roads was quickly removed, followed by the second tower on the upper road and the second tower on the lower road. These fixed assets stored in the bank began to be taken out little by Top. The economic gap between the two sides has also been further narrowed. After Li Hanqing's Rambo came home again, he took out his hat in one breath. In the update to version 6.9, the duration of the dragon buff has been increased from 3 minutes to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Riot's original intention is to give the team with the Baron enough time to end the game. And Top. Then you can use the remaining time of the big dragon buff to carry out the final wave of attacks. Especially when the excavator clicks on Rune Affinity. His buff time can last 15% longer. When all Top members gathered together and came to the second tower in the middle again, all members of EDG feel like they are facing a powerful enemy. In fact, the C-position hero equipment of both sides is already the same. And the remaining gap is mainly between Nozook and Nozook. But enough. Only by hurting can one be killed. If there is no harm, you can only be used as a human punching bag for others. The opponent's double C didn't flash, so you can make a decisive decision. Li Hanqing put his words here, and his teammates immediately understood. See the Top people who are eager to try, Miller exclaimed. Isn't it? Does Top want to take the initiative to force it open? Is this Top? Even though I am at a financial disadvantage, I still dare to take the initiative to drive you away. Facing the minions strengthened by the Baron buff, Syndra couldn't clear them and had to rely on ice. When Han Bing stepped forward to clear the minions, she gave Top a chance to start a group. It was still the Ice Girl who used the walls on both sides to hide her crampons and rush into the crowd. All the W, imprisonment, and ultimate moves were given to Han Bing. When the opponent was backhand, Gao Dui fired the golden body, forced out Kalma's RE. The situation on the court became chaotic again. The two sides immediately struggled into a ball. Li Hanqing saw the right moment. And at the moment when the effect of Karma RE disappeared, his ultimate move fell from the sky. 3 penetrations plus hat provided with a huge AP bonus. And the deceleration effect of the ice staff prevents ice from quickly leaving Rambo's ultimate move. Although he failed to kill Han Bing directly, the remaining blood of Han Bing had lost his combat effectiveness. Syndra isn't much better. Imp stood at the back and activated his ultimate move, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he suffered in the early stage here. The bullets are extremely accurate at every moment. He can always find gaps in chaotic team battles and accurately hit the opponent's back row. 2 for 3. The deaths of Ice Girl and Excavator resulted in the deaths of Syndra, Karma and Echo. It's not a big win, but it's enough to give Top a chance to push the tower. The second tower in the Middle Highland Tower, quickly removed by Top. And after experiencing these two waves, the economies of both sides are completely equal. And there is no gap anymore. 27 minutes of game time. Top, which was lagging behind for a whole round, finally brought the economies of both sides back to the same starting line.
Top! This is Top!
Miller was not afraid of offending EDG fans at this time.
Why Top is liked by everyone? It's because they will never lose the courage to confront you at any time. It's not that it's not good to be stable, but EDG was too stable in this game and missed the opportunity to win. With such a huge advantage in the early stage,
they could obviously play more aggressively, but they chose stability every time. That's right.
Guan Ziyuan nodded in agreement.
If you have an advantage, take the initiative. The longer you delay, the more you give your opponent a chance to breathe. Other LPL teams should really learn from Top's ability to find opportunities in disadvantageous situations. Even if they can't learn this, they should at least learn how they quickly expand their advantage after gaining an advantage without giving the opponent any chance to breathe.
Right. Anyone with eyesight can see it. EDG is gone. The main mentality is gone. From leading the economy by 10,000, now the economy has actually been tied and overtaken. There were ups and downs, and the team members couldn't hold their nerve.
For EDG, the outcome of this game does not matter. The important thing is not to affect your mentality. They have done a perfect job in the early stage of this game. They are only one step away from victory. Keep your mentality stable and reduce mistakes later. Let yourself be more proactive.
Laughing so hard. Popping the champagne at the classic halftime? Where's the awful? Why doesn't the dog bark? Pork awful. Say, what about the brother who wants to live broadcast eating shit? I took a screenshot. Brother Han Chung. You? It's my god. Can this guy make a comeback? A fool compares. A wise man appreciates it. Both teams performed very well. So why fight? They are all LPL teams. Can the legitimate guests get out of the gram? When Top returns home again to update the equipment replenishment status, they will advance together as a team again. This time, both sides have Flash. And the operation of team battles is also greater. But it's still the same sentence. EDG's morale is gone. Mentality is a thing that will really affect the performance of players on the court. It's almost a perfectly developed deft. He actually made a mistake in his positioning and landed directly on Top's face. Candy won't be polite to him. Flash W to push it up. EDG quickly came over to protect. Syndra QE. Centaur's ultimate move. Karma's RE. All of their skills were surrendered. And although they barely managed to save the ice, they also completely lost the chance to fight back. Ice Girl E plus flashes into the crowd. The ultimate move still gives me the ice. And the Ice Mercury can be eliminated instantly. He can dodge Ice Girl's ultimate move, but he can't dodge Rambo's fatal move. Karma has no E, and Ice has no flash. When being slowed down by the Ice Staff, Ice is struggling. He was already in a bad state, but he was burned alive by Rambo's ultimate move. Ice falls. EDG's formation was instantly dispersed, and in order to protect Han Bing, they gave up too many key skills, leaving them completely unable to fight back. And the team battle on the field fell into a one-sided massacre. 20 seconds later, all Top members gathered around EDG's base crystal and worked together to push EDG's base crystal flat. Comeback. 1-0. Top has the upper hand in this battle for the championship and number 1 seed. Chapter 194. The enjoyment is about to begin.
1-0. Congratulations to Top for completing an epic comeback. Their handling of the last few team battles can only be described as picturesque. The perfect cooperation between the 5 people created such a classic comeback.
Miller seemed very excited and his tone was very exciting. This is the most charming thing in the competitive field, which can stimulate the underlying emotions in people's hearts.
My innocence is that team battles are so beautiful.
Wawa kept shaking his head in amazement. He was so excited that he spoke intermittently.
Top really did it. Even if they were tens of thousands behind in economy, they did not give up easily. I'm always looking for opportunities. This epic comeback is the reward for their unremitting persistence and hard work. How can you not be excited when you see such a game?
Guan Ziyuan also started to follow the article excitedly.
This is why everyone likes Top. This is the most perfect interpretation of the esports spirit. And also the most attractive thing about esports.
Never give up. You never know what kind of miracle will happen on the field until the moment the winner is determined.
All the Top fans at the scene have gone completely crazy. I don't know if I thought Top had already won the championship at this time. No way. So excited? The feeling of climbing from the trough of despair to the peak. The feeling of blood boiling. Coupled with the infection of the atmosphere of the scene. Just look around. Everyone is roaring. Venting their excitement. Emotions. Excitement on every face. Lychee? How do you ask them to lychee? Oh my god. Can this TM be translated? I really fell to my knees. Hack. My roommate asked me why I had to kneel down to watch the live broadcast. Because mortals are not worthy of standing and watching when gods fight. This is really outrageous. EDG. What on earth are you doing to gods and demons? Can this also be translated? Why doesn't Piggy stop barking? Didn't you scream fiercely just now? Didn't you pop the champagne at halftime and have a flying dragon right in your face? Gui gui. Is this an early New Year celebration? Thousands of pigs howling? EDG. The B team played really keener Bonchio. With such a huge advantage. They pushed it evenly without thinking. They had to let go and beat the Baron to torture. Scout usually looks fierce. But at the critical moment, he has to be look at Pawn Dad. It's not scary to lose the game. Whoever wins will be embarrassed. Without a Pawn Dad. Who are you? Come here. Go to Shitian to invite Pawn's father. Lift my Pawn father up. And bring Scout, the B company man, and his chair down with me. The barrage is also carnival. Top fans used to feel aggrieved when they fell behind. But now they feel so proud. Confrontations between fan groups are inherently turn-based. Don't talk to me about so many objective reasons. Whoever wins will have the right to speak. On the stage, the top players were also very excited. Candy was so excited that he jumped up from his chair and waved a few times in the air. The others also had exaggerated smiles on their faces and kept talking to the teammates next to them. No way. For top, basically all the games are straight push with a big advantage. And they rarely experience such desperate comebacks at a big disadvantage. Oldly, we actually fell out of love? Candy still found it incredible. During the game, everyone saw the team's disadvantage. Although everyone pretended that nothing was wrong. They just didn't want to convey negative energy to their teammates and affect their mentality. In fact, everyone is murmuring in their hearts. And they may even really think that the first one will suffer. Result? Acting on instinct and actually making a comeback? Look at your potential. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes with disdain. You act like a rookie who has just started playing professionally. Can you learn from me? Show how a mature professional player should behave. He said so. But in fact Li Hansheng's small actions revealed that he was obviously not as relaxed in his heart as he said. As soon as the game ended, he picked up the ice water on the table and took 2 gulps. The refreshing coolness spread all the way down his throat and throughout his body, calming down the restlessness in his heart. Go away! Candy scolded with an elegant and easygoing smile. You were more excited than anyone else just now. Now you are in sage mode and you forcefully fill the cup. Right. On the first day you met this GDX? Gao Dui said casually. I asked him to finish all the words and fill the cup. Loudly, this guy is definitely a scumbag. He doesn't recognize people when he puts on pants. Candy nodded in agreement. Go! 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 Li Hansheng doesn't like to deal with such people. So he can't cooperate well and let himself have a cup. Ashui is better. Sure enough. In the road of cupping, it is perfect to have a supporter like Ashui. Li Hansheng immediately stood up and followed his teammates backstage. On the stage of the finals, there is more time for rest between games. First, it takes more time for the contestants to travel back and forth between the backstage and the stage. Second, the summer finals are held at the same time as the annual Zhou Qingyan. During the break, the official will arrange for the host to interact with the audience and play some small games. For example, lucky viewers will be selected on site to give relevant gifts. And there will also be direct connections to off-site audiences to meet some of the audience's requirements. Give away some precious skins. Even full skins. At this time in S6, the horse server is not so shameless. And there are actually not many lottery activities. Many skins are quite precious and very attractive to players. Black Rhinocero interacts with the audience on the stage. The players return to the backstage under the guidance of the staff. Entering the backstage passage, the pressure on my ears eased slightly. As soon as I walked to the door of the lounge, I saw Guahao and Baiyuya standing at the door, waiting for everyone. Ha! Everyone is doing well! Guahao's hearty laughter rang out, and every team member would be slapped on the shoulder by him when they entered. Maybe he was too excited and acted too lightly. Li Hansheng rubbed the padded shoulder with an exaggerated expression. Brother Hao, are you an undercover agent sent by EDG? It's over. It's over. My arm is injured, and I won't be able to perform properly later. You brat. How can you be so exaggerated? Guahao scolded with a smile. Hee. Brother Hansheng is so strong. The 3 young men watching the game backstage also seemed very excited. They witnessed a wonderful comeback. And they could hear the voice exchanges between the players on the stage in real time while watching the game backstage. The viewing experience was obviously more perfect. And they had an immersive feeling. The illusion of environment.
Jiaqua! Isn't what great?
Zhu Shengbin yelled dissatisfied and stretched out his hand to make signs.
I didn't take was seriously and only used 50% of my strength. Hikue was beaten by me. Yes. Yes.
Ah Shui, who has a very high emotional intelligence, immediately gave him a thumbs up.
My family is invincible in the world. Hey, you Wenba. Since Poo Poo is invincible, won't you never get ahead as his substitute? Do you plan to stay on the bench for the rest of your life?
Li Hansheng deliberately dug a hole for him. This is like the most soul-crushing question a girlfriend can ask. Your mother and I fell into the river. Who do you save first?
Ha ha ha.
Looking at Ah Shui, who looked astonished and didn't know how to answer. Shi Siming gloated and laughed like a pig. But they still underestimated Ah Shui.
There's nothing wrong with Poo Poo being invincible. But people will always get older. And their condition will naturally decline as they get older. The only thing that can defeat Poo Poo is age. Can it be?
Okay.
If I wait for him to get older? Dude, you can wait. Not bad. Not bad.
Gu Shengbin patted his little brother on the shoulder with satisfaction. Obviously very impressed by Ah Shui's compliment. His personality is a bit like a child, and needs to be coaxed by his teammates. But he doesn't have that kind of giant baby personality. He just wants to let his teammates praise him when he plays well. I can win the game and play well. How about a few words of praise?
I am convinced by Yu Wenba's words.
Xiao Tian was indeed convinced. At this time, Bai Yueyao clapped his hands and signaled everyone to come over.
It was my fault in the first game. We didn't find out that EDG actually had such a first-level routine. The successful comeback is the result of everyone's hard work. Although we are 1-0 ahead, we still can't take it lightly. From the first game, we know that EDG is well prepared today. The right to choose the side in the second game is in their hands. We have to prepare in advance.
The right to choose sides has a great impact on MOBA games. This design involves a series of issues such as the tactics of both sides and the lineup system. The BP ideas and logic of the red and blue sides are different. As the blue side has the first choice advantage, it means that it is the first to make a move and belongs to the attacking side. The red side is more like a defensive side in terms of BP logic. After seeing your blue side's moves, it will decide whether to attack you or take defensive measures to avoid the edge.
But the good news is that we won the first game, and the initiative is in our hands.
Even if EDG grabs the red side, they can win the game. Then the final score is no bigger than 3-2. Who said that the winner of today's coin guessing is top?
Welcome everyone back to the live broadcast of the 2016 Summer Finals. Let us congratulate the lucky ones who got the prizes. Those who didn't get the prizes don't have to be discouraged. The competition is not over yet, and everyone still has a chance.
Although Wawa is not good at understanding games, he has been criticized by many players. But in fact, his role as a commentator is not to analyze the game situation to the audience. The position he holds is called field commentator. To put it simply, he is a hot field commentator. The commentator seat must maintain a state of dialogue at all times. But if you just analyze the situation on the field, how can there be so much content for the audience? If I were to break it down and explain the offensive layout of a professional team to you in detail, the audience might not have the patience to listen. Other commentators are responsible for simply analyzing the situation. And the control commentator like Wawa is to deliver the right words to his partner immediately after his partner finishes speaking, and liven up the atmosphere together. The positioning is a bit similar to the praise and crosstalk. In just a few words, he brought everyone's attention from the lottery back to the intense competition.
They say the real results will be seen in the playoffs. But looking at it this way, it's really like a first-level routine from EDG.
It was obviously a deliberate preparation for the finals. And the results were very good. But unfortunately, they fell a little short in the end, and failed to take advantage of their advantage to win the game. I think it's okay. At least they really had an advantage in the early stage.
Miller continued.
They handled it perfectly in the early stage. In the second game, they just need to improve their handling in the middle and late stages. Especially being decisive. After you get the advantage, you must be decisive. Look, let's see what choice EDG will make in the second round. EDG took the initiative to choose the blue side in the second round.
The director quickly cut the camera to the BP scene of both parties.
EDG still banned Jace first. It seems that we won't be able to see the noob Jace until Jace is greatly weakened.
Top's response was to ban Kalma.
Even after being weakened, Karma is still a bit too strong. The main reason is that Karma has both offensive and defensive attributes, making it difficult to target. The bottom lane is definitely the one that EDG attaches most importance to. Band support can affect EDG's bottom lane performance, which actually affects EDG's overall tactical performance. After the first round of confrontation, both sides roughly figured out each other's tactics. If the first game is a test, then the second game will be a game of BP based on the intelligence collected in the first game. Both sides know which heroes can be released and which heroes cannot be released. EDG's second-hand ban candidate is Yen-Kei, while Top's choice is Shin. Both sides are very wary of this kind of hero with the ability to quickly support teammates, and don't want to give it to the other party. In fact, EDG can also play the hero Rockbird. Scout has played Rockbird in the regular season, and the effect is not bad. But the strength and priority of this hero are not high enough for the blue side to grab it. Generally, the hero that the blue side grabs is the core hero of the lineup. Only in this way can the value of the grab be reflected. So whichever lane the blue side grabs basically means which lane is the core of the team. And if there is no ban, then the red side can completely take away the top. Using the rule that the red side can choose two heroes for the first time, use the Rockbird to match a pair of midfielder combinations that are very suitable. The red side has a counter because of the position. In this version with only BP in one round, the later the hero comes out, the higher the tactical status in the team. In the final ban position, EDG gave Jin, while Top gave Tigger. EDG can ban people with this move. Miller couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and praised. They can grab the ice. Top has no countermeasures at all. So far in the playoffs, there are only two shooters with the highest priority in the bottom lane, Ice and Ember. When Jin was banned, EDG's intention to grab the ice was very obvious. Unfortunately, even though Top knew about it, they couldn't ban Jin and pulled EDG to self-destruct. Because, when the shooters with the highest priority in these two versions are gone, EDG can completely grab the Wheel Mother directly, so that it will be difficult for the remaining shooters to fight against the Wheel Mother. Easy? After many versions of weakening, the hero's strength has dropped a lot, and Easy can't beat Wheel Mom in the lane. Without the help of Karma, there is no lane power at all. And in this version where the bottom lane is your destiny, if you take the initiative to give up the lane right, it is equivalent to surrendering before the fight begins. Other traditional big core crit shooters does not match the version. The power of Wheel Mom is that its equipment follows the traditional critical strike route, but it has functionality that traditional core shooters do not have, compared with functional shooters such as Ice and Jin. Because of its critical strike because of the pretense, the carry ability is very strong in the later stage. It's so difficult to choose Top's bottom lane now. Guan Ziyuan also discovered the problem. If they use Wheel Mom to fight, Han Bing will fight Wheel Mom, and Han Bing will have the advantage. A range of 600 yards is enough to overwhelm everything. Really, EDG grabs the ice directly on the first floor in seconds. Death status in the team is clearly revealed. Should Top consider grabbing Brown? Otherwise, it would be a headache for EDG to get the Freljord's bottom lane combination. Ice itself has good wave clearing ability, so it can be paired with Brown, just like Jin can be paired with Troll. But this is a specific combination, and once separated, the effect will be greatly reduced. However, Top did not dismantle EDG's lineup as the commentators imagined. Instead, they locked Ice Girl plus Centaur according to their own ideas. It's okay to grab the middle and jungle first. The cards are still out there. Let's see if EDG wants to consider it. EDG is targeting Braum. Then they locked onto Malzahar. With Braum out of the way, Malzahar was determined to be in the middle. Malzahar? It seems like he is trying to trick Top into giving Mercury. Can't say it's a lie. Playing Malzahar in the middle is the same as playing Scorpion in the jungle position. The suppressive effect of the ultimate move is, you have to use Mercury. At least the core seed position must be used. Otherwise you will be greatly restricted in team battles. Let's see what choices Top will make in the bottom lane. It seems that only Wheel Mom is left. Miller thought for a long time and only had this answer. At least, Wheel Mom has a magic immunity shield that can prevent Han Bing's first move. But Top did not build a lineup according to the commentators' ideas, but instead came up with a combination of Virus plus Tahm Kench. Wow! The doll yelled. What about Virus? This hero seems to be really good. Virus's ultimate move can be seen as a weakened version of Ice's ultimate move. The most important thing is that Virus's landing ability is not inferior to that of Ice. Guan Ziyuan said eloquently. I just don't know that Imp will leave. The crit flow route is still the special effects flow route.
There is no option to poke Virus in the bottom lane of S6. Either a critical hit or a special effect. It has to be said that Top's selection greatly exceeded the expectations of EDG coach Rapid Star. The main reason is that the hero Virus has hardly appeared throughout this year, causing many people to subconsciously forget about him. In fact, combined with the skill mechanism, Virus can also be regarded as a tool shooter. And he can also be used in the later stage. Have certain carry ability.
Tahm Kench is also very beautiful in this hand.
Miller pointed out the key point.
In this way, the threat of Malzahar will be greatly weakened. Top only needs Tahm Kench to make Mercury Ribbons to prevent Malzahar from forcing him away. That's it. Indeed.
Watanabe nodded.
Tom's W protection ability is too buggy.
And I think the top hero pool is too deep. In such a critical game, the side with a deeper hero pool has such an advantage.
EDG still has Weno left, and the Excavator and troops are no longer there. EDG's final choice is Beryl plus Captain.
Captain?
Wawa yelled in disbelief.
EDG is sure to cast a Captain? Captain is not a hero worthy of EDG.
Right.
This hero needs a team to surround him to fight.
Laughing. Is EDG worthy of playing Captain? Just play with your big tree honestly. Isn't EDG a big ancestral tree? If you dare to dig out the Captain in front of my brother Han Sheng, have you never died? You really dare to lock it? The factory director doesn't want to catch him. So if he chooses the Captain, he will simply go to jail. Not everyone can control foreigners. If we're choosing a hero, Mouse didn't ask himself if he was worthy. Keys cost 3 yuan each, and 3 keys cost 10 yuan. Is he worthy? Judging from the current understanding of the game, the Captain is the kind of C-position hero who needs a lot of resources. The main reason is that the Captain in last year's S5 was really strong. But in fact, as professional teams have further deepened their understanding of the game, the positioning of captains has also changed. In the eyes of many professional teams, the Captain has actually dropped from the C position to a tool man. The storage limit of barrels has been weakened, and everyone already knows the Captain's output method. It will be difficult for you to recreate the famous scene of ground fire in team battles. But the Captain's ultimate move is very powerful. Not an exaggeration. In a team battle, the Captain can have no 2 or 3 consecutive barrels at all. As long as he can place his ultimate move well, he can give his teammates the greatest help, especially after the Captain's ultimate move evolves 3 times. The effect is no less than Ornn giving upgrade equipment to his teammates. After all, the Captain has passive additional income, and the economy is very fast. Even if the line is not good, the equipment can be quickly caught up in the midterm. The most typical one is S9's FPX. In the FPX lineup, the Captain is a complete ultimate tool. It doesn't matter if you don't develop well, as long as you can throw the ultimate move well.
It's interesting.
Li Hansheng rubbed his chin.
Hansheng, what are you going to do with the Captain?
Bai Yuya asked proactively.
Bring me Lucian.
Li Hansheng gave his answer without thinking.
Okay.
Under the spotlight, Lucian's avatar appeared on Top's 5L, and it was locked in seconds. There was an uproar at the scene.
Oh my god!
Guan Ziyuan's eyes widened.
What a luck. In the past, Top usually used Lucian to deal with top laner Jace. Is it because Lucian is easy to beat the Captain?
Wawa was also confused.
Theoretically, it's easy to fight, right? Lucian's passive ability to hit the Captain's barrel is very convenient.
Miller thought for a long time before coming up with this point.
Oh, there are also long hands to beat short hands. But since Noob dares to take it out, he has to consider it. We can see the specific effect.
The lineups of both sides were officially determined. EDG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Captain versus Lucian. Jungler, Wine Barrel versus Centaur. Mid lane, Malzahar versus Ice Girl. Bottom lane, Ice plus Brown versus Virus plus Tom.
There is not much difference in the late stage strength of the two lineups.
Miller was analyzing the lineup.
Maybe EDG is better? After all, top seat position hands are not long enough. And the Captain's ultimate move can play a role in team battles. It has a very good restricting effect. But the Captain must first find a way to resist the pressure on the opponent's line. And in the late stage, Virus's output is not weak at all.
Guan Ziyuan nodded in agreement.
Look, EDG mainly depends on how the factory director will make the decision to clear the jungle. Anyway, it is unlikely to go to the middle lane in the early stage. It seems that the only option left is the bottom lane.
Before level 6, Malzahar was the kind of person who wanted control but not control, and wanted damage but not damage. On the top road, as long as Lucian is holding E, The captain is unlikely to save someone first. Only the polar duo in the bottom lane can provide proactive deceleration control, which is enough for the barrels. When he reaches the opponent's face, Brown can move it close to the opponent's face for control. So for Wine Barrel, the bottom lane is his only choice in the early stage. A messy signal sounded throughout Summoner's Canyon, and both sides rushed out of the spring immediately.
Is EDG going to invade?
Miller looked at EDG's movements on the map.
Although they have Brown, the first level group doesn't actually have much advantage.
Right. Braun is the king of the first level team, but several other members of EDG are relatively slim, especially Malzahar. Malzahar at level 1 is basically equivalent to a super soldier. Not even as good as a super soldier. After all, a super soldier is the attack power is not that low. In the end, EDG did not cross the river, but lined up in a straight line, waiting to attack in their own jungle areas. They lost a game first, so they had to play more steadily than top.
Is Scout going to do vision?
Malzahar in the middle relied on the cover provided by his passive, Void Crossing, and boldly ran to the top B camp alone to insert a vision. After all, the function of condoms is to prevent accidental, human life. Scout knows this very well, so he is confident. The ornaments were inserted into the eyes, and the next second, people and horses appeared next to the Sharpbill camp. Obviously Candy is planning to start F6.
The director wants to play Frog Princess alone, and he wants to do it from top to bottom. The only way to cooperate with him is in the bottom lane.
EDG's bottom lane, the doll suddenly exclaimed. The director cuts the camera to the bottom lane. You can see that Han Bing and Brown, who were originally cats in the triangular grass on the lower road, actually crossed the river again and started walking into the top wild area.
Repeat the same trick?
Miller also exclaimed.
Top's bottom lane seems to be completely unaware. This shouldn't be the case. They just suffered a loss in the last round. So why are they not prepared at all?
It can be seen that Han Bing and Braun have arrived at a familiar position again. The two bottom lane duos are still only separated by a wall. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Wild monsters refresh. This time, the two EDG players did not go around the triangular grass below. Instead, go directly to the blue buff campsite, because the wall here is a corner terrain design, which can block the vision. When Braum appeared in the sight of the top-bottom duo, he had already launched his Q Winter's Bite in advance, hitting Virus accurately.
Q is hit. Han Bing and 10,000 arrows are chasing Ping A all the way, and they have to use Braum's passive. Top made a huge mistake.
After Braum hit, Ice immediately followed W. Although Tom backhand Q, Big Tongue Whip, immediately hit Ice and slowed it down. The 600-yard range and the subsequent slowdown made it impossible for Varus to immediately create distance. As Braum's passive, Concussive Blow, effect was activated, Virus was immediately stunned in place. Lu Mao's reaction was very fast, and his weakness was directly used by Han Bing. And then he actively chased Han Bing. The stun time is not long. Virus's backhand is an Evil Arrow Rain. In such a small terrain, Han Bing and Braum have no room to move and twist away. After being hit by the skill, they will be slowed down and suffer the effect of serious injury. The commentators were immediately dumbfounded.
Isn't it right? Why do I feel like EDG can't beat it?
Watanabe couldn't believe it. It was obviously EDG's duo who succeeded in the sneak attack. Braum's Q hit, and Han Bing also cooperated with Brown to create a passive stun. Logically speaking, it should be an absolute advantage. But now that both sides have a lot of health in the bottom lane, Han Bing's advantage seems not to be as great as imagined. On the contrary, as Virus turned around and faced Han Bing with A, Han Bing's blood volume gradually became a little strange. Virus handed over the treatment to increase his blood volume, but Han Bing still refused to do so. It was not that Def didn't want to, but that he had no choice. In addition to the deceleration effect caused by the evil spirit Arrow Rain, standing in the corroded terrain will also cause serious injuries. If you are treated by Ice Cross at this time, you will not be able to enjoy the full effect of the treatment.
Virus flashes to distance himself. Tom's Q creates a passive, cultivating taste, stun. Tom's damage is so high. Ice is very dangerous.
The blood volume was at the bottom. Han Bing quickly handed over the treatment to increase the blood volume. But facing the licking from Tam's huge tongue, the Ice Queen couldn't resist it at all, and her health bar plummeted. Buzz. Han Bing was also forced to use his backhand to flash across the wall to distance himself. If he was licked again, a green grassland would grow on the Barbarian King's head. Bronco was embarrassed when the ice flashed away. In order to chase Virus, Braum was in a deep position. Now that the ice was gone, Tam turned his head and started to lick Braum. The Lord of the River is not averse to meat and vegetables. The Ice Queen can lick it. And so can a muscular rod like Braun. Flash! Flash! Jug! Seeing that Mako was still trying to dodge and run away, Def kept shouting anxiously, signaling for him to dodge and pull away quickly. This is the top jumble area. If the jumblers from both sides come to support at the same time, the wine barrel will have to travel a longer distance. And the men and horses will still be sprinting. Once the men and horses come to support, they will really suffer. Buzz, after being reminded by her partner, Mako did not dare to save her skills. The moment Tom Q took action, she directly dodged to avoid being slowed down. Then he followed Han Bing and fled the wild area in despair.
Did you lose the fight?
Baby never expected that Han Bing plus Braun, such a powerful first-level duo, almost lost the fight during a sneak attack?
It's normal.
Miller seemed to have thought of something.
Now Tom's early damage is too high. In the changes in version 6.12, the passive effect of Tom's ultimate has been moved to passive skills.
After Miller reminded them, everyone reacted. Version 6.12 makes an adjustment to Tom's skills. Originally, Tom had to learn the ultimate skill, Abyssal Sneak, at level 6 before he could deal percentage damage every time he draws A. After the skill change, this effect was transferred to the passive, Cultivating Taste, which means that Tahm Kench now has the ability to level up with percentage damage at level 1. This undoubtedly greatly improved Tom's fighting ability. Tam and Braum are both tough guys with a strong counterattack style. When two tough guys fight against each other, Braum has to admit defeat in the face of Tam.
No wonder Top is not on guard, because they know that they will never lose it all. EDG just stole the chicken and lost the rice, and they were knocked out of 2 flashes. The most important thing is that the Frog Princess has not recovered her health. Virus can eat wild monsters and come back online.
From the ending point of view, the top is Virus losing Flash, and EDG's duo is all losing Flash. And EDG's bottom duo did not eat wild monsters. So Han Bing naturally cannot reach 2 lanes in the first wave level, but Virus can. This will inevitably lead to an invisible disadvantage in the bottom lane. Is this the charm of pilots? I really love it so much. The pilot is getting sick again. Right? Is this EDG's first grab? So if we can't win, why invade? You guys are so embarrassed. It's obviously the pilot who forcibly changed the Flash with the puff to create opportunities for the factory director. This wave. The understanding of this wave of death games is in the atmosphere.
Woohoo! Take off.
Li Hansheng still cut the screen to watch the fierce battle between the 2 sides in the bottom lane. He smiled when he saw the results. The obvious result now is that neither shooter on either side showed up. Han Bing and Virus are the kind of shooters who have no ability to move. If there is no Flash now, it will inevitably cause the attention of both jumblers to be attracted to the bottom lane, especially the factory director. Han Bing is the core of EDG's lineup, with the director's gaming habits and style. It is impossible to tolerate Han Bing's stunted development. EDG is still essentially a team with shooters as its core. This has not changed from the time the team was founded to even when they became world champions in S11. This means that EDG will not have time to focus on the top lane for a long time. Li Hansheng can suppress the captain recklessly on the top lane, find the right angle and shoot Q, penetrating holy light. Although the length has been cut off a lot, Lucian has the blessing of racial talent. Even if the length is weakened, it is still more terrifying than ordinary people. The captain felt his anus tighten slightly after being exposed like this, but there was no chance to fight back. The captain's Q was not as long as Lucian's Q. On length, old white men are not as good as Lucian. MDE Mouse cursed in a low voice. When his bottom lane team lost the battle, he guessed that this would happen. Originally, if Lucian wanted to consume the line, he would have to use Q soldiers to penetrate, which would also cause Lucian's line of soldiers to be unable to be controlled. But now the factory director has no time to worry about getting on the road. Lucian can use skills to consume without restraint. Thinking of this situation, Mouse, who reached level 2, silently chose to upgrade W, Scurvy Treatment, instead of E, Powder Keg. Brothers can't beat you, and barrels can't blow you up. Dude, show off your oranges. What can you do to me? The director originally focused the camera on the jumblers of both sides, thinking that there would definitely be a bloody storm in the bottom lane. But it's actually different than imagined. It seems that neither shooter is flashed, which will definitely attract the attention of the jumbler. But think about it the other way around. Both jumblers knew full well that the other side was squatting in the bottom lane, so no one dared to take the lead. Judging from the bot lane combination of both sides, whoever strikes first will be at a disadvantage. This instead led to a tacit balance in the bottom lane. Don't cause trouble while I'm in the jungle. What a coincidence. I'm in the jungle too. So don't cause trouble. Then let's all develop together? But in this way, Gu Shinmin, who caught the wild monster at the beginning, has a level advantage, and thus has a landing advantage. After Varus learned W with a quiver, his blood consumption ability was greatly enhanced. AE or A shoots Q in seconds, which can steadily detonate the percentage damage of W. In this case of the bottom lane, the factory director will probably have to stay in the bottom lane for a long time. Otherwise, if he leaves, the bottom lane will be overrun. As a hero with 2 lives in the early stage, Tahm Kench is extremely capable of jumping towers. Moreover, there is W, Feast, to improve the fault tolerance rate. EDG simply does not dare to take it lightly. Just when everyone is paying attention to the bottom lane, the director suddenly switched the camera to the road. Just in time to see it, Lucian took the initiative to hand over E, Cold Pursuit, slid forward and released W, Holy Bullet, at the same time. The 2 skills were released at the same time. W accurately hit the captain and marked him. Lucian's subsequent flat A will trigger this effect and gain a huge movement speed bonus. After EW clicks 2 shots, he immediately receives Q, penetrating Holy Light, and clicks 2 shots again. The captain used his E's backhand to place a bucket at his feet, and took the initiative to draw the A to lower the bucket's health to 2 bars. He calculated the time and placed a bucket at Lucian's feet, trying to use 2 consecutive barrels to prevent Lucian's follow-up pursuit. But the moment Captain Q, gunfire negotiation, took action, Lucian was the first to knock off the barrel, and then continued to pursue. Without the barrel, the captain could not get close to Lucian, so he could only be chased by Lucian all the way to the defense tower. Then, hand over W, and show off a mouthful of orange. Guan Ziyuan said immediately. It is said that captains are divided into 3 levels. Rookie captains play with guns, master captains play with barrels, and top captains play with knives. So the question is, which captain shows off his oranges? This 4-combination single pressure. Ayu has to give a thumbs up when he comes. Then it must be that the captain of our cancer segment can only show off oranges. Do you understand, Mouse? This is letting us see that the captain actually has a hidden level. No guns, barrels, or knives are as good as my orange flaunting captain. If nothing else, Mouse's comedy effect is really good. Ha ha ha. Why did I suddenly feel that the idiom brother is quite interesting? These little words and sentences really come out as soon as I open my mouth. Brother Han Shan will let them know what cruelty is. Mouse is in pain. He wanted to shout loudly for help. Where are your teammates? Where are your teammates? Help me. But the reality is cruel. EDG's top laner does not deserve to have a position in the team, but only deserves to have a junior position in the team. Can't beat it? Find ways to cope with stress yourself. Our factory must concentrate on raising the bot and daddy. Complain? Before you complain, think carefully. Why is the factory manager unwilling to support you? Everyone knows the principle of passing the ball to the strongest person on the field. If I don't pass the ball to you, I can only blame you for not being strong enough. Chapter 195. No one understands top laner Lucien better than me. Although his top laner didn't speak, but the factory director already felt a substantial gaze staying on him. With a casual glance from the corner of his eye, he could see that the captain's condition had become very unhealthy. Cannot see. Definitely not visible. The factory director wanted to slap himself. What are you doing? Even though the big daddy in the bottom lane hasn't taken care of him yet, he still has extra thoughts to pay attention to the top lane. Damn it! But how to open a gap from the bottom lane? He has never been able to win a 2v2 with a sneak attack in the bottom lane before, which means that he will go to the bottom lane to gank. Once he is counter-crouched by the troops, in a 3v3 fight, they would most likely not be able to defeat them. After all, Tom has 2 lives, and W can protect his teammates. To put it bluntly, with Tahm Kench here, it is simply unrealistic for EDG to rely on instant firepower to kill a top player. When playing the bottom lane with Tahm Kench, Tahm Kench is usually killed first. But how to kill? Where does the damage come from to kill Tahm Kench's 2 lives? Deft. There. The director used half-baked Chinese English to communicate with Deft, and immediately sent several signals in succession to the jungle area in the lower half of the map and the high ground tower on the top road. Instruct him to throw Eagle Strikes the Sky in this direction to detect his vision. Fortunately, after Deft came to LPL, he also learned Chinese English and was able to understand what the factory director meant. Han Bing from the Source Project immediately launched a drone across the entire map and flew towards Top's upper Rhode Highland Tower. The factory director had a panoramic view of the visual information along the way. From the start, it can be known that the centaur and the horse are wild monsters that start from the upper half of the area. So the refresh time of the second group of wild monsters for the two people is basically the same. So, Candy's men should now be dealing with the second group of monsters in the top half. This is an opportunity. He can skip the jungle and go to the bottom lane to grab a wave of rhythm. At most, the troops will counterattack his upper half jungle area, but he can catch the bottom lane of top. When the time comes, he can call Mako to accompany him to top. In the lower half of the wild area, use the numerical advantage to forcefully kill the wild monsters in the top lower half. There is a deeper calculation. That is to change the refresh frequency of wild monsters in the jungle. Once it is carried out according to the director's plan, then both top and EDG's wild area refresh order will be completely disrupted. By the time of the third group of wild monsters, after the troops have finished brushing the wild monsters in the upper half of their area, they will face the situation of having no wild monsters to brush in the lower half. This means that there is a high probability that the troops will not come to the bottom lane when the time comes. Junglers in professional competitions know that the rhythm of professional competitions is different from that of rank. The decrease in the frequency of online blood exchanges means that the success rate of ganks decreases. Therefore, we basically give priority to farming, and then consider ganking. Mature professional junglers will basically plan their own jungle route at the beginning. They can use the jungle route planning to ensure that they can gank along the way, while giving priority to the wild monsters. In this game, both sides attach great importance to the bottom lane. So the jungle planning of both sides at the beginning is from top to bottom, so that they can finish the wild monsters and move to the bottom lane. The factory director tried to use this method to forcefully change the spawning rules of wild monsters in both wild areas. In this way, the troops are driven to the upper half of the map, so that he can launch various gank attempts around the lower half. It doesn't have to be successful. You just need to let top's bottom lane know that the troops can't come, and you are always watching the bottom lane, which can invisibly put huge pressure on top's bottom lane. It seems like there is something that you have forgotten? Oh! If the troops are driven into the upper half, they will also be under tremendous pressure on the road. But things like top order have never been within the scope of the factory director's consideration. He is only responsible for the seed position of the middle and lower lanes. Moreover, EDG's understanding of this single captain is very similar to S9's FPX understanding, and it is used as a pure ultimate tool. This inspiration came from the LCK Summer Finals that ended not long ago. Smeb's captain used his ultimate move to grab KT's must-win Baron, helping Rockstager finally reverse course and successfully win the LCK Summer Split Championship. EDG naturally does not expect the captain to use his ultimate move to seize the dragon, because the luck factor is too high. Instead, they discover that captain, the B hero, has a very strong ultimate move, and it can be used to support other lanes in the early stage. Although the effect is not as direct as Shin, it is released in the whole map, and at least it can cause some damage and slow down to save people. Right? A tool man must have the attitude of a tool man and be honest enough to go on the road and withstand pressure. If that doesn't work, in the midterm, you can quickly make up for your growth by split pushing from the wing and relying on passive extra bounties. T&I, where is the vision in the bot lane on the opposite side? I'll come directly. The factory director opened his mouth to communicate with his bot lane. On the road to capture, the factory director is always so decisive. Not at all like a submissive person in a team battle. After all, Chi Zhang's DNA only has the gene for grabbing the bottom lane, and the gene for starting a team is not included in his DNA. So it is natural that his instinct cannot be triggered in team battles. There are no eyes in the triangular grass. There may be some in the river, but the other side is pressing the line. You can come directly. We will be responsible for keeping people. Mako responded quickly. Okay. The factory director came out of the house and went straight down the road. Such obvious behavior also attracted the attention of the commentators. Miller shouted in disbelief. The factory director did not go to the upper half to farm jungle, but came to the bottom lane. Are you trying to capture him by force? It's hard to catch top's bottom lane. Right. Guanzi Yuan frowned. After all, Virus is protected by Tom. Then let's kill Tam first. What a big deal. Wada chuckled. I feel like even the audience knows that killing Tam should be the priority. When they came to the triangular grass on the lower road, It turned out that neither Virus nor Team U had realized the danger. Top doesn't have full map control here. So how could they know that the factory director would rather not farm monsters, but come to the bottom lane to gank? The information conveyed by Candy made people in the top 3 lanes feel that the wine barrel is in the upper half of the jungle at the moment. Can they relax their vigilance when they are far away in the bottom lane? The only thing that makes Varus inferior to Ice is that it lacks the detection vision skills with extremely high strategic value such as Eagle strikes the sky. Gotta go. The factory director walked out of the grass and rushed towards the line. The ice on the line has already come to the side of the army line. The current version of Ice's W has not been weakened. There is no need to increase the fan range with levels. Even if you only click one level, you can have the largest fan judgment range. Thousands of arrows fired. Ice arrows with a slowing effect are shot out in a fan shape and hit both Varus and Tom. Imp and Lameo didn't take it seriously at first, purely thinking that the other was consuming. Virus unceremoniously used Evil Spirit Arrow Rain with his backhand to consume. But when I saw Han Bing and Braun trying to cross the line to pursue them, I felt something was wrong. Until the fat figure of the barrel appeared in the direction of the river. Before approaching, the barrel had already used W, Drunken Fury, to strengthen his next move, perform basic attacks, and obtain percentage damage reduction effect. Tom used his Q to slow down, but the director nimbly dodged it. Which target should EDG focus on? Having been partners for nearly a year, Lu Mao and Gu Shengmin already have a certain tacit understanding with each other. The two people's positions are very particular. Even when pressing forward, it is ensured that Varus is in front, with Tom standing slightly beside Varus. It doesn't matter if Varus is charged or focused. Tom Kench can protect him in the bottom lane with just a W anyway. When they saw the barrel, both of them immediately turned around and ran away. Varus also deliberately blocked his body in front of the barrel, not giving the barrel Etam a chance. At this time, Imp hopes that everyone in EDG will give him skills, so that Tom Kench can run with him. Meat, egg, onion and chicken. The wine barrel pushed forward with its fat belly. Imp's positioning is very good, perfectly blocking the factory director's first move. E-Flash. The factory director's E-Flash is very accurate. The moment the wine barrel was about to touch Varus, his whole body instantly turned into a golden light and passed through Varus. Duong suddenly hit Tam. Braum immediately jumped to the barrel with W, stand up, and hit Tom with A. But Q, Winter's Bite, was thrown towards Varus. Let's go! Sell me! Sell me! Lu Mao was quite decisive. W, eating, first swallowed Varus into his stomach, and then vomited him behind him, helping him complete a small movement. Braum's passive effect has taken effect, and Tam is stunned in place. Tam's body is indeed solid. When the thick gray shield is activated, it is almost 2 tubes of blood. It's not like Green Hair didn't try to escape in a flash, but he thought about it and kept this flash. There is no Aura Cloak in the talent system of S6, and there is no short-term acceleration effect after flashing, and the Ice's deceleration is enough to chase him to death. After all, they are still too far away from their own defense tower. First blood. Tam is killed. Beautiful. The factory director is really ruthless in grabbing the bottom lane. The doll praised loudly. You can criticize the factory director for being cowardly, or you can criticize him for liking to protect KDA. But there is one thing you cannot criticize, and that is his ability to capture the bottom lane. Just like Uzi, you can criticize his mentality, but there is no need to criticize his gaming skills and strength. MD, if the director is so aggressive, you don't plan to play games on the road, right? Candy found it difficult for Sisterly, and he chose to get into the upper half of EDG's jungle without hesitation. Mouse seemed to have sensed the danger in advance and left the defensive tower in advance, hanging in the closed grass. He felt bad, but due to his position as the younger brother in the team, he must bear this result. Li Hansheng took advantage of the situation and sent the accumulated troops into the defense tower. The mouse did not dare to come to the tower to take troops, which led to a very serious situation. The accumulated troops are pushed into the defense tower, unless the person defending under the tower has the ability to clear troops quickly. If they just use the damage of the defense tower to make up for it, a pushback line will soon form. Mouse naturally understands such a simple principle of military lines, but he is powerless. If you watch his game from the mouse's first-person perspective, you will know how helpless he is. The team's vision resources in the early stage are not many, and they are basically concentrated in the bottom lane. EDG is in the upper half of the map, and there is no eye position. Looking at the mini-map from the perspective of the mouse, The entire upper half is completely dark. You won't have to squat on me for a minute. Right. Mouse then returned to the first tower. But Li Hanxing had already controlled the army line a little bit in front of the first tower on the red side. Seeing this dangerous military line, Mouse knew that he had to go up and gain experience. He leaned against the wall and got into the grass on the line, trying to get as far as possible to catch the wave of soldiers. It was fine at first. Although you can't replenish troops, you can still gain experience. It's so miserable on the road. The commentators could only use such a simple sentence to summarize the sadness Mouse was facing at this moment. Li Hanxing's line control skills are very good, and he will always maintain this position. Mouse squatted in the grass on the middle line to block distance and gain experience. However, Lucian suddenly moved forward and crossed the military line, making Mouse's heart tighten. Could it be that he had discovered himself? But then Mouse felt relieved, because Lucian was heading towards the river, apparently wanting to improve his field of vision. Just when Mouse relaxed his vigilance and thought about using his ultimate to quickly clear troops and reset the army line after reaching level 6, Lucian, who went to the river to take a look, suddenly killed a wave of carbine. Cole Pursuit moves forward, and at the same time Warm Bullet is released in the opposite direction, instantly killing 2 minions with residual health. Reached level 6 with a flash of golden light. Mouse's eyes suddenly widened, because Lucian has already taken action. The displacement of E narrowed the distance between them. In fact, Li Hanxing did not arrange the field of view in the river, but kept the ornament eyes, and then directly inserted the ornament eyes into the grass in the middle. Why was he so sure that the captain was inside? Very simple. When Candy came to the game before, he helped Li Hanxing let go of the bushes online to prevent the mouse from sniffing out experience in the bushes. Li Hanxing actually saw the mouse walking into the grass early in the morning, but he pretended not to know. The purpose was to paralyze the mouse, use the mouse to make up for the soldiers, and be anxious to gain experience, waiting for a time when the 6th card is stuck. By Yubu, the 2 bullets of the passive, Holy Light Silver Bullet, are fired. Before the 2nd bullet is fired, immediately use Q, Penetrating Holy Light, to cancel the normal attack back swing, and then take 2 more shots. Noob's consciousness is so terrifying. Mouse is in danger. Can he escape smoothly? Li Hanxing's sudden attack caused Mouse's blood volume to drop significantly. The minimap of League of Legends seems to be a square, but in fact there are many outside areas on the edge of the map, such as the online grass in the upper half of the area. If you keep staring here at the beginning, you can even see the dragon spreading its wings from the outside, animation of flying into the canyon, at the edge of the upper and lower roads. The wall actually has a certain arc. Li Hanxing pursued in a straight line, but Mouse had to take an arc to escape, and the escape distance increased invisibly. Scurvy treatment, first dazzled with a mouthful of oranges, and then put down a bucket and advance on the only way to escape. Mouse is still struggling. After Ping A ran a short distance against Lucian, he calculated the right time and tried to turn around and slow down Lucian with 2 consecutive barrels. Before his Q, gunfire judgment, could be made, Lucian's flat A was the first to click the barrel. Oh my god! Noob has such good control over the timing of the captain's barrel losing health. Mouse must flash now. Level A and skills all have hand-raising movements and trajectories, and it is impossible to achieve true instantaneous damage judgment. Even Rise's W, Rune Imprisonment, has a short hand-raising movement. The captain's barrel has an automatic blood loss mechanism. A powerful captain will be stuck at a certain point in time. There are still 2 bars of blood left in the barrel, and the blood is about to be automatically drained. At the moment, draw A or use a skill to detonate the barrel. From the visual effect, it is like taking action when the bucket still has 2 bars of health, but it can detonate the bucket. In fact, the delay in damage determination is used to allow the barrel to automatically drop health to 1 level first, and then be detonated by its own damage. Same reason. If you want to use the captain's bucket, it's best to have 2 health blocks. Li Hanxing did this perfectly. Hack! Are you going to be so exaggerated? Mouse was completely desperate. He could only be forced to flash. But Li Hanxing had been holding on to his ultimate move, Baptism of the Holy Spear, waiting for this moment. At close range, and close to the body, Lucian raised his guns and started clicking. Shoot silver bullets. Although there is no acceleration effect provided by W, Lucian can always keep up with the captain's pace as the captain twists left and right, and every bullet he fires hits the captain accurately. To complete such an operation, in addition to having extremely fast reactions, you also need to have exaggerated hand speed. You must click on the floor around the character frequently like Uzi, And always keep the mouse at a physical distance from yourself. Cumbersome operations bring about an increase in the upper limit of operations. Why using moves so exaggeratedly has to do with the high frequency of clicking the mouse left and right. What a coincidence. This move can also be accomplished with Li Hanqing's current system attributes. The damage of Lucian's ultimate move is very terrifying. The damage of a fully loaded ultimate move at level 6 is enough to kill a squishy tank. Even a solid tank like Dashu and Thane can't survive a full-charged ultimate move from Lucian at level 6. Single kill! Noob, who has been silent for a long time, completed a single kill through a wave of wonderful operations. The doll shouted excitedly. Noob is going to be invincible this time. The top fans at the scene were very considerate and screamed and cheered, even covering up the voices of the commentators at one point. The barrages in the live broadcast room are also scrolling crazily. Director, you are truly worthy of being the one. Do you really not care whether you live or die on the road? 2 minutes. Mouse didn't touch the line of soldiers for 2 full minutes. Brother, this time can be extended a little bit, because he is dead now. What if this is the top lane Cliff in the pub game? Does the stupid jungler know how to play the game? The inexplicable advantage is that I feel sorry for Mouse. This is the position of EDG's top laner in the team. The moment my brother Han Sheng took out Lucian, I knew that this was going to be fun. So strong! Loudly! Candy began to praise immediately. It's just so-so, Li Hanqing said with a smile. Basic operations. Basic operations. Everyone should stay calm. Hey, it's not too much to give me 1/3 of the credit for this kill. Right. I'll go up there and help you push him back. And also help you with your vision. Candy also had a smile on his face. The imp in the bottom lane was unhappy. According to this, it's not too much to give half of the credit to the bottom lane. It was us who attracted the wine barrel to change the jungler Lucian and turn the opposing top laner into an orphan. Li Hanqing frowned and realized that things were not simple. According to this statement, the credit for co-authoring this wave of solo kills belongs entirely to his teammates. And he has nothing to do with him. Can you still let people pretend to be awesome? But before he had a chance to refute, the midfielders of both sides had a fierce confrontation in the middle. After Malzahar reached level 6 and had the ultimate move, Grapple of Hades, the director made up his mind to cooperate with him to gnaw a wave of ice maidens in the middle. Seizing the moment when the ice girl stepped forward to throw Q to consume, Scout decisively moved forward. Use the passive, Void Crossing, cover to offset the damage and slow down effect of Ice Girl Q. Cross Q, Void Summoning, at the extreme distance. And Void Portals appear on both sides of the Ice Girl. Void energy overflows from it, making the Ice Girl fall into a silent state and unable to hand over any skills. After using E, Evil Star Fantasy, and W, Void Swarm, he flashed forward and gave Ice Girl his ultimate move. Scout's perfect first move. The wine barrel is here too. The wine barrel lurking in the grass drinks while hitting the line. The 2.5 seconds of suppression time is enough for the wine barrel to close in. The factory director is very experienced, and did not hand over E rashly to avoid control conflicts. EDG's midfielders' instant burst ability is not very high, so they have to find ways to extend the control chain to increase their output time. Otherwise, if Ice Girl E+ escapes in a flash, they may not be able to catch up. But right now, in the grass of the river near the road, the troops with Sprint and E, Shadow Charge, activated quickly approached Malzahar. When Malzahar activates his ultimate move, he controls others while also controlling himself. Without the protection of a condom, Malzahar was exposed in front of the troops. Control him. Don't let him kick me, Scout reminded loudly. The wine barrel backhanded R, exploding wine barrel, in an attempt to blow away Malzahar. But the ultimate move of the wine barrel has a forward motion of taking something out of the arms and throwing it out. The foot of the centaur has already kicked out, kicking Malzahar away. And because the centaur will also move a certain distance along with it, not only did wine barrel's ultimate move fail to blow the man away, it actually blew him right next to Malzahar. Malzahar was kicked away, and the Ice Girl was finally free. Freeze it! She backhanded R to Malzahar and froze him in place. The centaur launched her ultimate move and rushed towards Malzahar mercilessly. Ice Girl also continued to deal thunder damage with equal A. It's broken. EDG doesn't seem to be doing enough damage, Miller shouted anxiously. The factory director seems to have noticed this as well. In a short time, he made a decision. It's still that chicken with meat, eggs and onions. But it didn't hit forward, but backward. Farewell. Slip away. Scout could only stand there and wait to die. This, Guan Ziyuan was speechless for a long time and seemed speechless. There was nothing wrong with the factory director's judgment, but he sold so decisively that he turned around and left without hesitation, recalling his habit of protecting KDA. Cough, cough, cough. Why is it so comedic? This is our factory. The wine barrel can be reused after the barrel is thrown away. Run so fast. After all, EDG will never be destroyed. Laughing to death. Is this my escapability from Clint Dance? I prayed for Scout's psychological shadow at this moment. The arrest failed, but he was squatted instead. So forget it. Malzahar flashed and handed over all his ultimate moves. And Wine Barrel also handed over his ultimate moves. The completion of these two key ultimate moves means that EDG's subsequent rhythm will be affected. Although Malzahar is not a full map support mid laner, he is no different from heroes such as Card, Shin, and Rockbird. This hero relies on his ultimate move to make his debut. Whether the first ultimate move is released well, whether he can get kills, and even more team support often determines Malzahar's performance in this round. The cooling time of 140 seconds is nearly 2.5 minutes. In these 2.5 minutes, Malzahar is almost a useless person. In a corner where no one is paying attention, Mouse is still suffering on the road. He originally wanted to quickly clear troops and reset the troops when TP came online. But Li Hansheng also handed over TP to protect troops, which meant that the Mouse retreated quickly enough. Otherwise Li Hansheng, who had already made the Bilgewater Scimitar, would not be polite to him. With the active deceleration effect of the Bilgewater Scimitar, Lucian's operating space for single kills will increase a lot. The commentators didn't pay attention, but the director noticed and switched the camera to the top road. At this time, Miller, who observed carefully, finally discovered something was wrong. It's not right. How come the captain's last hit is always 18? Miller shouted in disbelief. It's normal, Guan Ziyuan explained at the side. Noob himself played fiercely and kept pressing at the beginning. Then at the beginning of 4 minutes, Candy came to the top lane and forced Mouse back. From then on, the top lane troops where it was blown to pieces, and the Mouse never touched the soldiers again, and could only huddle back and listen to the experience. Isn't this too tragic? The captain is only at level 5, and he can't recruit all the troops. The doll kept shaking his head, who couldn't stand a moment of silence for Mouse after seeing this scene. At this time, the game time has reached 7.5 minutes, and Li Hansheng's last hit has approached 70 knives. This is no longer a double pressure, but a 3 times or even 4 times pressure. Fortunately, despite repeated pulls by Mouse, he reached level 6 with his experience. He immediately chose to activate his ultimate move without hesitation in an attempt to forcefully clear the top lane. What I didn't expect was that the red soldier was blown away, and Li Hansheng was physically stuck in the line. He repeatedly went in and out of the grass to draw out the enemy's hatred, and managed to keep the line in place. And he has surrendered his ultimate move. The CD of the captain's first level ultimate move is longer than that of Malzahar. His nightmare will continue. No! EDG really don't want to consider helping the captain? Wawa frowned. Not to mention raising a monster on the road. Can a captain with this kind of development really just be a tool who throws ultimate moves? No. 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 Guan Ziyuan shook his head and spoke more sharply. If you can't replenish troops, you can't accumulate silver snake coins. If the captain's ultimate move is not upgraded, the effect will be very poor. At least one must be upgraded first. Fire at will bar? 2 men also have requirements, and it is a luxury for captains nowadays to want to be a 2-man. Until 9 minutes, Li Hansheng took the initiative to push the troops over. Mouse didn't even have time to be happy when his teammates reminded him that the ice girl in the middle had disappeared. He just wanted to run away. The ice girl had already rushed out from behind the tower, directly blocking his way back. Captain Xianjuzi can release the ice girl's control, but he can't avoid the pursuit of Lucian's terrifying explosion. The troops indeed entered the tower, but the captain was killed under the tower again. EDG counterattacked. The factory director still made up his mind to operate from the bottom. Ice, which already had the ultimate move, shot directly at Virus. And Tom immediately used W to protect his ADC. And after seeing the wine barrel, Tom didn't use many BBs, and just flashed back with Virus. But Wine Barrel's ultimate move had already turned for the better at this time. Meat, egg, onion and chicken. He flashes into Tom, then draws A and then R. The barrel of S6 has not been weakened yet. After he knocks the enemy away, he can steal a draw A and then follow up with the big move. Fortunately, Tam reacted in time and vomited out Virus 1 step ahead. Virus also didn't use his skills and handed over Flash. The barrel blew him further away. But Tam himself couldn't escape. Tam is killed again. And Virus was not much better. Although he was not killed. How could he dare to grow under the tower when faced with 3 people who were eyeing his head? They could only be forced to retreat. In terms of head count, EDG is actually very close. And the gap between Top and EDG is not too big. But here's the problem. A clear hole has appeared on the field. Hit the road this way. Li Hansheng, who had 2 heads and made up $104 in 11 minutes, had already taken out the blade of the Ruined King, one of the core equipment. And the captain's replenishment is no longer the embarrassing $19 at the beginning, but has now exceeded the threshold of $30. As the base increases, it is unrealistic to maintain a 3-4x CS difference. But, can Li Hansheng make him develop? He was not in control of the line. So he pushed the line directly into the defense tower, facing the full-blooded captain, who was retracting the line under the tower. Li Hansheng chose to take action without hesitation. E.W.Q. When it is broken down into small pieces, it is actually not very cost-effective. But once it is made into a complete outfit, its combat effectiveness can be substantially improved. Lucian has the passive, Holy Light Bullet effect, which can frequently trigger the special effects of destruction. Moreover, Li Hansheng and Lucian's skills were very good, and he didn't waste any time. Every time he fired the first bullet, he would move on to the next skill. A wave of terror erupted that was no less than that of an assassin, forcing the captain to flash out. The active effect of dilapidation is released. The damage is secondary. The most important is the effect of slowing down the captain and accelerating itself. Baptism of the Holy Spear begins. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The captain was killed under the defense tower in such an understatement, while Lucian only lost 1/3 of his health while resisting the tower, and then calmly evacuated. Sure enough, the disadvantage of the top lane is too great. The captain can't even take troops from the tower. Miller kept shaking his head. There is something wrong with EDG's strategy. They can't completely give up on the top lane like this. When facing other teams EDG, you can use this method. I bet you can't kill me in singles. But Top is different. With players like Nu, once Nu develops, he can really kill you with a single blast through his own operations. The resurrected captain no longer dared to go on the road, so he could only let Lucian demolish the first tower on the road and get the bounty of the First Blood Tower. Li Hansheng's economic snowball expands further. The factory director originally wanted to go on the road to find some opportunities, but every time he met Li Hansheng in the wild area, and even the split point was killed by Li Hansheng at one point, which made him hesitant to approach the upper half. Li Hansheng, who started the all-capture mode in the jungle, once again refreshed everyone's understanding of the concept of replenishment and development. In the first 14 or 15 minutes, Li Hansheng's last hit seemed to be normal. Just follow the game time. The ADCs on both sides are actually pretty much the same. But 16 minutes and 17 minutes seem to be a watershed, especially after 17 minutes. Li Hansheng's last hit count became increasingly confusing. At 17.5 minutes, Li Hansheng's last hit exceeded 200 knives, and the display showed 202 knives. And now he came home. Directly update a round of equipment. Cloth armor shoes. Dilapidated plus black cut. To know. At this time, the C positions of both sides have just made one set. Han Bing just had attack speed shoes plus endless plus 2 short swords. Virus was constantly being targeted, and he barely managed to make cloth armor shoes plus destruction. Li Hansheng was ahead of the pack by a big margin, and Li Hansheng's level has also reached the highest level in the game. Level 13, which is one level ahead of both sides mid laners, who are only level 12. Such a terrifying growth rate made everyone stunned, and didn't know how to describe it. Gui Gui. Is this the growth speed of Brother Hansheng? Love it. Love it. I'm just wondering, where did Brother Hansheng's sword come from? The number of last hits from the junglers on both sides is not that small. Right? 18-minute 2-piece set. EDG just ordered it. Right? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. For me, who is in the silver tier. This is just like being in a science fiction movie. I would die laughing if I could have $100 at this time. After EDG saw Lucian online, they kept sending signals wildly. See Lucian growing like this. Mouse looked helpless, and his teammates couldn't blame him, especially the factory director. Isn't the reason why such a situation occurred on the top lane was caused by his desperate decision to capture the bottom lane? Grow up. Lucian is a squishy shooter after all. No matter how much money you have, you can still find opportunities to defeat him. The factory director could only comfort his teammates in this way. That makes sense. This is also the reason why the upper limit of the 4 guarantee win strategy is not high. Because the shooter is the only one among the 5 positions that does not improve self-protection ability. In the past, shooters could be both physical and output. But this would lead to a game where both sides were mindless and delayed in the late stages, competing to see who was the stronger shooter. Riot has been weakened and targeted through multiple versions. The shooter has long lost his early style. Now you can only take the wrong approach. If you want to get enough damage, then use all your economy to buy output equipment. This also leads to the shooter's body is very fragile, and the equipment cannot bring about improvements in resistance and health. He can only rely on the increase in basic attributes brought by level upgrading. So, even a shooter with a 6P suit may be killed by a 2 to 3P suit of warriors and assassins if he doesn't operate it properly.
Scout, come with me to catch a wave.
The factory director took the initiative.
Okay.
The factory director immediately went on the road, while Scout went home early to prepare for TP. The factory director who came to the wild area used scanning and real eyes to make sure that he had not been discovered. And after achieving a perfect escape, he put down a vision and let Malzahar TP over. When Li Hanxing discovered it, EDG has already surrounded him one after another.
Up! Up! Up!
The factory director shouted. The wine barrel and Malzahar were approaching Li Hanxing, and the captain also tried to interfere with the 2 barrels. Li Hanxing keenly caught the moment when the captain stepped forward. E starts and rushes towards the captain. E clicks, W clicks, Q clicks. A set of damage is dealt out. Even if the captain has made cloth armor shoes, the damage is too much for him to bear, and he immediately becomes residual health.
What the hell? What kind of harm is this?
Mouse quickly flashed and ran back. Malzahar and the barrel were already approaching quickly, and Scout was still hesitant to flash her Lucian. After all, the damage from him and the barrel was not enough, and he needed the captain to help provide damage. But the next second, EDG's top, middle and jungler all looked stunned. Lucian, who had just handed over the E skill, used the E skill again and slid forward to catch up with the captain. He fired 2 shots, further reducing the captain's health.
Shiba!
Scout, who is proficient in Chinese, couldn't help but use his native language in this situation. Flash forward and fire the ultimate move. Lucian, on the other hand, caught up with the captain with the double acceleration provided by W and Black Cut, and launched a fatal basic attack before being suppressed. Kill the captain!
Oh my god! Lucian's E is so good so fast? I don't know, but I thought Noob was playing with unlimited firepower here.
Wawa was obviously surprised by this scene on the field.
Seamless double E?
Miller, who knew a little bit, made a rough calculation and then said with certainty,
it's seamless double E.
Lucian's E, Cold Pursuit, has an additional effect. That is, when Lucian triggers the passive, Holy Light Silver Bullet, each attack will reduce the CD of E by 1 second, and Lucian's E can fire 2 shots, which is regarded as reducing the CD by 2 seconds when attacking. The effect is doubled when using a heroic unit. That is to say, passively hitting the hero can reduce the CD by 4 seconds. Lucian, who is already level 13, has already learned level 5E. The cooldown time is 14 seconds. Black Cut provides a 20% cooldown reduction, counting the 10% provided by the runes. That is a 30% cooldown reduction. At this time, the panel cooling time of Li Hanxing's E skill is less than 10 seconds. The set of E, dot, W, dot, and Q dot he just made has actually refreshed the second E.
But the damage is still wrong. Right.
Guanzi Yuan shook his head.
Is the damage of Black Cut plus destruction that high?
E points, W points, Q points. E has no damage. W damage is negligible. Q damage is very high, which is equivalent to Lucian using a Q plus 9 basic attack to kill the captain. This captain has cloth armor shoes. Even if the basic attack can trigger the special effect of destruction, it won't be like this. Right? After all, whether it is dilapidated or Black Cut as a special effect equipment, the panel attack power bonus given is not very high. This involves the commentator's knowledge blind spots. But the professional players on the field know it very well, because of the linkage effect of the 2 pieces of equipment. Black Cut and Destruction. Just like Ice Staff plus Big Mask. 3 items plus Bloody Hand. The linkage between Ruin and Black Cut is what makes Lucian transform from crit style to special effect style. The effect of Black Cut is, causing physical damage to the enemy hero will apply a layer of cutting. Each layer of cutting can obtain 5% of the armor piercing effect. as 6 Black Cut has not been weakened. And it can be stacked 6 times in total. That is get 30% penetration effect. The reason why Black Cut and Destruction are linked is because of the passive effect of Destruction. Every time you attack, you will cause physical damage that is a percentage of the enemy's maximum health. This physical damage can trigger Black Cut's passive. What is this concept? That is, after a normal hero makes a broken or Black Cut, a flat A can directly stack 2 layers of Black Cut cutting buffs. And because of Lucian's passive existence, Lucian can fire 2 shots passively, and both shots can trigger the Destruction effect, which is actually equivalent to causing 4 physical damage to the enemy, which is 4 layers of Black Cut buff instantly. He clicks W, and the first basic attack after releasing W has already accumulated 6 layers of Black Cut effect, gaining 30% armor penetration. This is equivalent to the subsequent 6 basic attacks, and Q skills all enjoying the full armor piercing effect. The captain himself has poor development and low level, so it is normal behavior for him to be killed instantly. It's over. The factory director was completely desperate. In their impatience, they miscalculated Lucian's CDE and damage capabilities. Now that the captain is dead, a meat-filled wine barrel and a Malzahar will kill Lucian with full health on his head? Really? The two of them have completed a set of skills. Lucian still has 40% of his health, which is enough. Beryl and Malzahar simply do not have the ability to perform subsequent output. On the contrary, Li Hanxing has already waited for the CD of the second set of skills. With a backhand draw, he first breaks Malzahar's cover, and then takes the initiative to extract movement speed. He directly connects A to Q, penetrating Holy Light, and shoots 2 shots quickly. Then activates the ultimate move, Baptism of the Holy Spear. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Malzahar, who had no flash and was extremely heavy, couldn't dodge at all. The wine barrel could only come to block the bullets with his body. But the factory director couldn't handle the problem. The Holy Lance Ranger's ultimate move is physical damage, which means it can trigger the Black Cut effect. The factory director has developed well, but now he only has a pair of cloth-armored shoes, an enchanted slag giant, a giant belt in his hand, and the wine barrel still has a green jungle knife, which does not have the damage reduction effect of challenge punishment. He resisted a full-capacity ultimate move from Lucian, a 2-piece suit, and his own health dropped quickly. This wave of big moves was like lowering the health of a full-blooded wine barrel to half of its health. After the ultimate move is over, 2 shots are fired, and the E skill is refreshed again, turning to keep up, further reducing Malzahar's health. At this time, suddenly a huge magic crystal arrow flew out of the screen. Han Bing! Han Bing's ultimate move is here to support you. Can you stop Lucian's pursuit? Li Hanxing gives the answer. Cannot. Faced with this ultimate move from a tricky angle, Buzz, Lucian handed over and flashed into a golden light and moved in front of Malzahar, continuing the pursuit. Malzahar also became a corpse on the ground. The factory director had already left. Just when he thought he had successfully escaped, a black shadow suddenly appeared at his feet. Immediately after activating his ultimate move, Tom and his troops directly blocked his retreat. The troops using he did not need to stack up and kicked him back. Li Hanxing took advantage of the situation to keep up with the output. Triple kill. 3 kills. The audience was stunned for a while before bursting into cheers. What kind of monster is this? Miller muttered with wide eyes. Noob completely turned the final stage into his own personal show. Noob once again tells everyone with practical actions. You'd better target me instead of him in the competition. If the top laners of both sides are allowed to go 1v1 in the top lane, Noob can really kill you by himself, Wawa said full of praise. I would like to call it the most exaggerated solo show in LPL in recent years. Perfect. This wave can only be said to be perfect. Guanzi Yuan also found the opportunity to speak loudly. Perfect CD and damage calculation. Perfect response ideas. This is a wave of 1v3. Even if Tom and others don't come to support, I think Lucian can also chase death barrels. Pork awful. Say. Ha 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 ha. I pray for the psychological shadow of RNG at this time. Bai Xing. Do you regret it? So what if Looper is the S4 champion? He just doesn't deserve to be compared with my brother Han Sheng right now. Guahao laughed so hard. He picked up such a super top laner for free. This guy must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. Right? The barrage is also completely crazy. This is a one-man show. This is the ultimate personal heroism. The charm of League of Legends is that it is a team game. And a good team is very important. But Riot did not eliminate the possibility of individual heroism. Heroes of the Storm had to be whipped up again. The reason why it didn't become popular is that Blizzard in pursuit of the ultimate team effect. Shared levels, making personal power too small in front of the team. No doubt. League of Legends has a good balance between team and individual. Li Hanqing's wave of 1v3 was equivalent to Ronaldo, an alien on the football field, dribbling the ball from the midfield and passing through several people. The last big pendulum clock shook the goalkeeper away and easily pushed into the empty goal. It is equivalent to the last few seconds of attack time in the NBA. When trailing by 2 points, Curry holds the ball against the defender and successfully reverses the three-pointer. These are moments where personal heroism is reflected. And they are also the moments that most stimulate the audience's senses and adrenaline. The arena will also be remembered by the audience for these heroic moments. EDG is so hurt now. Miller frowned. Once you enter EDG's perspective, you will know how desperate they are at this moment. And desperate things are still happening. All attention is drawn to the time it takes to hit the road. Gao Dui, who was originally leading the lane, secretly came to the middle lane. Braum originally wanted to support the top lane. So now, he is not beside Han Bing. Ice Girl used E to move across the wall and came to the tower in the middle. Her ultimate move fixed Han Bing in place. Virus followed up with the ultimate control. And the two of them set up a series of controls to kill Han Bing under the defense tower. Then take advantage of the situation and demolish the tower in the middle. On the top road, Braun also had no choice but to take down the 3 top players. He could only watch them demolish the second tower on the top road. The economy of both parties was originally maintained at around 3,000. But this wave has been directly boosted to more than 6,000. The loss of defense towers has caused EDG's vision pressure to further increase, especially when the dragon is about to refresh. It is absolutely fatal to them. After a period of visual tension between the two sides, 22 minutes, Top found an excellent opportunity, and under the command of Li Hansheng, forcefully started to rush the dragon. The power of the double shooter lineup is reflected. Virus, who already has the dilapidated and mutton sword, can frequently use his skills to detonate W to create percentage damage. And Lucian, who has already made the third output weapon, the blue-sucking sword, does even more considerable damage. EDG didn't even react. All I heard was the wailing of the dragon. After taking down the Baron buff and taking a short supply of supplies, the top team once again pushed forward together. Using a 41-point push, Li Hansheng removed it alone, and the other 4 players scored. Should EDG consider forcing a wave? Miller looked anxious. Imp was so arrogant that he almost hit his face to deal damage. But EDG still did not dare to take action. Didn't the factory director show up? You can definitely take the initiative, Guanzi Yuan also said. In the end, it was Ice's ultimate move that took the lead and hit Virus, who was arrogantly pointing the tower. What a good opportunity! The barrel ultimate can blast Tahm Kench, and EDG can kill Varus instantly. Seeing this scene, Miller shouted excitedly. But then, there was a surprise sigh. Oh? The factory director didn't know what was going on. He was stunned because he didn't activate his ultimate move immediately. Malzahar had already followed up with the ultimate move to suppress Virus, so he threw out his ultimate move. But this hesitation ruined EDG's hope of counterattack. Tom used W, Feast, to swallow Virus first. The ultimate move of the wine barrel failed to blow the person back, but sent the top person away. The people in EDG were also dumbfounded, handing over the control of 3 key ultimate moves. Is this the result? Is this still a hammer? Li Hansheng has also come to the middle to join his teammates. EDG, which is missing 3 key ultimate moves, can only be forced to retreat. The second tower in the middle, the high ground tower in the middle, and the middle barracks have all been pushed. Top doesn't seem to be in a hurry either. Baron Nash lasted up to 210 seconds, giving them plenty of time to torture EDG. Go home again to replenish a round of equipment. Li Hansheng took out another rapid-fire cannon. This time, facing the 5-man top advancing in a group. EDG still passively defended under the tower, although they clearly had several big moves that could turn the tide of the battle and allow them to take the lead in killing someone instantly. They did not take the initiative. Trash team. Trash Minkai. Go to H.L. Labor and management actually support such a rubbish team. It's so frustrating. Doesn't the factory director understand that instead of passively waiting for death, it's better to give it a try? Apart from letting yourself be tortured and prolonging the time of the game. What's the point of dragging it on like this? Labor and management would rather see you die standing than see the current situation where you are kneeling and begging for life. Don't watch it. It's so annoying. The labor and management will just turn off their fans. Minkai, can you hacking act like a man? Once they fell into a huge disadvantage. EDG entered this vicious circle of passively waiting for death. They always want to wait for the other side to make a mistake. Faced with such a huge disparity in team battles, I always feel that I am unable to operate and am unwilling to take high-risk actions. Such a trick. It does work against teams that are not rigorous enough or strong enough. But when facing a top team, who will make mistakes for you without any reason when you have a huge advantage? Li Hansheng laughed. If it were his words, even if his teammates don't start a group, he will force himself to start a group. Just play hard, make a comeback if you win, and speed up the game if you lose. Short-term pain is much better than the long-term pain of this ultimate torture. As the defense towers fell one by one, the resources in the wild area were completely harvested. EDG, which was passively defensive, could only watch as the economic advantages of both sides grew. Until Lucian and Varus both wore resurrection armor. The increase in fault tolerance means that EDG has completely lost the 1% possibility of a comeback. In the end, the game time was delayed to 28 minutes by EDG. From a head-to-head perspective, the gap between the two sides is not that big. But judging from the actual process of the game, just known, how frustrating was it for EDG to lose this time? Let us congratulate Top with the wonderful performance of noob top laner Lucian. He scored another victory, rewriting the total score to 2-0. It is only the last step away from the final championship. Chapter 196 Bible. Why don't you zoom in? After taking off the sound-isolating headphones, Li Hansheng felt like he had entered another world instantly. Cheers, screams, and the muffled banging of cheer sticks all rushed into his ears, constantly impacting his eardrums. It's like going from one torture to another. There are tens of thousands of spectators at the scene, and relying solely on physical means such as noise-canceling headphones cannot completely isolate the interference from external noise. In fact, the professional noise-canceling headphones worn by players contain their own white noise. In this way, they are combined with the material of the noise-canceling headphones to avoid being disturbed by noise. It's just that for the players. It's okay if the competition time is short. If the competition time is extended a little longer, there will be mechanical failures on site, network fluctuations, and other unexpected situations. That would be fun. After twisting his slightly sore neck, Li Hansheng picked up the cup on the table and took a few gulps of cold water. During the game, I have been operating at a high frequency, and I can't think of water. I am very focused, and I don't feel thirsty. But as soon as it's over and you relax, those feelings that you ignored during the game will suddenly come up. Cool! Although there is no slight stinging sensation when the soda enters the throat, there is no doubt that the cold feeling when the ice water flows through the throat can also provide another kind of stimulation. Li Hansheng stood up and followed his teammates backstage. When everyone returned to the lounge, they were welcomed again by the members of the training department. Ah Shui, Ming and Xiao Tian were the perfect interpretation of what it means to be members of the Atmosphere team. It's a good thing that Hansheng is the top laner. If Lucian should be the ADC, wouldn't he become the biggest rival in his career? Ah Shui always praised others for his level. Li Hansheng was quite useful, but he wanted to tease Ah Shui. You win, Ba. Tell me, if I play ADC and you meet in the arena, who will win? Does that need to be said? Ah Shui said without even thinking. The winner must be Brother Hansheng. Hee. I still have to accept defeat in front of Brother Hansheng. You win, Ba. You are so disgusting. Ming expressed disdain with a look of disgust. Licking is not advisable. I thought I heard a dog barking just now. Gao Tianyang was asking himself. What dog? Licking dog. What's wrong with licking your own thigh? What's wrong? Ah Shui didn't care, but revealed the two of them's true colors mercilessly. Which one of you is more excited than me just now? Imp suddenly put his hand on Ah Shui's shoulder and hooked his neck. Ah Shui, isn't what great? Have you never seen was Lucian? It's amazing. Ah Shui nodded in praise. You're so targeted by the factory director, and yet you're still able to grow. You're a dick. Faced with Ah Shui's compliments, Imp let go of him with satisfaction, and boasted with a red face. If the factory director hadn't targeted what would have been able to blow up Hukui? Yes. Just like a child. I would like to emphasize one sentence, which once again caused everyone to burst into laughter. It cannot be said that the top players are inflated. The main reason is that after 2 games, they won relatively easily. The desperate comeback from a big disadvantage in the first game itself made the team's self-confidence burst. In the second game, Li Hansheng led the team to kill EDG with a single breakthrough on the top lane, which made the players already believe in their hearts that they would become the champion today.
the one who raises the silver dragon trophy that symbolizes the championship. Guihao waved his hand modestly.
The game is not over yet. EDG is not an ordinary team. Don't underestimate their resilience. Be careful that they let us down 2-3 and nail us to the pillar of shame in history. Brother Hao, before you say this, can you hide the champagne behind you first?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes and complained.
This thing is not fun. History has proven that even if you open the champagne at halftime, it will end well. Guihao showed an awkward yet polite smile and moved his body to cover the champagne placed on the table behind him. He brought this here specially to wait for the moment when the team won the championship. If he wasn't afraid that the curse of opening champagne at halftime would have an impact on the team, Guihao really couldn't help but want to open the champagne now to celebrate in advance. At the beginning of the year, he attracted sponsorship from Tabua and pieced together this team. At that time, we couldn't even gather the people for training matches, and the team's funds were also very tight, making it difficult to maintain daily expenses. Who would have thought that such a team could become the new overlord that dominates the LPL League? Now he can get the #1 seed in the S competition. For him, the team's ability to reach this point has greatly exceeded his expectations. As for the S championship, he really didn't ask for this. The main reason is that the dominance of the LCK League is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. When I think about defeating LCK teams, it feels very difficult. Even if Top defeated SKT personally at MSI, it still can't change this inherent impression. I'm going to the toilet. Li Hansheng probably drank too much water and ran to the toilet in a hurry. He didn't want to have temporary diarrhea on the court like Deft and call a timeout to affect the progress of the game. I happened to pass by EDG's training room. The door was ajar, and Abu's angry roar came from inside.
Minkai, what on earth were you doing in the last game?
In the room. The other team members lowered their heads with annoyance and frustration on their faces, while the factory director stood near the door of the room, as helpless as a child who made a mistake. Abu asked him loudly,
"Is there something wrong with your thinking? What the hell did you do in these 2 games? You can't grasp the advantages and disadvantages. And you won't take the initiative to find opportunities for the disadvantages."
Realizing that everyone's eyes were on him, the factory director also felt inexplicably aggrieved. Could it be that he was the only one to blame for losing the competition? Unable to lose face, he immediately responded,
"What's wrong with my thinking? You can't blame me. Right? You are the leader of the team. You must have a clear idea of the game."
Abu became more and more excited as he spoke, and kept tapping the table with his hands, making a muffled sound. On the surface, he seemed to be talking about the factory director, but in fact, he just wanted to use the factory director to set an example and let the team members know. Even if the factory director has a personal relationship with him, even if the factory director is the face of the team, as long as they don't play well, he will still scold them and put more intensity and pressure on the team members.
You have been playing professionally for so many years, and you still need me to tell you how to catch people? You will always lose money every time you catch people. When you catch people, you never think about communicating with other lanes and letting the top lane retreat? Or look for opportunities to help the top lane relieve stress? Can't you be more decisive in team fights? Be more proactive? Come on. Tell me, why didn't you go big in the last 2 waves? Hanbing obviously controlled Virus first, and he was almost there. You've shit on your face. Where's your ultimate move?
Trailing 0-2, the team had no way out. Abu is not as gentle as before, and appears extremely irritable. It should have been a wonderful moment when the world focused on him, but in this embarrassing moment of being pointed at and scolded, the factory director's face turned red, and he spread his hands and continued to reply.
Always enter my jungle area. You guys. Why don't you help me? Why take Talia? They keep asking me to go on the road. How can I go? Others keep coming into my jungle area.
In desperation, the factory director's words were incoherent. He also knew that there was something wrong with his typing. But why did he blame him alone? If he was unhappy, he would naturally respond harshly. Abu suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and stood up immediately. This frightened Makai, a member of the coaching staff. I was afraid that the 2 of them would start fighting if they disagreed. But Abu didn't say anything. He just pulled the factory director out of the lounge. He knows that the factory director is sometimes too confused, or a little too confused. At this time, he must do something he has never done before. Wake up the factory director. As soon as the 2 of them left, the low air pressure and negative energy in the room dropped a lot. Head coach Kuai Xing looked at him and didn't know what to say. Did he speak Korean? Fortunately, Mikhail on the side took the initiative to help liven up the atmosphere.
There is no need for everyone to be so nervous. It's not that we have no chance today, but we didn't seize the opportunity well in the first 2 games. Have a good fight with him. At least you can't embarrass yourself in front of your own house.
Right. Guangzhou is the home base of EDG, so it's okay to say it's at your doorstep. It didn't take long. The factory director and Abu returned to the lounge. Everyone saw that they had reached an agreement. Of course, no one would be ignorant to mention this matter again. The two had a friendly conversation outdoors. Without outsiders, the factory director no longer had the burden of being an idol, facing Abu's accusation. Although I felt very unhappy, I couldn't find any reason to refute it.
We still need to be more proactive in the next round. And there is no need to change players. Let Li Rukin continue to play.
Abu's voice fell. General Pan, who was sitting in the corner with Koro 1, looked a little sad. It stands to reason. Falling behind 0-2, it would be better to play him. He has more experience than Scout. But currently, EDG chose Scout between him and Scout. Although Pan is only older than Scout, his damn back injury has been tormenting him. EDG also needs to consider cost effectiveness. Scout is a pure newcomer, but Pan is the champion mid laner in S and MSI. The renewal prices for the two are not at the same level. EDG will naturally choose Scout, who is younger, has higher potential, and is cheaper. If the score is 0-2, Scout will be replaced. This will undoubtedly have a huge impact on his mentality.
You are all mature professional players, and I don't want to say anything more.
Abu emphasized again.
Although it is difficult, I still hope you don't feel pressured and give it a try. Don't leave any regrets for yourself.
Everyone in EDG nodded after hearing this. Then Abu clapped his hands and shouted,
"Go! Seize this rare opportunity."
Chapter 197 3-0. Winning the cup again!
Welcome everyone to return to the 2016 LPL Summer Finals. I believe everyone enjoyed watching the previous 2 games as much as we did.
Wawa began to use his skills as a field commentator again.
That's right.
Miller responded cooperatively.
Regardless of the result, I think both sides on the field have played their best. If you are a purely neutral audience, you will definitely feel that very cool. There are hearty comebacks from desperate situations, advantageous situations, the ultimate personal show, and the tacit understanding of teamwork is needless to say.
Guan Ziyuan is also a person who can talk about everything. He immediately answered,
but as the audience, we can purely enjoy the game. But both sides on the field are here for the honor of the championship, and they must do everything possible to win. EDG needs to think carefully about how to win the game. Being behind 0-2 does not mean that we will definitely lose. The winner is the one who laughs at the end. It is a miracle to let 2 people catch up with 3, but it is not a miracle that cannot happen. Now the opportunity to create a miracle is right in front of us. If we can in a finals, being able to defeat 2 teams and win the championship at the same time, I think this will definitely become the most glorious moment in the entire career of EDG players. And it is also a moment that can be recorded in the history of our LPL professional competition. Indeed.
Miller also agreed.
Come on EDG. Adjust well. Don't be disturbed by the first 2 games. And don't treat this game as a BO5. It didn't happen in the previous 2 games. Treat it as a game.
A BO3 game.
The commentators are trying their best to speak for EDG. Not necessarily because they really want EDG to win, but they just hope that the process of the game will be more exciting, more tortuous and complicated. Let 2 chase 3. Does EDG also match? A team with such cowardice cannot do such brave things. It's already 0-2. Why don't you bring my pawn dad up? EDG deserves to lose. This is backlash. I don't even understand. It's okay for Pawn's father to be recuperating because he can't play in the regular season. Why don't you think about it now? What's the use of Scout? He can't operate it. And he can't understand the support function. Compared with him, even Gao Dui, a one-armed player, looks so team-like. Awkward. Awei is really a team player this season. Wei Jiang has already perfected his roaming support. Okay. I think it is possible for anyone to be beaten into 2nd place and 3rd place. But only the team led by brother Han Sheng is impossible. A team that plays so decisively will not be overturned by the NPC's advantage. Players from both sides have come to their seats. EDG's life and death game. Top's decisive game. In fact, you can tell from the expressions of both sides who is in the lead now. All top members have relaxed expressions, chatting and laughing with each other, while all EDG members have solemn expressions and furrowed brows.
Sometimes there is no need for the coach to put pressure. When the players themselves are at a disadvantage, they will put pressure on themselves. Soon, the director switched the camera to the BP session between the two parties. Top still actively chooses the red side, while EDG is on the blue side. The reason why EDG will be difficult in the third game is because BP is not easy to do. In the era when both sides had only 3 ban positions, if you lost 2 games in a row, it meant that the other side had too many heroes that you couldn't handle. So many that you couldn't ban them, which would greatly restrict you in terms of BP. When the strength of both sides is equal, the gap in BP is almost enough to determine the outcome of the game. What's more, EDG is obviously on the weaker side. If BP is still restricted, its lineup will not be perfect. It's no less than being given a double debuff. On EDG's side, the bans are still the same: Jace, Rockhard, and Ryze. There haven't been much changes on Top's side. Shin, Kalmar, and Excavator. In the end, the lineups of both sides were determined. EDG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Ike versus Captain. Jungler, Centaur versus Spider. Middle lane, Card versus Ice Girl. Bottom lane, Ice plus Brown versus Virus plus Tom. Is Noob planning to play a teaching game for Mouse? The doll teased a little. Well, this is to say that your captain is not good at playing, so I will teach you how to play. Right. Judging from Noob's character, he is really capable of doing such a thing. Miller smiled. After a whole year, who still doesn't know that Li Hansheng has such a super flamboyant character? Other players may also consider whether it will hurt their harmony. But Li Hansheng really doesn't mind a teaching game most of the time. If I were a Mouse, I would have to give Brother Hansheng a thumbs up. What else is there to say about on-site teaching? That's right. My brother Hansheng didn't ask him to collect tuition fees. Mouse, then I still have to thank you. Laughing. I think Mouse would rather not have this kind of on-site teaching. The full view of Summoner's Canyon soon appeared in front of everyone, and both sides rushed out of the spring immediately. After suffering losses in the second round, EDG's bottom lane duo did not continue to dominate this time. If they still go ahead when it is obvious that they cannot beat him, what if this Kandi is fired from the lower half? Then wouldn't they just hit the muzzle of the gun? The director immediately focused the camera on Li Hansheng and also showed his talent for bringing runes. Wow! Noob is playing very confidently. Miller was stunned for a while, then immediately boasted. He actually brought Stormrider Surge. Now there are basically 2 mainstream talents for captains: Stormrider Surge and Immortal Grasp. The former can maximize the captain's mobility. In fact, although the captain does not have displacement skills, he has his own W, Scurvy Therapy, to relieve control. Detonating barrels can slow down the opponent, and the Fire Knife technique can accelerate himself, making the captain very flexible. The top laner is recognized as a swordswoman with a strong pursuit ability, but she doesn't have a good solution when facing the captain. Storm Knight Surge can further enhance the captain's mobility. After all, the captain's damage ability can be stably triggered by 1 EQE double barrel. As for Immortal Grip, it is a talent used to increase the landing consumption ability. The captain's Q is the same as Easy's Q. It is a general attack skill that can trigger attack special effects. And because the captain himself is a melee hero, the effect of Grasp of Immortality is determined based on the hero. It is equivalent to the captain being a melee hero, but being able to exert the effect of Grasp of Immortality from a distance to exchange blood. Just very shameless. Comparing the 2 talents, Grasp of Immortality is actually more applicable and can directly bring damage bonus. And because the talents belong to the defense system, you can invest more talent points in the defense system and have a higher fault tolerance rate in the early landing. However, in the later stage of team battles, the chance of you triggering Immortal Grip is not great. It is most likely understood that Immortal Grip is stronger in the early landing, and Storm Knight Surge increases the upper limit of his operation in team battles. Guanzi Yuan gave a small compliment. With Noob's personal ability, he can indeed give up a little bit in landing. His personal ability does not need to be improved through talent at all. The 2 sides soon entered the confrontation period. Li Han didn't rush to learn skills when he leveled up. If he brought Immortal Grip, he could save the passive A minion first, and then use Q to exchange blood. But if he didn't bring this one, the damage of the Q skill in the early stage was not very high, and after the version was weakened, the mana consumption was extremely high. This is not cost effective, and Mouse seems to see this. The one he brings with Meat Echo is Immortal Grip. In fact, Meat Echo can also choose to bring War Zeal to increase his continuous combat capability. He does not have to do Ice Fist. You can also consider making 3 item. But still the same sentence. You have to have confidence in your own operations. Mouse obviously does not have this confidence. But this does not prevent him from wanting to show off to Li Han at level 1. Being more flexible. He can use Q to quickly deal damage to the 3 rings and the Grasp of Eternal. And then quickly distance himself. Therefore, he took the initiative to move forward and use Q, Time Curler, at the moment when Li Hansheng replenished his troops. He controlled the distance of the skill very well. Q went over to hit the captain. And then began to adjust his position, trying to let Q fly back. It can also scratch the captain. In this way, he only needs 1 flat A shot to deal the passive 3-ring additional damage. Li Hansheng was unmoved. He had already learned E. The moment Ike approached him, he placed a bucket directly under his feet. The moment I got close to him, the bucket just dropped to 2 levels of health. Ike swung his short stick and struck, while Li Hansheng counterattacked him with a backhand flat ace. But Echo's flat A triggers 3 rings plus indestructibility, which causes extremely high damage. Moreover, after triggering the acceleration effect, his movement speed soars. Just as Ike pulled back, he saw Captain A seem to be preparing bucket A. This time Mouse hesitated. He estimated that before the captain detonated the barrel, he would never be able to escape the range of the barrel. Once, he was slowed down by the barrel and took damage. The captain would be able to trigger Storm Rider's Surge to chase him. He himself has played the role of captain, and he knows that level 1 captains are not lacking in damage at all. They can only frequently detonate barrels to refresh the fire sword skills, and they can hack people to death with their knives. This is why top captains are said to play with knives. And after the violent beating in the last round, Mouse knew that Li Hansheng was absolutely sure about the drop in the bucket's health. If he took action, he would definitely be stuck in 2 bars of blood and lose 1 bar of blood. No! I need a bucket! As soon as I went online, Mouse saw Li Hansheng's panel attributes. The captain did not have any requirements for attack speed, so it was impossible to include attack speed in the runes. On the contrary, the meaty Echo requires frequent personal attacks, so there is a certain demand for attack speed. Mouse naturally inserted a lot of attack speed runes into red. The faster attack speed means that he can definitely raise his hand faster than the captain, giving him the opportunity to tap the barrel first. Ike immediately stopped and tried to drop the bucket with his backhand. Who knew? The captain who originally took action directly used S to cancel the basic attack command. It seemed that he was deliberately trying to make his basic attack fall behind Echo. After a pause, the captain raised the dagger in his hand again and looked at it. And at this time, Mouse couldn't react anymore and could only watch helplessly as his short stick reduced the 2 health buckets to 1 health level. Only then did he realize that he had been fooled. Li Hansheng had lied to him just now. The captain's barrel's blood volume automatically dropped very slowly in the early stage. Such a short time was not enough to automatically drop the 2nd level of blood. Boom! The barrel exploded. Ike's whole body froze, and the deceleration effect was very obvious. What's more terrible is, this explosion actually caused the captain to trigger Storm Rider's Surge. In fact, the captain's barrel has 2 levels of damage. The first is the attack damage when you destroy the gunpowder barrel. This damage enjoys 40% armor penetration. In addition, the explosion will also have a fixed damage. In addition, Li Hansheng had already fired one before. Basic attack. 2 basic attacks plus fixed damage from the explosion of the gunpowder barrel. Just triggered when Rider Echo, who hit the 3rd ring, was accelerated, but was slowed down by the gunpowder barrel. The 2 effects almost cancelled each other. On the contrary, under the acceleration of Wind Rider's huge movement speed, the captain quickly kept up. The newly refreshed fiery sword technique struck Ike, and then he put down a barrel again on the only way for Ike to escape, and took advantage of his movement speed to get his body stuck behind Ike. Because of the collision of physical volumes, Ike had to go around the captain if he wanted to escape, which took more time. This time was enough for the captain to detonate the 2nd barrel and refresh the fire knife technique again. Either turn the flash to ensure safety, or take a gamble. Mouse chose the latter, because he didn't want to hand over the flash at level 1. What would be the consequences of handing over flash when Li Han was promoted to level 1? He knows better than anyone else. The factory director won't come on the road to help him. But at this moment, he paid the price for his head. Li Hansheng could keep chasing him and chop him, and then easily detonate the 2nd barrel. Once again refresh the fire knife technique, and chop on Ike with 1 knife. Immediately, he repeated his operation again, and put down another barrel on Ike's escape. This time, Mouse really didn't dare to flash anymore, and tried to escape under the defense tower. But this time, Li Hansheng dropped the second bucket at the extreme distance. Just to wait. He is waiting for his fourth barrel to recover. The S6 version of the Captain could only store 3 barrels. When he used the first barrel before, he started to slowly recharge it. In this pursuit, we are almost waiting for the fourth barrel to be successfully charged. Mouse ran back to the defense tower. Is he safe? Noob is still chasing. The doll shouted excitedly. See? Just when the Captain ran to the third barrel, the fourth barrel was fully charged. Without saying a word, he put down the fourth barrel and detonated it with A, hitting Ike just at the extreme distance. Then, buzz, he flashed behind Ike and used the fiery knife technique again, raising and lowering the knife. Real men never look back. He immediately ran out of the tower without looking back. Ike could only watch helplessly as the flames on his body ate away at his blood volume until the blood bar was cleared. First blood. A blood. Ah! The 3 commentators opened their mouths and looked shocked. Did this wave of solo kills come so quickly? When both sides were still at level 1. The Captain actually completed a solo kill? Wow! Does this counterpoint effect have to be so obvious? Miller didn't know what to say. Guan Ziyuan even made no secret of his pessimism about EDG. The Captain is going out with Sapphire. For this wave of solo kills, the Captain only needs to clean up his troops, and he will soon be able to save 700 yuan, and go home and take out the glory. What is the concept of landing with a Captain who shines in 3 minutes? Mouse is about to put on the mask of pain. Everyone in EDG also had a look of astonishment on their faces, turning their heads to look at their top laner. They had already put on the pain mask before the top laner put on the pain mask. Mouse was very embarrassed and helplessly touched his nose, and took the initiative to admit his mistake. I didn't calculate the damage well. I wanted to save the Flash. It would have been normal. Teammates may even stand up to comfort him. But this time? Who has the heart to comfort him? 0-2 behind. EDG was already half-stepping on the edge of the cliff. But Mouse's key mistake and being single-killed by the opponent brought EDG one step closer to the abyss of destruction. The top laner hit a solo kill at the beginning, which gave top an immediate direction to attack. Although this scout took out the card to relieve the pressure on the 2 wings. The card has to wait until level 6. This damn guy was single-killed at level 1. And the cards couldn't do anything about it. What's more, Candy is playing with a spider. The hero spider knows everything. There is only one way to play the spider. Find a path. A Big Daddy. And then help the Big Daddy desperately. As long as the Big Daddy is fat enough. Spider's own shortcomings of being a jump team fighter can be covered up. Needless to say, the tacit understanding that Candy and Li Hansheng have accumulated throughout the year is no longer needed. Level 3. Spider comes here. Forcefully cooperate with Li Hansheng to complete a wave of tower jumping. How forceful? The spider directly resisted the tower until it died. The double buffs were taken by Ike. But then, they were transferred to the Captain. Completed a wave of buff transfer techniques. This is not over yet. 1 minute later, the resurrected spider ignored the wild monsters in the lower half and came to the top again. The Captain with double buffs and radiant light can easily send his troops into the defense tower. And there is another wave of unsolvable tower escapes. Mouse could only let go of the keyboard with both hands. Completely blasted on the road. The next game seemed to be Li Hansheng's show. 2 consecutive barrels. 3 consecutive barrels. Q-flash 3 consecutive barrels. All the skills of the Captain were displayed on the court. Facing top's offensive, EDG was losing ground. There is no way to fight back. Final 25 minutes. The 2 sides were near the Daohong pit. Li Hansheng used a beautiful wave of Q-flash triple barrels to blast the ice in the crowd. And then used the opportunity to throw a big move. And the ice immediately became residual health. Imp, who had been communicating in voice for a long time, accurately charged up his Q and hit the ice. This wave of cooperation between top's top and bottom lane C positions directly killed Han Bing instantly, as the most stable output point in the lineup. Once Han Bing fell, EDG was immediately defeated. The miracle of 2 chasing 3 did not happen. Top finished the third game with a near-crushing victory. 3-0. Li Hansheng's Captain scored 12-0-5 and led the team to win the championship. At the moment, the base crystal exploded. The scene suddenly burst into excitement. Chapter 198. See you next time. I will eventually be crowned the king of the world. EDG's base crystal has not yet been pushed away. The audience at the scene could no longer contain their emotions and cheered one after another to celebrate Top's winning moment. Top did not let victory slip away from their fingertips. They defended their championship throne. They are still the overlord of the LPL League. Let us congratulate. Top successfully won the 2016 Summer Championship. 3 perfect wins. Top still maintains their dominance in the league. The 3 commentators expressed their praises and blessings one after another, and used their own way to contribute to the joyful moment of winning the championship. On the player bench, Li Hansheng breathed a long sigh of relief, leaned back, and lay on the chair. Winning the championship firmly means that this is the 3rd championship title he has won in his career. This is an honor that many professional players cannot obtain in their lifetime. But he has achieved it all in less than a year. Now, on the road ahead, he only has the last honor left, which is also the most important honor. It is also an honor that affects tens of millions of LPL viewers. The annual Global Finals champion. EDG's base was pushed flat, and Li Hansheng took off his headphones. The league has regulations that taking off headphones or exiting the game before the game is over is a violation on the field, and players will face fines as long as they do so. Although Li Hansheng's current income no longer needs to worry about a fine of several thousand yuan. Even if he does, the club will help him pay the fine. But why do this? Why should Tingjing be cheaper? Can't you just take the money and have a good meal? He could exercise such restraint, but his teammates could not. The emotional Gu Sungmin took off his headphones and jumped up before the game was over. Li Hansheng was still adapting to the loud noise made by the audience irritating his eardrums, and he hadn't even reacted yet. He saw that Gu Shengbin was already rushing towards him and swooped down. Good guy. Who had gained significant weight, was so heavy that Li Hansheng almost fainted without catching his breath. This is not over yet. Candy on the side saw that Imp had occupied almost all the positions. Not to be outdone, he hugged Li Hansheng's head and kept shouting, "Ha ha ha! Loudly! We won the championship again! We are the champions!" Other teammates also gathered around and joined the celebrating team. Bai Yueya, Guihao, Shui, and others backstage also rushed to the stage to join the celebration. Seeing this scene on the stage, especially Li Hansheng, who was surrounded by the crowd, would occasionally appear on the camera. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, the audience couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha! The doll also laughed. Noob's interpersonal relationship in the team is really good, but he also suffered enough. I understand. Miller couldn't help laughing. After all, everyone is very excited to win the championship, but Noob may have to suffer a little. The huge noise from the audience and the screams of his teammates could be heard in his ears. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes and felt like he was going to be suffocated by this group of people. It just so happened. All the celebratory lights on the stage were turned on. The spotlights in the sky flashed, and a large number of lights were aimed at the top player seats. After a burst of gorgeous flame shot out from the edge of the stage, wisps of dry ice mist rose upwards. Golden ribbons fell from the sky, and a golden rain began to fall on the stage. The screen used to broadcast the game scenes is quickly skipping the winning scenes of every league champion since the establishment of the LPL. OMG. China.pe. EDG. LGD. Top. There are still 5 teams that have reached the top of the league championship. Top's successful defense of the title has not increased this number. 2. After all, Uzi has been pretty good in recent years. After bursts of cool special effects animations in the final picture, it settled on Top's summer makeup photos. It's different from the spring split. In Top's summer makeup photo, Li Hansheng stands in the absolute C position, with a calm and confident smile, his right hand across his chest, and his fingers making a pistol gesture. After the initial excitement dissipated, the teammates gradually returned to normal. The embarrassed Li Hansheng stood up from his seat and fiddled with his helmet with his hands. Gah! Why the H? Am I going to be interviewed later? With my hair styled like this? Can I still be a pleasant drinker? Li Hansheng cursed and glared at Zhu Shengbin beside him. This guy seems to have no idea that he is no longer the imp he used to be. Now he has evolved into an omp. His weight is really unbearable for an average person. The director was finally able to give Li Hansheng a panoramic shot, but he looked a little embarrassed at the moment. Not at all as confident and handsome as before. But the audience is obviously more willing to see such a down-to-earth side of him. Even with brother Hansheng like this, I still have to stay away from him in terms of appearance. Hee. Why do I feel that Shenbao is a bit naive? I just like him like this. When school starts, come and check my academic qualifications. Jimei, don't be in this barber shop. Show Wei. I am from shuexian.com. Who wants to have their academic qualifications checked? It is recommended to chat with me privately. Stinky Pushing Man. Can you please go away? You think you are humorous when you make such a dirty joke. Don't you? Brother Han Sheng probably wants to kill Poo Poo and let him be tortured like this. Ha ha ha. Guan Ziyuan was still laughing. But he was saying complimentary words. There is no doubt that this top team can achieve such impressive results this year, which is linked to Noob's terrifying performance in the top lane. Noob has really single-handedly changed the style of our LPL top laner that is full of blue-collar players. And I also believe that under the influence of Noob, our LPL will usher in more carry-type top laners. The power of idols cannot be ignored. In ancient times, Smile's top performance in the ADC position had a profound impact on domestic players. In ancient times, many players jumped into the ADC position just because they watched Smile's game. Same reason. The idol of many domestic junglers is the factory manager. The reason why they choose the position of jungler is because they are more or less influenced by the factory manager. Another example is that after IG won the championship in S8, the Shy became a god in the top lane. The LPL has also started from S9, and a large number of high-quality domestic carry top laners have emerged on the road. These are all guided by the idol effect. Indeed, Noob said when he first debuted that he wanted to change the atmosphere of the LPL on the road. Judging from the current situation, he has already succeeded in half. Miller also nodded. After all, the competitive field is very utilitarian. Why are the top lanes of the LPL region filled with blue-collar workers? Isn't it because EDG has almost dominated the country with this model? So everyone is learning from EDG's model? Now, Top used another style of play to break EDG's dominance and become the new overlord of the LPL League, which will inevitably attract other teams to learn from their tactical play. Then going on the road will become the road that other clubs attach most importance to. Players who have the talent to become carry-type top laners will get a different growth soil, rather than like the original time and space. Obviously you made your debut by playing heroes such as Sword Princess and Raven. But as soon as you enter the professional team, you are immediately forced to play Big Tree and Titan, resulting in many talented young people eventually disappearing from the crowd. Okay, don't rush to celebrate now. You go and shake hands with the EDG people first. We have wasted a lot of time. Guihao did not forget to remind the 5 main players today. Only then did everyone remember the forgotten loser EDG. For the people in EDG, this festive atmosphere is incompatible with them. And the longer they stay on the stage, the more distressing it becomes. We are on the same stage, but our mentality is completely different. Human joy is not universal. The factory director looked a little dazed when he was sitting in his position. As a veteran who debuted as early as the S2 era, he can accept the victory or defeat calmly on the field. He will still be excited when he wins the championship. But when he fails, he can also accept it calmly, instead of being unable to accept failure like a young man who has just entered the professional arena. The competitive arena can be so cruel sometimes. He kept thinking, is his way of playing the game wrong? Is this really out of step with the times? Otherwise, why did they not even have a chance to fight back when facing Top? They finally had such a big advantage in the first game, but they failed to seize the opportunity and were successfully overturned by their opponent. Could it be? Are you really seeking stability too much? Wrong. Are you too timid? Scout was also very frustrated. At the beginning of the summer split, he replaced Pawn as the team's main mid laner. The journey went smoothly. Although they lost to Top midway, EDG's overall record was 15 wins and 1 loss. He believes that as long as he plays better and suppresses Gao Dui, EDG can compete with Top, can go to the finals. Gao Dui told him with practical actions. Who is not a talented mid laner? Scout is proud of his talent, and his laning operations have no advantage in front of Gao Dui. On the contrary, he even seems a bit immature when facing Gao Dui. His experience in the field is not as good as Gao Dui's, and his performance in the finals was completely suppressed by Gao Dui. Mako and Deft, the bottom lane partners, both had expressionless faces, and it could only be seen from some subtle movements that their hearts were not as calm as they appeared. Deft chewed gum expressionlessly. As the absolute core of EDG, he enjoyed the resources of the entire team. But even so, he still couldn't take too many advantages from Imp. And he wasn't even as good as Imp. If someone is to be held responsible for EDG's defeat, as the person who consumes the most resources in the team, he will bear the brunt of the blame. The person with the best mentality is probably Mouse. He was originally pushed to the top lane by the team and became a top laner. No one would have any expectations for him. He just had to be able to withstand pressure and succeed. It's normal to fight against Li Hansheng, and you can't share the blame with him. The top laners in the LPL have all been educated by Li Hansheng on how to kill their opponents. Isn't it normal for him to be educated by Li Hansheng as a person who temporarily became a monk and switched to playing top lane? Therefore, when everyone from top came over, Mouse was the first one to react. He stood up and shook hands with Li Hansheng and others one by one. The director of the factory also stood up. He also hugged Li Hansheng in a dignified manner and offered encouragement. You played well. You should also perform well in the World Championships. The world is dominated by young people now. Let's encourage each other and work hard together. Li Hansheng did not show off his wits at this time. Nor did he deliberately pretend to drink. Both Pig and Dog have their own shortcomings. But it cannot be denied that they are the best players in the LPL during this period. The factory director is really cowardly and did not do well in the foreign war. But he does have a dream and is willing to work hard for it. The group of people at the same time retired and sold meat waffles. But he was the only one who maintained high-intensity training every day and competed on the field. This world is so cruel. Not that hard work will necessarily lead to a good result. But at least you have worked hard, which is enough to have a clear conscience. It seems that the factory director communicated a lot with Noob. Miller smiled. Maybe it's some encouragement from the senior to the junior. Hey, it can also be regarded as the inheritance of the old and new LPL. Noob took over the responsibility of carrying the LPL from the hands of the factory director. Wawa's words were relatively tall. In any case, Top and EDG have been confirmed to be the first and second seeds of our LPL. They will both represent our LPL division in the League of Legends Global Finals that will start in 1 month. I hope EDG can break their inner demons, make a breakthrough in this year's World Championship, and create better results. And I also look forward to Top bringing the storm they created in the LPL League to the World Championship, especially Imp and Gaotui. I believe they will definitely seize this opportunity to avenge their shame. It can be said that last year's S5 World Championship really brought the entire LPL team and audience to the bottom in an instant. How high profile he was before going to the competition, but how badly he was slapped in the face during the World Championships. The number 1 seed LGD, which has high hopes, purchased in Paris, failed in the group stage. Fireman Steelmaking, Blue Shield Widow, Jumping Face Skateboard Shoes, Reverse Q. All kinds of jokes are endless. The 3rd seed IG also failed in the group stage, leaving the stain of surrendering on National Day. The 2nd seed EDG, Nyman Sidingle, was beaten 4-0 by Fnatic. The entire competition area is now eager to avenge their disgrace in the S competition, not to mention winning the championship. They must at least pick up the shame lost in S5 through their own efforts. Li Hansheng was not familiar with the other people in EDG, so he did not deliberately communicate with them. However, Gu Sungbin comforted Kim Hyuk-kyu and rubbed his head with a smile. This means that these two people are not fans of CP, otherwise this scene would immediately fill their minds with another million-word novel. Watching the Top crowd leave, the 5 teenagers chatted and laughed, feeling high-spirited. It's not like the factory director and the others have never tasted the feeling of winning a championship. That feeling still makes them miss it so much. But now they can only envy it. This time, Li Hansheng and others walked directly to the booth in the center of the stage. The Silver Dragon Trophy, which symbolizes the championship honor, is placed on the stand. It shines brightly under the light, especially on the handles on both sides of the trophy. The 2 giant dragons are vividly displayed, especially the ones inlaid in the eyes of the 2 giant dragons. Broken diamonds are more eye-catching and dazzling under the effect of stage lighting, playing a finishing touch. This was not the first time he encountered such a scene. Li Hansheng was not polite to his teammates. Surrounded by his teammates, he came to the front of the booth and looked at the trophy in front of him with fiery eyes. He was immediately under the spotlight. He took a deep breath and held the handles on both sides of the trophy with both hands. A faint chill came from the place where the trophy and his palms touched. The heart beats violently, and every beat will send the hot blood in the body to the 4 limbs. The coolness in the palm of the hand is quickly covered up by the surging blood in the body. Li Hansheng raised the Silver Dragon Cup high above his head with a fierce force. In an instant, the PD at the scene was also very cooperative. A burst of gorgeous fireworks was ejected from the edge of the stage again, and colorful ribbons fell from the sky. The audience gave bursts of warm cheers, and did not forget to wave the cheering sticks in their hands vigorously, making a muffled sound when struck. The combination of various sounds made the scene noisy. But this noisy sound sounded so sweet to the ears of everyone who won the championship, as if it was a championship gift given by God. A natural song of praise. Teammates also put their hands on the Silver Dragon Cup one after another, sharing the joy of winning the championship. Brother Hansheng, you should lower the trophy. Damn it. I can't touch it. You win, Ba. Who made you so short? I really envy you for being able to enjoy the air breathed by people with a height of 1.6 meters alone. Go away!
Damn it. In fact, all I could hear was the laughter and noise of his teammates. Li Hansheng deliberately raised the championship trophy high. His height of over 1.8 meters and impressive wingspan showed his advantage at this moment. Ah Shui was standing on tiptoe. Even the tip of my toes could not touch the base of the trophy. The muffled sound caught Li Hansheng's attention. It turned out that another dry ice mist was rising from the edge of the stage. The fans in the audience had already taken out their mobile phones one by one, pointed their cameras at the stage, and started taking various snapshots. The host Black Rhinoceros walked towards the players from the edge of the stage, shouting as he walked,
"Let us shout the name of the champion loudly."
As he spoke, he pointed the microphone at the audience. Tens of thousands of spectators at the scene chanted the name of the top team in unison. The momentum was earth-shaking, and the huge sound seemed to overturn the entire stadium. Li Hansheng was stunned. Did this kid do it on purpose? He actually used the move he was trying to show off. Wouldn't it look very low if he used this move again during an interview?
Congratulations again to the top team for winning the 2016 LPL Summer Championship,
Black Rhinoceros said in a leisurely tone, demonstrating his impressive hosting skills. After all, he is a professional TV host and has no business ability.
Next, I'd like to invite the general manager of Xiaogui District of the League of Legends.
A middle-aged man wearing a decent shirt came to the center of the stage with a cheerful face and took the initiative to shake hands with the top members one by one. Behind him were two hostesses wearing decent cheongsam. One of them was carrying a tray with medals specially given to the championship team members. This Silver Dragon Cup does not belong to Top. After the championship celebration, the official will take the trophy away, but Top can get an exclusive replica version of the championship. Another hostess was holding a rectangular card with the words 2016 LPL Professional League Summer Championship written on it. Underneath this is an eye-catching amount of money. 150 WRMB. This is the bonus for the champion. It is not clear how much Li Hansheng will receive, but it can be considered a considerable income. The medals have been distributed to the team members and hung on their chests, and the playing cards have been handed into the hands of the players. The general manager made a long speech eloquently.
Thanks to the two teams for their wonderful showdown in the finals. Especially Noob. We also hope that as the #1 seed in the LPL, they can continue their efforts in the next World Championship and help our LPL division win the long-awaited World Championship.
After the leader finished speaking, Black Rhinoceros took over and continued.
In the 3 wonderful duels, which player on the field played a decisive role in the fierce battle? Who is it? Who is the MVP player in your mind? Let us hear your answer. Okay?
This is simply a scoring question. No doubt. Li Hansheng was the most dazzling one in the audience, and the audience cheered in unison.
Noob!
Black Rhinoceros also smiled.
It seems that everyone agrees with the official view. Let us congratulate the new player for being selected as the FMVP of this summer finals.
A burst of exciting BGM sounded, accompanied by bursts of ribbons falling, and Li Hansheng's solo makeup photo appeared on the funnel-shaped screen on the top of the stage. Next to it are his data from the 3 games in the finals. Average 10.8 kills per game, 1.3 kills, 7.6 assists. Average damage ratio per game 32.8%. Average injuries sustained 23.7% per game. Damage conversion rate 175%. Average point output 691. No matter which way you look at it, this data is ridiculously exaggerated. In fact, LPL does not have a tradition of setting up the FMVP award in the finals. It did not exist during the spring finals, but it introduced this award in the summer split for the first time. It can also be seen as the butterfly effect brought about by Li Hansheng, the time traveler. After all, because of the aggressive play style of Top Machines, the LPL has received far more attention than before, which has also led to the officials organizing the event becoming more professional in advance. Not to mention other aspects, but adding an award is not a problem. Of course, it can also be regarded as a part of the official god-making process. Li Hansheng is the next LPL official touted as a god. There is no doubt about this. So, it makes sense to set up the FMVP award of this final specifically for him.
If any player had produced this data, he would have won the FMVP without any doubt. Right.
Miller and others took a breath and contributed to global warming, mainly because it's too exaggerated, even though they knew that Li Hansheng's performance on the court was outrageous. When the statistics were compiled and displayed in front of them, they still felt it was too incredible. Next,
We will interview today's FMVP winner. Black Rhinoceros signaled Li Hansheng in the crowd to come out. Li Hansheng did not forget to take the team flag with the team's logo from his teammates, put it on his body, and then slowly walk towards Black Rhinoceros. He stands with a person like Black Rhinoceros, who has been in the entertainment industry for a long time. But he is not inferior at all. And he can even overpower Black Rhinoceros. In terms of appearance, I really feel inferior in front of Brother Hansheng. Other players say he is handsome. But that is in comparison to the crooked people in the esports circle. Brother Hansheng is really handsome. No worse than the people in the entertainment industry. Good guy. There is no harm without comparison. Brother Hansheng can obviously rely on his face to make a living. But he chooses to use his strength to govern us. Sheng Bao is so handsome. Hurry up and give me a supermarket set meal. I wish I could lock Sheng Bao in my room and let him hack me so hard. Can the Rise Circle curtain blade be moisturized? The esports industry doesn't need women. Brother Hansheng doesn't need a woman either. Women will only affect his state and the speed at which he draws his sword. Just like Autumn Fragrance also needs green leaves to set off. Li Hansheng didn't seem to be so handsome in the esports circle before. But standing next to a handsome guy in the entertainment industry and having a reference to compare with, you can know how handsome he really is. Just listen to the screams of the female fans at the scene, and you will know everything. Taking the microphone from Black Rhino Man's hand, the other party also asked the first question. Obviously, this is only the first year of your career, but you have already won 2 league championships. How do you feel about this? Li Hansheng did not answer immediately, but was thinking. Different from the regular season. In the regular season, before going on stage for interviews, the host will have a dialogue with the players off the court, so that they know each other well. But it won't be like this in the finals. Even Li Hansheng has to think about it carefully. However, such questions are not difficult to answer. Just speak out your inner thoughts openly. I'm very happy. Very cool. Li Hansheng said concisely and to the point. As an esports player, for me, nothing can compare with the glory of the championship. However, this is not due to me alone. I also have to thank my teammates for their wonderful performance on the court. The performance must also be thanked to the behind-the-scenes coaching staff and the training staff for collecting various data before the game. They have suffered and suffered just as much as I have. So don't just focus on me. Please also applaud my teammates and the staff behind the team. Okay? The words fell. The scene burst into thunderous applause. The audience gave Li Hansheng a lot of face and cooperated very well. The teammates behind him were also talking. This GDX? Why are you dragging us along with your cup? Gao Dui seemed to be complaining. But in fact his expression betrayed him. Ha! Lao Li is a capable guy. He really doesn't take all the credit when he gets it. It's not in vain for me to give him the resources in the jungle. Next time he eats wild monsters, I promise not to kill him. There's nothing wrong with what Penley said. What? He performed very well too. Hey, Brother Hansheng has a bit of my style this time. Yu Wenba has nothing to do with you. Wait until you can go on stage for an interview before saying this. Sure, Saming. When you don't speak, you actually have no taste in your mouth. Li Hansheng, a man of 2 generations, is more mature than his peers and knows better how to maintain a good atmosphere in a team. Appropriately giving the credit and spotlight to your teammates can encourage you, and it can also help the team form a good cohesion. Guihao, Bai Yueya and others all looked at each other and couldn't stop smiling. Being able to get Li Hansheng is indeed because they saved the galaxy in their previous life. Where can you find players who have top-notch game skills, can also command, and can stabilize the team atmosphere? When the audience's cheers gradually subsided, Black Rhino Man asked the second question. In the first game, you were at a huge disadvantage in the early stage and even trailed EDG by tens of thousands of dollars in economy. At that time, everyone felt that EDG had a great chance of winning. Can you tell me how you communicated in the disadvantageous situation? What is the secret to the comeback? It's very simple. Li Hansheng smiled. Confidence and trust. Actually, when we were at the biggest disadvantage, we could feel that we might lose at any time. But at that time our whole team had the same belief. Don't be afraid. We were already at a disadvantage anyway. And at worst we would lose the game. If we had the chance, we would fight with EDG. Either we operate back or speed up the game so that the game ends faster. It is better than being tortured on the court and facing the ultimate long-term pain. My teammates and I believe in each other. Everyone performs their duties. Those who start the team will break off the team decisively. The back row will definitely make up for the damage. So we will make a comeback. EDG people should really listen to what this noob said. Look at this mentality. If the factory director had brother Han Sheng's mentality and confidence, he would not be the factory director. You're right. The worst case scenario is that you lose. And I will fight you for the operation. Either I make a comeback, or you don't even think about torturing me. It is recommended to record with EDG. This passage is played on a loop in the team every day. It seems that new players and the entire top team are very confident and trust each other. This is indeed the quality that a championship team should have. Black Rhinoceros chuckled. After winning the championship, Top will become the leader of the LPL region, the #1 seed team. Do you have anything to say about the upcoming World Championship? Or what are the team's expected goals? There is no doubt that the World Championship is the best stage for every player to prove his strength. 2 of my teammates were injured in the World Championship, leaving stains on their careers. For example, their full-blooded skate shoes were hammered by a Metal Master. An instant kill, such as Virus's reverse Q. Hear this? The smiles on the faces of Gao Dui and Imp suddenly stopped, and they looked at Li Hansheng with resentment. Professionally beating up teammates, right? Li Hansheng continued to smile heartily. My teammates have been injured, and so have the spectators in the competition area. Our goal is simple. Get back the lost confidence in LPL. Get back what LPL has lost. Get what LPL is missing. Get that honor back. Li Hansheng's words were sonorous and powerful, and his voice became louder and louder towards the end. The audience was also infected by his confidence. Everyone seems to have foreseen the scene where Top will finally reach the top of the world and win the cup. I couldn't restrain my inner emotions anymore and started cheering. Black Rhinoceros also raised the last question. Finally, let me say something to the viewers who have traveled thousands of miles to come to the scene, and the viewers who are waiting in front of the live broadcast screen. Li Hansheng smiled and took 2 steps forward slightly. Audiences who are familiar with him are already ready to cooperate with him. But Li Hansheng failed to follow the routine. Now standing in front of you is the 2016 LPL Spring Split Champion, the 2016 MSI Mid-Season Invitational Championship and the Finals FMVP, the 2016 LPL Summer Split Champion and the Summer Finals FMVP. It was like reciting a long list of honorary championship titles. Thank you for your support. I am honored to have you by your side throughout my career. If I cry when I see you again in 10 years, it will be because of every moment you spent with me. I originally wanted to say a lot, but when I said it, I felt a little pretentious. Everyone knows that I am not the kind of person who is pretentious. So finally, what I want to say is, when we meet again next time, I promise you that my teammates and I, our team, will eventually reach the top of the world. And I will eventually be crowned the king of the world. This is my promise to you. I will definitely make it happen. Please also continue to cheer for us at home when the World Championship comes. The atmosphere at the scene came to a standstill as everyone was shocked by Li Hansheng's words. But then, there were bursts of warm cheers. The momentum shook the heaven and the earth. The instigator, Li Hansheng, stood at the front of the stage, quietly admiring all this. This is his most enjoyable moment, watching the audience's emotions be affected by his every word and action. For a professional player, is there any more touching scene than this? Wow! Is this the confidence of Noob? Miller shouted excitedly. This is the confidence we need. I want to reiterate it again. With Noob here, with Top here, this year, maybe this is the best chance for us in LPL 1 year. No need to wait any longer. Not in the future. Just this year. Go! Go win that damn S-Match trophy. After hearing what Noob said, I couldn't help but get excited. Wawa also burst out laughing. Like the audience, I have been injured before. Especially last year, when I watched my team in the division be eliminated. In the second half of the World Championship, we can only be outsiders and spectators in the championship battle. I believe this situation will definitely change this year. This cheer lasted longer than any previous cheer. Many viewers even shouted until their throats became hoarse, and they couldn't make a single sound. Looking at the ardently hopeful faces in the audience, how could Li Hansheng be willing to let down such a group of lovely people? Wow! Player Noob is really good and confident. Rao is a black rhino who has seen big events. He couldn't help but be moved when he saw Li Hansheng's charisma and appeal. I believe player Noob will not let us down. Everyone should also cheer for Noob and Top. And after Li Hansheng, another C position imp who performed well was also invited to be interviewed. The arrogant Gu Sungbin spoke frankly in interviews and even plagiarized the factory director's famous quotes. This world championship, I will prove myself again. Bang is nothing in front of me. I will prove to everyone who is the best ADC in the world. At present, Bang and Imp are both S competition champions. There is also a Piglet. But Piglet, who was punished by God, has already gone to North America to make money and retire, and has long since withdrawn from the discussion of the strongest ADC. Only Bang, after winning the S championship with the team last year. This year we still maintain efficient and stable performance. Being able to let a top faker play Lulu as his dog is enough to show how terrifying Bang's state is. This year's SKT is still eyeing the S championship. Once SKT successfully defends the title, Bang's historical position in the shooter position will no longer be shaken by anyone. After all, with Riot's championship debuff, he became the main ADC of the first defending championship team in history, holding 2 S competition championships. How could the arrogant Gu Shengmin tolerate himself to be inferior to someone he didn't even like? Won the second S competition championship. He can suppress the Bang. Li Hanxing and others behind him breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were afraid that the outspoken Gu Sungbin would just say, "Bang is a Lansy." Korean trolls can't even shut up Gu Sungbin's mouth. So you know how open his mouth is. Fortunately, Gu Shengmin still restrained himself and did not give his full performance. Maybe it's because of the painful lesson from S5 that he doesn't dare to speak too fully. If something unexpected happened again, he would probably be ridiculed to death by others. When Gao Dui was interviewed, people also saw the shadow of last year's Wudian Buddha. Last year I paid the price for my expansion. Today my teammates and I made a comeback. This time, I will not let the opportunity slip through my fingertips. I will firmly seize this opportunity. No matter whether the opponent is Faker or whoever it is. I won't let them take any advantage. I will defeat them with my own hands. Top is a team driven by 3C. And now 3C has shown such confidence. How can the audience not believe them? After interviewing all the members, Black Rhino Man said a few more polite words before finally starting to finish the work. Congratulations again to the top team for successfully defending their title and winning the 2016 LPL Summer Championship. Today's League of Legends 5th anniversary celebration program comes to an end. But this is not over yet. Tomorrow, there will be a more brutal bubbling match. The 4 teams will compete for the final qualification to qualify for the S competition in the last LPL division. Let us wait and see who will win in the end. Top won the Summer Championship and automatically locked in the number 1 seed. Top is also first in the league points. But because they have already obtained the number 1 seed, they are automatically postponed. EDG ranked second in total points throughout the year and won the 2nd seed spot from Top. Now only the 3rd seed has the final suspense left. Snake, RNG, We and IG teams will compete fiercely for the last spot. It is worth mentioning that the bad schedule in Li Hanxing's memory has not changed at all. In order to make way for the exhibition matches and expedition ceremony of the League of Legends 5th anniversary celebration, there will be 2 bubble matches tomorrow. That is to say, there is an unlucky guy who has to play 2 high-intensity BO5s in one day. I just don't know. Could this unlucky guy be Snake in this time and space? If so, then Li Hanxing could only mourn Gongzi in advance. The last highlight of Flower Pot Boy's career may remain today. Chapter 199: The happy moment after winning the championship. After the championship celebration, Li Hanxing returned to the backstage with his teammates. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Guihao opening the champagne specially brought to the scene. There was no scene like when football or basketball teams win the championship and spray each other with champagne in the locker room. Other stadiums have built-in bathing areas. If you get dirty, you can clean them immediately. Esports venues do not provide you with such facilities. And there is no such tradition. Guihao didn't know where he found a lot of glasses, and poured a little champagne into each glass. Then he raised his glass and said, "Thank you all for your hard work over the past year. Now it has finally paid off. But I still want to emphasize that winning the summer championship for us does not mean the end, but a new beginning. Next we need to attack towards a higher goal." Guihao gave an impromptu speech eloquently, with his face glowing red. He looked as high-spirited as the previous team members, mainly because this year's top was so successful. Not to mention winning 2 domestic league championships in spring and summer. They finally won the MSI Mid-Season Invitational, and even defeated SKT, who had won the World Championship twice and had the Devil Faker, equivalent to. This year, Top will take every honor they can. And now there is only the last and most important honor left. That is the annual League of Legends Global Finals, officially organized by Riot. Compared to MSI, the Global Finals has more participating teams. a longer schedule, and more intense competition. The team that can finally win the championship must be the strongest team at the time. Faced with such a situation, how do you ask Gua Hao to keep Lychee? Although he still dare not say that he will definitely be able to win the championship. The current dominance shown by Top in the domestic league makes Gua Hao inevitably have a little daydream. Everyone drank the champagne in their glasses in one gulp. Gua Hao told the good news. The people from the head office have just said that the championship bonus of this summer competition will be paid in full to everyone after taxes deducted, as a reward for everyone to win the championship. As soon as these words were said, there was a burst of warm applause. Who can have trouble with money? Even though there are still so many people sharing the 1.5 million after taxes deducted. The actual money everyone gets is not too much. But no matter how small it is, it can still be a few tens of thousands. You must know that the salary of many people in the team is just over 10,000, which is equivalent to several months' salary. Do I have one too? Gao Tianyang was a little confused. He had just joined the team not long ago, and he had not even had a formal chance to appear on the team. So he was already enjoying the bonus share? Gao Tianyang, why don't you treat everyone to a good meal? Ashui came over and looked like he was killing a big dog. It's not right for one person to eat alone. I want to share the joy of getting the bonus with everyone. You and Ba, you could also get a bonus. Why don't you share it with everyone? Ming was very uncooperative with him. How can that be the same? I am representing the team after all. Okay. I have worked hard. Ashui retorted plausibly. And this time, Gua Hao also waved his hand. You all can go. If you have family members, you can bring them with you. Let's go have a big dinner together. We must have a good celebration. As the hero who single-handedly built the team, Gua Hao has gained a lot of benefits. And with his high emotional intelligence, he will naturally not be stingy with the money for a dinner party. As long as the team's atmosphere is maintained well, and it can achieve success in the World Championship, he will only get more benefits. Real? Candy and Imsai suddenly lit up. They obviously wanted to bring their girlfriends with them. Gao Dui does not need to be specially brought along. B-Boy is a staff member of Top, and participating in the dinner is a normal team building. Everyone quickly packed up their things and took the bus back to the hotel to put away their peripheral equipment and change into casual clothes. Otherwise, if you wear your team uniform to eat, with Top's current popularity, you will easily be blocked in the restaurant by fans and unable to get out. Brother Han Sheng, grab the red envelope quickly. Xiang and the others are handing out big red envelopes in the group. On the bus back to the hotel, Ashui quickly reminded Li Hansheng and Shi Sinming beside them. It turned out that the brothers from Seven Wolves of Ionia saw Li Hansheng and others winning the championship, and they all ran out to hand out red envelopes to celebrate. Zhanqi Xiang, where is brother Han Sheng? Where is brother Han Sheng? You won't say anything after winning the championship, and you're pretending to be cool. Right. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Brother Han Sheng likes your behavior of giving out red envelopes. But brother Han Sheng is very unhappy with your attitude. Zhanqi TV. Katanda, when did eunuch you become a messenger eunuch? It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Gone. Lu Qingsong, you are the eunuch. Topming, yes. Yes. I very much agree with what Lu Qingsong said. You and Boya is a eunuch. Ashui is not convinced now. He can't follow the network cable to give Lu Qingsong a big blow. And he can't punish you. Shi Sinming? Are you really just joking with me? Li Hansheng smiled as he watched the two people quarreling in their seats, and then sighed. I didn't expect that our group of less than 20 people would be so active all the time. Ashui immediately claimed the credit. Isn't it because of me? As the leader of the group, you can't even see my silent efforts behind the scenes. Hey. Li Hansheng laughed and scolded. Are you a monkey? Just climb up the pole. Then let me ask you, what conditions should a group meet to stay active? Then he must have a wise and powerful group leader. Ashui answered directly. Candy suddenly interrupted. Obviously there should be a group of veteran Qiu Meishan drivers with dedication to driving for 30 years, who drive in the group every day. If a group can't drive, then it has no vitality. Just like EDG lost Big Tree, the West has lost Jerusalem. There seems to be nothing wrong with this metaphor. But why do you always feel that something strange is mixed in? No. Shouldn't there be a steady stream of people posting fake pictures? Ming immediately retorted. Shi Sinming, if you say this, I will doubt your character. Are you a scheming coward? Candy looked at him warily. No wonder you stick to Han Sheng and he every day. A water! Go away, Ming retorted angrily. You're the one who's so cool. Sorry, buddy. I have a girlfriend. Candy showed off proudly. Seeing that no one could give a real answer for a long time, Li Hansheng felt that he had to stand up. After observation and statistics by netizens, they summarized 20 factors for a group to be active. But the most critical and important one is that if a group wants to remain active for a long time, it needs an extremely stupid group leader. Shui really contributed a lot to the fact that our small group can stay active. Keep it up, boy. Li Hansheng patted Shui on the shoulder to encourage him. It was only then that Shui realized that Li Hansheng was teasing him in a roundabout way. Ha 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 ha! Everyone in the bus burst into laughter. Except Shui. In terms of force value, he is not as good as Li Hansheng. And in terms of mouth evasion skills, he seems to have to accept defeat in front of Li Hansheng. After teasing Shui a little, Li Hansheng's bad taste was instantly satisfied when he saw his deflated look. He also took the time to continue looking at his phone. I was just busy interacting with the 7 Wolves of Ionia group friends in the group, and I almost forgot that my WeChat account was already getting very noisy. Friends in the circle sent their blessings on WeChat. Li Hansheng's social skills are very good, and he basically has no enemies in the circle, except for the God of the Void. Even RNG seems to have trouble dealing with Li Hansheng. The fans of both sides are equally passionate. Before every fight, there will be a war of words on the internet. But in reality, MLXG, who is in the 7 Wolves of Ionia group, will not say much. In fact, Xiu has a pretty good personal relationship with Li Hansheng, and the two of them will chat in private on WeChat. Sometimes when Xiaohu wants to be abused, he will go out of his way to ask Li Hansheng to play solo. This is the truth. Fans are equally divided. But in fact, the players don't have any hatred at all in private, and they even have good personal relationships with each other. The most typical ones are pigs and dogs. Fans from both sides fight each other, which is quite exciting. But are these two really as incompatible as fans of both sides in private? The answer is obvious. A group of professional players including Rookie, Kid Yushin, and Holy Gun Brother have personal contacts with Li Hansheng and have all sent their blessings. Except for these professional players, some people in the live broadcast circle also sent blessings. For example, Diz, PDD, Grandpa Lu, who is not yet cool, and head-changing monsters. No matter what the personal relationship is, blessings must be sent first. Don't hit the smiling person with your hand. The same is true for people in the commentary circle. Wawa, Miller, Guan Ziyuan, and Wang Lauer also sent their blessings on WeChat. The female hosts were not to be outdone. Each and every one of them also expressed a lot of blessings for winning the championship. On the contrary, Sister Joe's blessing was different. Congratulations on winning the World Championship. Come on! Go for the World Championship. Here is Ollie. After that, there were still various high-profile photos taken in private rooms. This was originally a bet between Sister Zhou and Li Hansheng. Sister Zhou, who doesn't speak, is really good. Replying to a group would seem too perfunctory. But Li Hansheng was not completely helpless. First, find a universal reply formula from the internet. Then make appropriate modifications to a certain extent based on your relationship with the other party. This will not only make the other party aware of your sincere reply, but also minimize your workload. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Subsequently, he went to his fan group again and handed out red envelopes one by one. Through such behavior, fans can also enjoy the joy of winning the championship. As a result, he didn't finish until he was almost at the hotel where the team was staying. The first time he returned to the hotel, Li Hansheng ran to the bathroom and took a shower. He suddenly felt refreshed and changed into casual clothes. But others haven't done it yet. When he was bored, he started browsing forums and posts related to League of Legends. The first place to see is naturally the Louvre Museum. 2016 is a year when the number of League of Legends players in China continues to explode. As a gathering place for players, the esports Louvre has a lot of comments every day. Today is the day of the League Finals, which naturally leads to a lot of discussion. The post bar is in full swing, and the refresh rate of posts is extremely fast. Some trolls like to dig up graves, dig up the comments made by some EDG fans or anti-faith fans before the game, and publicly flog their corpses. Some followed EDG. This year may really be the best era of LPL. As long as LPL is not dominated by EDG, the results will not be bad. I think who is the strongest top laner should be finalized. Who can compare with Noob? Laughing to death. How dare these losers in the LPL to claim the title of #1 top laner? Have you ever met the top 3 top laners in LCK? Han Zashu. Wait and see. How many times does brother Han Sheng have to defeat Ma Dadu before you can admit that he is very strong? No one really thinks this is Ma Dadu's true strength. Right? Aren't the LGD teammates too orphaned? Hee. What do you say about MSI's bloody abuse of SKT? If your Korean father's vagina is half as hard as your mouth, he won't have an orgasm just by seeing the gesture of the universe on his fingertips. Don't even say it. Sometimes it's quite fun to watch the group of idiots in the counterattack each other. And Li Hansheng will even come off the field personally to set the pace. Certainly, you have to use a trumpet for the cliff. It would be too embarrassing if someone uncovered this. Li Hansheng doesn't want to be like Xu Baodu, who opens a small account online to yell at people and gets caught. After browsing for a while, the teammates were ready, prepared to celebrate with Gua Hao. At the dinner party, Li Hansheng met the girlfriend of the canine boy Candy for the first time. Before, he had only seen the photos on Candy's phone. But this was the first time he had met a real person offline. How to say? She has a standard internet celebrity face, and her brows have the air of a celebrity. Can only say, this group of internet famous ladies in the socialite circle is simply a dimension-reducing blow to young and famous esports players like Candy. All of them were mixed in among men. An inexperienced person like Candy. She knew what Candy was going to do as soon as she stuck her ass out. Is it any wonder that Candy is being played? Even by Pua? Brother Hansheng. Thank you for taking care of our family Xiong Renjia. Candy's girlfriend found an excuse to take the initiative to chat with Li Hansheng. Hee. I have several little sisters who are your fans. I won't tell you later. Do you still want to arrange to sing at a nearby KTV? I will ask them to come over then, so you can get to know each other? Okay. Li Hansheng did not refuse. He still had to give Candy some face. Besides, he just agreed to meet. I don't want to do anything else. Say it again. Even if you do other things, just remember not to endanger someone's life like your brother-in-law did. Or don't put someone on the operating table like Xiaohu or the prefect did. If you maintain this bottom line, what's wrong with him playing around? Chapter 200. I'll give you a sky-high price contract. Certainly. That's what Li Hansheng thought about. This bottom line is a bit too low for him. You know, as a time traveler, even if the world and time and space he is in now are so consistent with everything in his memory, one fact remains unchanged. He had no anchor point with the world, and the feeling of loneliness always enveloped him in the dead of night. Say it again. If he simply wanted to pursue physical pleasure, wouldn't it be more straightforward to transform into a sex fanatic? Li Hansheng is not such a noble person. And saving LPL is just convenient. The most important thing is to have the powerful cheats brought by the system, and use the cheats to improve one's life. The second is to pursue honor. And the pursuit of honor should be placed in this high order. It is also because every time he wins the championship, Li Hansheng can get a lot of psychological comfort. Every time he adds an honor, his degree of integration into this time and space will increase. After all, he is truly changing this time and space about esports, LPL, and the world lines of Ashui, Gao Dui, Imp and others. Hey, Brother Hansheng. How do you feel about the beautiful women surrounding you? Ashui came over at some point, apparently wanting to avoid unnecessary interactions. The group of celebrities didn't even spare him, who was a minor. Ashui's appearance is considered to be above average even among professional players. Not to mention that at this time, he has the vigor of a young man, and is a little bitch in the eyes of celebrities. Although he is not as well known as Li Hansheng, he can still be regarded as a high-quality potential stock. Many celebrities also think that even if they can't get close to Li Hansheng, it would be nice if they could get together with Ashui. Being young means that he doesn't understand much and is very immature when it comes to emotions. He can easily control Ashui, a potential stock, through his emotions and body. What? Weren't you surrounded by a group of women just now? Are you an innocent little virgin? Are you shy? Come to me to avoid the limelight? Li Hansheng teased with a smile. Despite Ashui's young age, he is actually very mature mentally, especially when it comes to relationships. You must know that he has become a top figure in the LPL, and his every move will be stared at with a magnifying glass. The group of professional gossip girls on Dubon did not dig out any dirty information about Ashui's private life. It is enough to see that Ashui is very restrained and cautious in dealing with emotional issues. Brother Chia's girlfriend is real. Ashui glanced around and complained in a low voice. She turned the normal championship celebration into a blind date, and it made me feel like she was a pimp. How can I waste my time on these women who are destined not to have a future with me? Yes, that's the right mentality. Li Hansheng patted him on the shoulder. You will still face many temptations in the future. Keep your heart and your bottom line.
Restraint is about getting greater rewards. Everyone who has achieved great success is often an extremely self-disciplined person. Li Hansheng thought that if he could lead the team to win 3 consecutive championships and create a dynasty history belonging to the LPL, maybe then he would be able to truly open his heart and integrate into this strange time and space.
Ah, right.
Ashui nodded.
So, Brother Hansheng, you shouldn't waste your time with these women. Right. Huh?
Li Hansheng raised his eyebrows.
What is a waste of time? Can't I just be friends with people? Are you so dirty in your mind? Exactly.
Ashui rolled his eyes and waved his hand.
There is no pure friendship between men and women. If there is, I will only believe in the Phoenix legend.
Li Hansheng burst into laughter. He kept saying these little words one after another. Is this a postgraduate entrance examination for feelings? The two of them were chatting happily here. But it made it difficult for the ladies with purpose to get close to them. This time, it was destined to disappoint Candy's girlfriend's socialite best friends. The younger ones are not interested in them at all. Gao Dui and Imp all have girlfriends. And Li Hansheng, the big fish, also showed little interest in them. However, they are not discouraged. After all, as long as they can successfully add WeChat and create a sense of presence in front of the target, that will be enough. Isn't it just a matter of everyone following their own abilities? After all, what they usually study is how to create a sense of luxury for themselves and then attract men. The next day, Guo found Li Hansheng alone.
Hansheng,
he chuckled.
What a big change this year has made. That's right.
Li Hansheng also smiled.
How come I, a perfectly good person who was kicked out of the team by RNG, became the league champion and world champion?
Seeing Li Hansheng's arrogant look, Guo didn't hide anything.
Originally, I should have negotiated the contract with you long ago, but it has been postponed until now. I think the time is ripe. And there is also a contract with the head office. Affirmative answer.
Li Hansheng has always had a
child labor contract,
which is the contract he signed at the beginning with a salary of just over 10,000 yuan. That was when MSI ended. Guo wanted to renew his contract with Li Hansheng in advance. But it never happened. Firstly, Li Hansheng's contract still has half a year left. After all, Guo is the manager of the team. He needs to maximize the income from each contract. With the honor Li Hansheng brings to the team and the traffic he brings to the parent company, this income is huge. Can't imagine? Rushing for an early renewal will increase the team's salary burden. After all, you can't just give one person a salary increase. Right? Secondly, it is difficult to estimate the market price. As a practitioner, he knows very well how much influence the version has on a player. He has seen too many players perform brilliantly because of a certain version. As a result, the club sent them a generous contract. When the version changed drastically, the players completely GG. The club suffered a huge loss. So, he wanted to observe whether Li Hansheng could withstand the debuffs of the designers. Now it turns out, Li Hansheng is that kind of super player who can adapt to any version without having to consider subsequent performance issues. Moreover, he also has knowledge of the private offers from other clubs. And he probably has an idea in his mind. The most important thing is, he has been waiting for the evaluation from the head office. The business elites of Taobao Corporation will use various arithmetic models to give an estimate of Li Hansheng's business value, and give the final quotation based on this estimate. This quotation is also Guo's confidence. He felt that this offer should be unmatched by any other team. Toboy indeed showed full sincerity.
Are you finally going to give me a salary increase?
Li Hansheng joked half-jokingly.
If you don't give me a salary increase, I will change jobs.
Listening to Li Hansheng's half-true joke, Guo said categorically,
You can play the world championship with peace of mind. And you don't have to feel pressure. No matter what the final result of the world championship is. I guarantee it. Your contract price next year will be LPL first person. And we will also build a team around you. During the transfer period at the end of the year, I will consult with you on every transfer. As for the live broadcast contract, you can also negotiate with the platform yourself. We will not force you to bundle it with the team's live broadcast contract.
It can only be said that Guo did show full sincerity. After all, the implication of his words is that if Li Hansheng is dissatisfied with anyone in the team, Guo will replace him without hesitation. Whoever Li Hansheng wants to be a teammate, Guo will try his best to win. As a team member, this kind of treatment has reached its limit. Before Li Hansheng could speak, Guo then broke out even more exciting news.
If The team finally makes some gains in the S competition. In your new contract, you can also get the team shares. This last addition is a small reward mechanism. In the entire LPL, only the factory director owns shares in the team as a member. This is because he participated in the founding of the EDG team, accompanied EDG for so many years, and also ruled the country together and abroad. That is, as long as Faker gets a certain amount of shares. Looking at Faker's career resume, how many championships has he helped SKT win before he gets such treatment? This is actually what the group of business elites from Talbot's parent company calculated, and it involves a definition of success in esports. For fans, what they see is success in a broad sense. That is, they must have the last laugh and be the one holding the trophy. But for the team and players, successfully winning the championship naturally means success. But no one will force that thing. Anyone with a little bit of lychee will understand. In a team game, if you want to be the final champion, the decisive factor is too great. Especially in a video game like League of Legends that changes a lot every year. The right time, right place, and right people are indispensable. You have to form a team with the right people in the right version. And these right people have to be in their most suitable state on the spot to have a chance to win. So, for the team, it is enough to achieve strategic goals. With the injection of a large amount of capital, the domestic esports circle is no longer the barbaric era, driven by the rich second-generation gambling behavior of Principal Wang. What are the capital requirements? Traffic and attention. So, for the capital behind the team, if their cost of operating the team is equal to the traffic and attention they receive, it will be considered a success. This is why many players are obviously not very good in the eyes of fans. Players like this are destined to be unable to win the championship. But there are still teams that want it. Because the goal of many teams is to enter the playoffs or compete for tickets to the World Championship. The bastards in the eyes of the players and the audience have this characteristic of having a low upper limit, but a high lower limit. Li Hanqing's current business potential, or the traffic he brings, is worth the high price Talbot paid for him. Is Talbot sincere? Absolutely. I don't seem to have any reason to refuse. Li Hanqing chuckled. It would be best to be able to play LOL with brothers. Not to mention if you don't want to stay in Taobao. Li Hanqing would not use his personal connections to bring Ah Shui, Gao Tianliang and others into the team to serve as reserve talents for the team. He also believed that Talbot would not treat him badly. Yes. Guihao was showing his true feelings. I won't cheat you. Nor will I treat you badly. After all, you are the strongest player I have found in my career. I also hope that the team can achieve great results under your leadership. More achievements and honors. The reason why I am telling you this at this time is mainly because I don't want you to be disturbed by some off-site factors. If the World Championship team wants to achieve better results, it must rely on your good performance. Guihao must have received some rumors, and knew that many teams had already set their sights on Li Hanqing in advance. Watch Taobao take advantage of its achievements in the esports field, and gain huge attention among young people at a very small cost. Other big capitals are also jealous. Well-known domestic capital companies such as Suning and JAD.com are conducting relevant operations in an attempt to replicate Taobao's success. What capital wants is quick results. So how can we achieve quick results? Naturally. Throw money. Throw money. It's still a waste of money. Directly poaching Li Hanqing from Taobao is the best shortcut. What could be more traffic and gimmick than poaching the top players in the LPL to your own team? First, stabilize the core and backbone of Li Hanqing's team. Then other team members will not be greatly affected. After all, Guihao knew very well that Li Hanqing had a huge influence on other team members. As long as Li Hanqing doesn't cause chaos, others won't be able to cause chaos either. Brother Hao, don't worry. I have no intention of leaving Taobao for the time being. Li Hanqing smiled and waved his hand. And I won't think about renewing my contract until the World Championship is over. I'm not in a hurry to make money. Because for me, the money is there. It just depends on when I get it. Right? That's true. It's easy to deal with your kid. Although Li Hanqing's words sounded pretentious, Guihao knew one thing. This was the fact. The injection of capital will increase the value of everyone in the esports circle, especially the most popular and most watched top player in the circle. Even though Li Hanqing is currently holding a child labor contract, he is still not worried. It's exactly what he said. For him, the money is on the ground. It depends on when he is willing to bend down to pick it up. I got a positive reply from Li Hanqing. It can be regarded as a verbal agreement between the two parties. This made Guihao breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Li Hanqing can be retained, there will be no problem with Top's overall framework. even if the contract renewal at the end of the year cannot be negotiated. At least Shui, Ming, and Gao Tianyang, the three newcomers who joined the team because of Li Hansheng, will not leave, and the team will not be too passive by then. Chapter 201 Flowerpot Boys Final Swan Song. After coming out of Guohao's place, Li Hansheng returned to the internet cafe that the team rented specifically for training. This internet cafe has been directly booked by Top in the past few days. Except for a few people who have girlfriends. Gao Dui, Candy, and Imp. Everyone else is broadcasting live in the internet cafe. It is now the end of August. In order to prepare for the playoffs, everyone has owed a lot of live broadcast time. In order to avoid being deducted from wages, we can only seize this opportunity to play extra time. If you don't work hard on live broadcasting at the beginning of the month, you will have to fight hard at the end of the month. As usual, the League of Legends Global Finals will not start the group stage until the beginning of October, and the group draw ceremony will be held at the end of September. So, for Li Hansheng and others, there is plenty of time in September, and there is plenty of time to make up for the time. And, because they are about to go on an expedition, as the number 1 seed team in the LPL, their live broadcast room will have its own traffic bonus, and a large number of viewers will flock to the live broadcast room to give gifts, ask questions, etc. I just don't know if there will be people with crazy mentality who will go to Gao Dui's live broadcast room and ask him if he will choose Bright Moon as the champion skin this year. As for October, if everything goes well, Top will advance all the way to the finals, which means that they will spend the entire month of October abroad. And naturally it will not be possible to broadcast live. By then, it's hard to say whether Douyu can retain Top. As long as Top performs well enough in the World Championship, the price of the live broadcast contract will naturally increase. Even if the contract has not expired, other platforms will not hesitate to directly pay liquidated damages and forcefully poach employees. During this period, live broadcast platforms were still in a period of wild growth and crazy money spending. The competition was about who could spend more money. The details depended on their financing capabilities. Top can just sit back and wait for the platforms to continuously raise prices and maximize profits as much as possible. As a qualified manager, Guohao will not completely rely on the parent company's investment to operate. He should try his best to let the club be responsible for its own profits and losses, at least not so dependent on the parent company. When the contract is renewed at the end of the year, he will depend on how much budget he has on hand for the new live broadcast contract after the World Games. Guohao definitely still hopes that Top can maintain the current lineup as much as possible, regardless of the results of the World Championship. At least this lineup has proven that it can dominate the domestic LPL, which is very satisfying for him. Hey, Brother Hansheng, look at your rosy face. Is Brother Hao introducing you to your girlfriend? As soon as Li Hansheng sat down, Shui beside him made a joke. Yes. Are you envious? Li Hansheng did not deny it. He introduced me to a man with fair skin and beautiful long legs. Real or fake? Shui was doubtful, but Li Hansheng made him lose his temper. Of course it's true. Li Hansheng did not explain deliberately. Guohao gave him a sky-high contract. In this society, if a man has money, doesn't it mean he has a fair-skinned and beautiful girlfriend with long legs? Money is not everything. But having no money is absolutely impossible. Money can't buy love? Then you have to reflect on it. It's not that money can't buy love. Is it possible that you just don't have enough money? TCH. Just go ahead. Shui didn't fall for the trick. It's unreasonable no matter how you think about it. It's not that team managers can't introduce girlfriends to their players. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the LPL. There are also cases where the team manager took the core members of the team to a nightclub during the playoffs, resulting in the core member of the team breaking his hand. There is also a situation where the team manager took the team members to a nightclub to drink too much, and then asked a certain holy monk to perform a real-life version of the blind monk's eye-touching roundhouse kick, and the result was deduced. It sounds nonsense, but for the LPL league with the grassroots team management model, this is really a common thing. With Shui's understanding of Guohao, he wouldn't do such a thing. Even if he wanted to introduce a girlfriend to Li Hansheng, it would not be possible at this juncture. Top is about to compete in the World Championship. As the absolute core and soul of Top, Li Hansheng will introduce a girlfriend to Li Hansheng at this time, to distract Li Hansheng's energy and interfere with Li Hansheng's game state? Isn't this a pure brain problem? Hey! Li Hansheng still didn't take the initiative to explain, and just kept away from this disgusting Shui. He simply started a live broadcast and started his Korean server journey. Before the World Championship comes, He wants to earn as many points as possible. The last time he improved his abilities was before the start of the summer split. Now that he has won the LPL Summer Split Championship, he will once again receive some special honor points. And he will work hard this month. What Li Hansheng wants is to increase his other abilities to the upper limit of 95 points. And use the special honor points to continue to improve his landing ability. Now his landing ability has been increased to 97. Next, that's 98. Once the average ability value breaks through the 95 mark, Li Hansheng estimates that he will be the world's #1 top laner in the true sense. Even the top LCK top laners such as Sem, Someday, and Duke cannot take any advantage in front of him. And they can only passively mix lanes, while chatting with the audience and killing pigs in the Korean server. Time flew by into the evening. Li Hansheng stretched and stood up to go to the front desk to get something to drink. He also asked the boys beside him,
Ah Shui, Xiao Tian, and Xiao Ming, do you want anything to drink? It's okay.
Gao Tianliang and Ming both had indifferent expressions on their faces. But Ah Shui was very serious.
Please bring me a Coca-Cola. Thank you. Huh?
Got it. Li Hansheng raised his eyebrows and nodded with a half-smiling expression. After a while, he returned to his seat and handed a bottle of Pepsi to each of Xiao Tian and Ming, while he also unscrewed the cap of the bottle. With a squeaking sound, the gas spurted out, and Li Han took a huge gulp. The cold soda flowed down his throat, and the slight tingling sensation made him feel extremely sour. This feeling is only noticeable when you take the first sip. No wonder people say that a bottle of Coke costs 3 yuan. But the first sip is worth 2.5 yuan.
Cool!
Li Hansheng smiled and took another sip. Soda is like this sometimes. The more you drink, the thirstier you get. Once you drink it, you can't stop. Putting the remaining Coke on the table, Li Hansheng felt a resentful gaze lingering beside him. Turning his head, he saw Ah Shui's resentful face.
Brother Hansheng, we treat him differently.
Right.
Where's my Coke?
Ah Shui complained.
I'm sorry.
Li Hansheng looked like an actor in a whitening toothpaste commercial, showing his teeth and smiling slightly.
My dog shook his head when he saw Coca-Cola. I didn't even give it to him. I even threw the Coca-Cola at the front desk into the toilet for cleaning. The semen is gone.
It doesn't matter if it's other problems. But if it's about taste, you have to pull out the knife.
Pepsi is the dishwashing liquid. Coca-Cola is the YYDS.
Ah Shui immediately responded.
Go. Go. Go.
Li Hansheng also replied.
You have to drink Pepsi for Coke. Just like you have to eat sweet tofu puffs. You have to eat salty rice dumplings. You have to eat dumplings dipped in chili oil. You have to eat instant noodles. You have to eat Master Kong. And you have to eat spicy strips. Wei Long.
The team members looked at these two quarrelsome beasts and didn't know what to say. On the contrary, everyone in the live broadcast room also started fighting because of this inadvertent dispute over taste. No wonder I was so pleased with Brother Hansheng when I first saw him. It turns out his taste is exactly the same as mine. Xingbao's taste is actually the same as mine. As expected, Xingbao and I are a perfect match. I can't forgive even Brother Hansheng. Forget about the Coke flavor. But even if I die and be nailed in a coffin, I still have to say that tofu must be eaten salty. Start a group? Even dogs don't drink Pepsi-Cola. Right? Coca-Cola is the best. So it turns out that Brother Hansheng and I have so much in common. No wonder he is as good as me. Get out of here. You shameless person. The biggest thing you and Brother Hansheng have in common is that you are both men. This time Li Hansheng swore that he really didn't set the rhythm on purpose. But looking at the barrage that filled the screen, Li Hansheng thought that he might really be able to add another barrage contract to his next contract? With his ability to start a group. There's nothing wrong with signing a barrage contract. Right? The two quarreled for a while. And Ah Shui simply turned off the live broadcast and got up to get himself a bottle of Coca-Cola, deliberately placing it in the most conspicuous position in front of Li Hansheng. No matter how mature your mental age is, you can't escape the fact that you are just a kid who is not yet 16 years old. Li Hansheng also started playing ranked games on his own. This ranking didn't waste much time. Once the opponents saw that they couldn't beat him, they simply gave in. When he looked up, he saw Ah Shui curled up on the gaming chair, lying down in a posture similar to Guyu's. Watching the live broadcast, take a closer look. It turned out to be a live broadcast of the LCK bubbling match. Before LCK was still called OGN. Their competition quota rules only relied on league points and competition through bubble games. This led to the fact that during the S4 period, the KTA team, which defeated the Samsung Blue team in the OGN Summer Finals and had Kakao Plus Rookie, clearly won the Summer Championship but failed to qualify for the S4 World Championship due to rules. The LPL actually has a similar situation. During the S3 period, there was even a situation where the finals of the summer game were held after the S game. To know, the Summer Championship means that this team is in the best shape at this stage. But such a team cannot go abroad to participate in the S competition. This is a loss for the division and also a loss for the finals, because the gold content will undoubtedly drop significantly. In order to avoid such a situation, the qualifications for obtaining the S competition quota are the same in each major competition area. The Summer League champion is the first seed. The team with the first league points is the second seed. And the division with the third seed competes for the last spot through bubble games. Riot hopes that the teams that can come to the World Championship stage will be the strongest teams in their respective regions, making the World Championship more enjoyable to watch. The LCK tournament ends a little earlier than the LPL because they don't have as many teams. In the summer finals, Rockstar relied on Sem's captain's ultimate move to steal the Baron's destiny with 2 drops of blood, and finally won the cup. He successfully won the LCK Summer Championship and became the #1 seed in the LCK. Although SKT failed in the semifinals of the LCK Summer Playoffs, they were awarded the second seed because they were the LCK Spring Champions and ranked first in league points. The first and second seeds of the LCK have been determined, and now the third spot is being determined in the bubble tournament, as the well-deserved #1 league in the world right now. Even the third seed in the LCK cannot be underestimated and must be taken seriously. The LCK in the past 2 years has been so arrogant. If Lee Han-sheng remembered correctly, it seems that the 4 teams Jin Air, KT, Samsung, and Africa are competing for the final spot. The most promising one should be KT. After all, they had an advantage against Rockstar, but they were overturned in the end. The third seed in the LCK should be KT. Other teams should compete with them. Not only Shui was paying attention, but everyone else in the team was also paying attention, and everyone simply expressed their opinions. Yes, Score is a very powerful player in the B jungle area. Green Mao talked eloquently. His top jungle combination with Someday almost broke the Peanut plus Sim. Are you sure it's just a close call? Xiaotian added. If it weren't for the good luck of Sim's captain, it's still unclear who will win the summer championship. Judging from the performance since the summer split alone, KT is the only one in the LCK. First, in the semifinals, they led 2 teams chase 3 to complete their revenge against SKT. The feud between KT and SKT is not only in the field of League of Legends, but also in the field of StarCraft. The showdown between the 2 sides is called the News Agency War. Everyone knows the grievances of the League of Legends branch. During the S3 period, it was SKT led by Faker who reversed KT in 2 consecutive games, and even made 2 famous scenes, making KT forever the backdrop in his highlights. With SKT's resilience, it's incredible that they would be beaten 2 times. In the summer finals, he also showed perfect form. Score and Someday are in hot form, destroying almost all LCK teams' top and jungle combinations. But today they failed in the hands of Samsung. Even Imp, a veteran Samsung player, is not very optimistic about this year's Samsung. Samsung has made enough progress this year, with a large number of newcomers in the team, and their jungler is actually the former top mid laner in South Korea, Anjong. Can you believe this? But such a team actually fell behind with a score of 1-2. First, in the 4th game, they beat KT with a 14-1 head-to-head ratio in 28 minutes. In the subsequent deciding game, KT seemed to trigger the muscle memory of being overturned in the previous summer finals. The team's most stable old captain had a very poor score, and was severely beaten in the jungle by N, who also changed positions at the end of his career. 3-2. Samsung successfully won the last ticket to the LCKS game and became the 3rd seed in the LCK. This guy's result obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone was in a state of confusion. Huh? Shui was stunned for a long time before he said, Is it so outrageous? How about you go compete for jobs with Gao Tianliang and Brother Jie? I'll go jungle too. Lee Han-sheng nodded seriously. It's not impossible. Shui's jungle performance is really good. This kid's normal ranking is to lose points by playing ADC, and then increase points by playing jungle, which is ridiculous. However, it is also in line with his characteristics. Other ADC players will focus on laning, but Shui has the habit of frequently cutting the screen, so he has a good overall view and is a rare commanding talent in the ADC position. But it is also because of distraction that he will make many low-level mistakes. His technique will look rough, and he will become a rough brother in the eyes of the audience. As it happens, the LPL bubble match is also held today. And, due to the schedule, the three teams will play 2 BO5 games today, which means that one unlucky guy is destined to go through the test of 2 high-intensity BO5 games in one day. The final winner will compete with RNG for the last ticket tomorrow. In fact, according to this schedule, Li Hansheng felt that no matter who won, they would not be able to beat RNG the next day. RNG is waiting for work. And in today's life and death showdown, potential opponents will definitely be forced to use their hidden moves, and all their trump cards will be revealed. What's more, RNG itself is the stronger team among the 4 teams in the bubble match. The time, place, and people are all right. But even knowing this, the other 3 teams will not give up this glimmer of hope. For many professional players, reaching the global finals is already the highlight of their career. How many professional players may not be able to get such an opportunity throughout their entire career? Ghost, is this a replay? Gao Tianliang looked confused. I remember the bubble match was played at 12 noon. How come it's still the 5th BO5 between Snake and IG? It is already 7 o'clock in the evening. 7 hours have passed since the official start. Shui on the side curled his lips and complained. It's just a live broadcast. Principal Wang found a group of sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks from nowhere. The game has been paused intermittently during the regular season of the LPL. Various network problems and hardware problems often occur in venues with hundreds of people at the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center. Although Project Banana has experience in the spring split, it is of little use. There are a lot of things that should go wrong in the summer games, and problems arise even more frequently when games are held on such a large scale. Top has not encountered a single timeout in the playoffs. This is considered bad luck. You can't finish a BO5 game in 7 hours. What's the concept? The official regulations stipulate that the competition will start at 12 noon, which means that the players must arrive at the scene and wait at 11 or even earlier. In order to have a better competitive state, the players must maintain a fasting state. It is no exaggeration to say that the players on both sides of the field have been fasting for at least 10 hours. If that's all, forget it. In this kind of intense competition, players on both sides must be attentive and concentrated throughout the entire process to ensure that they will not make mistakes on the court. The mental exertion is more terrifying than physical fatigue and hunger. The players on the field are in a superposition state of multiple debuffs. What's even more desperate is, even if they win, they won't even have time to rest. And they will immediately play the next BO5 against Wii. This is absolute torture. The business elite simply did not consider the competitive aspects. Such intermittent competition is also a test for the competitive state of the players. Not everyone is as bad as Li Hansheng. There is no ups and downs in the state, and he is always in the best condition. These ordinary players finally adjusted their status. But they faced a half-hour pause just 2 minutes into the game. There is no switch for status. MD! God is deliberately torturing us Draven players. Isn't he? Shui still feels sorry for Brother Crystal. I see Brother Crystal's expression. It's like the one in the TV series, who can't catch a breath and is about to collapse. State. There was no footage of the competition, so the director frequently cut close-ups of the players on site. 10 players could be seen, all of them showing signs of exhaustion. Especially Brother Crystal. He had missed a large number of games due to a hand injury. And it was only after the playoffs that he received bloodletting treatment from foreign doctors and made an emergency payment. A skinny body like his is already extremely weak. But after going through such high-intensity consumption, he can only stand up to it. That is this day. Let a talented ADC who was originally very talented and perhaps could achieve higher achievements in his career fall, become the flower pot boy who is criticized by fans. Maybe Brother Jingshu's career will be ruined by this BO5. The banana plan is so stupid and harmful. Fortunately, I didn't go to IG. Shui felt very happy now that he thought about it. Otherwise, I might be tricked by IG's management. The Banana Project is a project personally endorsed by Principal Wang, and the management team is naturally selected by Principal Wang himself. From this, we can see how chaotic IG's management will be. Ha. Li Hansheng sneered, and then turned his head to look at Shui. But if such an opportunity was placed in front of you, you wouldn't give it up, would you? Ashwina also worked hard for the club, although not as exaggerated as Flower Pot Boy. Shui is also a man who carried his illness and brought the team into the World Championship. Without any hesitation, Shui immediately said firmly, "That's necessary." But the next second, he smiled happily. So, choice is far greater than hard work. I am luckier than Brother Jingshu, because I am Brother Han Cheng's teammate, and the team can enter the World Championship without me working hard. TSK. TSK. Ming couldn't help but smacked his lips. You win, Ba. Your ability to flatter is getting better and better day by day. It seems that you feel sorry for Brother Jingshu, but in fact you are flattering me. Brother Han Cheng. Right? And the skill of talking with everyone. The suspended game finally started. Both sides seemed to be tortured by these repeated timeouts, and the playing on the court was actually more unrestrained. But due to the dual physical and mental exhaustion, the two sides fed each other on the court, and even a macho operator like Rookie could not avoid it. The onlookers, Li Hansheng and others, did not laugh at it, because as professional players, Li Hansheng and the others could empathize with each other and knew how tortured it was for both parties on the court to play a BO5 for more than 7 hours. Finally, Snake won the victory with a more balanced overall strength. Rookie was unable to survive alone, and IG completely lost the possibility of going to S6. Rookie is too difficult. Wang Lao, who serves as the commentator, lamented, if IG wants to keep Rookie, it must equip him with good enough teammates. With the current strength of IG, if I want to rely on Rookie alone, it's obviously too difficult to make it to the World Championships. But last year I had Kakao who could share the pressure. The problem with IG is that the upper and lower lanes are too impersonal, so I won't say much about their posture. The bottom lane is almost enough to form a football team. But it turns out that after looking for a circle of people, these new ADCs are not as good as the previous kids. Where is God? Finally won. But Snake and everyone were not happy at all, because there is still a torture waiting for them. We are okay, although they have to wait at the scene all the time. They can eat in the middle, and when they are tired, they can close their eyes and rest their minds to reserve energy for the game. Snake really didn't have any time to breathe. As soon as the game here ended, they went backstage to rest for a while, and were immediately called to the stage again for the second BO5 game with Wei. We's coach is also bad. In terms of BP, he deliberately selected 2 late-stage cores from the middle and bottom lanes. It is clear that I want to fight against you and fight the bladder game. Tactics to survive the old man. In fact, Team Snake is a group of young people. But no matter how fierce the young people are, they cannot withstand such a long period of high-intensity torture. If young people have unlimited energy, then the rich woman will not have to change a group of young people who want to take shortcuts to play with her every month. Snake also showed rare resilience. They have no intention of operating with Wei at this time, and the operating capabilities of the two teams are not obvious at all. As 6 LPL League, there are only 3 teams that really know how to operate. Top, EDG and RNG. If Li Hansheng hadn't crossed over, the only teams in the LPL that really knew how to operate in S6 were EDG and RNG. This also led to these two teams basically sweeping other domestic opponents without pressure during S6. The two sides once again fought fiercely for 5 rounds. When the 5th game started, it was already past 12 o'clock in the morning. It means that Snake lasted on the stage for 12 hours. Spicy is really awesome. Banana Project. I'll take it. Ashui kept complaining. Fortunately, we don't have to suffer this. I can't imagine if we were the ones being tortured on stage. That kind of scene makes me shudder just thinking about it. It lasts for 12 hours. It's very spicy. Ashui also kept shaking his head. Finally, we relied on its physical strength to defeat the opponent in the deciding game. Let's shout that. Congratulations to Wei. Wang Lauer was obviously exhausted, but he still squeezed out the last bit of strength to shout. Tomorrow. No. It's today. We will face RNG. The winner will become the 3rd seed in our LPL division. Today's Snake deserves the respect of all of us. They fought until the last moment. Even though they lost, it's honorable. But Wang Lauer also knows that after today, Snake will most likely have dreams in life, and each will be wonderful. A close-up shot of everyone seeing Snake. Although they obviously lost the game, there was no disappointment or sadness on their faces, nor was there any comfort between them. Everyone had a look of exhaustion on their faces. The flower pot boy lay weakly on the table. The injury to his hand had obviously recurred further, and now he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. And what about everyone in top at this time? They have all taken a comfortable bath, lying on the bed and resting peacefully, waiting for the expedition ceremony tomorrow. By the time Li Hansheng woke up, it was already the next day. On the way to the scene, Li Hansheng habitually opened the Tieba forum on his mobile phone to see what the audience thought of yesterday's BO10 match that would go down in history. After all, last night's game was played too late. Many viewers went to bed without even knowing who won in the end. As soon as I entered the esports Louvre, I saw a whole page full of bar friends complaining about the Banana project from various angles. This Banana plan highlights an idiot. The schedules for the spring and summer splits are outrageous. And the venues and equipment are not good. If I were Snake's person, I would definitely curse the schedule maker's own horse to spiral into the sky. And then die suddenly. Is there a possibility? Why is it that the person responsible for the LPL schedule of the entire Banana project can't even find a single horse despite taking out his household registration book? Snake is too miserable. Right? There was something wrong with your official team. And people suffered as a result. After playing for 12 hours, you still lost the game. It was like losing money. Didn't you see the photo of Brother Crystal entering the hospital last night? Bloody. Labor Snake's fans want to kill the horses of these stupid management. And then invite a group of girl groups to perform a disco on their graves for fun. It is true that many people are complaining about Snake. Not only fans of Snake, but also ordinary passers-by will feel sorry for them. Especially after seeing the photos of Brother Crystal being sent to the hospital for bloodletting overnight. Your official schedule is unreasonable, and there are frequent accidents on the day of the game. Why should the team and players have to bear the consequences? Moreover, Snake lost to Wii in the end. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was out of physical strength. If both sides had enough energy to fight a fair BO5. Snake doesn't say that he will win 100%. But it is not without the possibility of winning. Can we be sure of winning? But obviously, no matter how much people curse, it is impossible for the authorities to change this result. The Banana project didn't even apologize verbally. It made it clear that labor and management were at fault. But labor and management just refused to admit it. You can do whatever you want. This is what the so-called business elites look like. What happens, happens. We can only blame Snake and the others for being unlucky enough to encounter something like this. Result: Principal Wang's Weibo has been corrupted. Many people swarm to his Weibo, either in a yin and yang way, or simply and directly scolding. On the contrary, Principal Wang was completely off guard and said angrily, "If you are sick, go to the hospital for treatment. I am not a doctor, and I have to be responsible for prescribing medicine for you crazy dogs on the internet." He also has a reason. And he is not happy either. IG was also eliminated. Okay? Who makes you the apparent boss in this thing? Just like if Top loses the game. Others' first reaction is to scold Li Hansheng. If EDG loses the game, others' first reaction is to criticize Ming Kai. A loser. You are the apparent boss of the team. You enjoy the most flowers and applause. But you also have to resist the most scoldings. The Banana plan was created by you, Principal Wang. Regardless of whether you participate in the specific daily operations. If something goes wrong, I will scold you, and that will be it. Hey, Brother Crystal is in this state. It looks like he will be completely useless in the future. Ashue sighed. From now on, the only person who is good at playing Draven in the LPL is my buddy. Conversation room. Everyone has returned to the Guangzhou Sports Performing Arts Center again. They need to first participate in the rehearsal of the rehearsal ceremony. And then watch the game between RNG and we on the spot. And then immediately carry out the ceremony. This year's LPL campaign jerseys will also be announced at that time. People from Wii and RNG are rehearsing together. After all, either of them may become the qualified person. The rehearsal process was very easy. After all, it was just about arranging the positions of the queue and the lifts to allow the players to adapt to the stage. Soon the people from EDG and Top came to the special lounge. There was no grudge between the two parties, and they started chatting. Isn't something going to happen today? Even if the expedition ceremony has to be postponed until 12 o'clock in the morning, I won't be able to bear it. Ashue didn't want to experience Snake's fear of being dominated. Jiaqua, what are you worried about? Even if you are dominated, you are still imp. Aren't you a substitute? The factory director teased with a smile. He and Ashue are fellow players. And EDG also launched a fierce pursuit of Ashue in private before. The two of them had a good personal relationship. Which is why the factory director joked so unscrupulously. Yo? Ashue pretended not to hear what he said, with a surprised expression on his face. Isn't this year's runner-up Jungler? The director's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at him with dead eyes. Littleby is disgusting. Isn't he? Hey, director. Do you think our team is better than you when it comes to talking dirty words? Li Hansheng came over with a smile. I can tell from one look that I learned bad things from you.
The factory director rolled his eyes and complained.
You are also a good talker. No. No.
Li Hansheng shook his head modestly.
You have to say the dirty talk. Director, how much material have you contributed to us?
The factory director was so angry that he was speechless. Who makes him really have a lot of memes? He really couldn't refute this. LPL's level of trash talk and flirtatious talk fell into decline immediately after the factory director retired.
Who are you more optimistic about today?
The factory director asked next.
Then you still need to ask?
Li Hansheng glared.
I am 60E. Thank you.
The factory director looked at him with a half smile.
60E can still talk to me calmly? You fake fan.
Don't even say it. 60E in ancient times really hated the factory director. If we really want to meet him, I can't wait to give him a Muay Thai package.
Brother Hansheng must have a grudge with RNG.
Mako joked. Li Hansheng did not deny it.
However, I think RNG has a greater chance of winning. WE's overall strength and operational capabilities are not as good as RNG.
The director made a serious analysis.
Let's see.
Li Hansheng actually already had the answer in his heart. After version 6.15, the game as a whole will test the team's landing strength even more. And cha-cha. This is what we lacks. Firstly, the unparalleled strength of MLXG in the jungle cannot be matched. The second is the bottom lane. The brother-in-law has not yet reached his peak. And his partner Zero, the second-generation dog princess, is indeed older. Facing Uzi, he couldn't stand it at all. Uzi's landing strength is indeed not bad. This is the advantage of RNG waiting for work. Yesterday, we was forced out of all their cards by the desperate snake. They had no cards at all in front of RNG. And there is no shortage of famous scenes. The second hand of both sides. RNG picked Malzahar in the middle. We once had a huge advantage in the early stage, and even expanded its economic advantage to nearly 1W in the midterm. But in the end, we didn't know what they were thinking. With Tam's assistance, the other 4 people still spent a lot of money to make Mercury. The ADC is okay, and can be synthesized into a Mercury scimitar later on. But with Syndra in the middle, Beryl in the jungle, and Echo on the top, the 3 of them doing Mercury was a pure waste of economy. This is equivalent to we investing most of its leading economy in props like Mercury that do not increase combat effectiveness. The actual leading economy is not that big. That's why we couldn't attack it for a long time. Uzi took advantage of Wheel Mom's super clearing ability to force him to the late stage. In the later stage, the gap between the 2 parties' operational capabilities and execution capabilities also became apparent. We did not line up the ward clearly when attacking, but was bypassed by Looper's Titan with a perfect TP and moved to the C position. RNG directly used a team battle to close the economic gap. In the end, we was successfully overturned by RNG.
It's really outrageous.
Ashue watched the game with an expression of disbelief.
Are the people in we so afraid of death? I was wondering if Tam would be able to go out alone.
Don't say he doesn't understand. Even the factory director found this behavior outrageous. He was already cowardly enough. But he didn't expect anyone to be more cowardly than him. They failed to win the game with a big advantage, but were overturned. WE's momentum suddenly plummeted. In the third game, RNG directly pushed the base in 22 minutes. 3-0.
RNG swept we cleanly 3-0 and successfully won the last spot to represent the LPL in the World Championship. Let us congratulate RNG for getting the last ticket to the World Championship.
Miller's voice was loud and exciting. Call. And long before the base was pushed flat, the members of the EDG and top teams had already arrived to the side of the stage in advance. Under the guidance of the staff, they came to the lifting platform. The members of the RNG team were also brought over before they even bothered to pack up their peripherals.
Everyone just needs to stand in the same formation as in the previous rehearsal,
the person in charge finally warned. Subsequently, the lifting platform started to start, and Li Hansheng could clearly feel that he was slowly rising into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the enthusiastic cheers from the audience swept in from all directions, impacting his eardrums. Golden rain began to fall over the stage. Colorful ribbons fell from the sky, and bursts of dry ice mist rose from the edge of the stage. Spotlights from all directions are shining towards the stage. The atmosphere is created perfectly. Li Hansheng is quite looking forward to the style of the team uniforms. After all, last year's S5 LPL Expedition uniforms were well received. It incorporates blue and white porcelain elements that are very Xiaogua style. And even the back of the jacket is printed with different Chinese characters depending on the location. Just a pity. The results in last year's World Championship were not worthy of such a stylish uniform.
And they were also affected by the poor results in the World Championship. As a result, no one cares about such an outstanding expedition jersey. Soon, Li Hanxing heard a sound of machine operation above his head, and he followed the sound and looked up. From the ceiling of the stage, a triangular iron frame slowly fell. This year's LPL expedition jersey hangs on it, with a bright red background, which is Xia Guohong. Because of the lighting effect, I can't see the style clearly yet. Li Hanxing didn't know if there was something wrong with the lighting equipment on site, or if there was something wrong with the aesthetics of the person in charge of lighting today. Everyone pays attention to a down-to-earth attitude, but at this time, the lighting effect on the stage is not only down-to-earth, but also feels like it has reached the underworld. This dark blue light combined with a dry ice mist on the stage. People who didn't know it really thought they were filming the Monkey King causing havoc in the underworld. It gives people an eerie feeling. What kind of aesthetics do the lighting engineers on the scene have? Even if you can find a job with this kind of underworld aesthetic, it's so outrageous. Li Hanxing couldn't help but complain. But when he saw the style of the expedition jersey, he was completely confused. Chapter 202, who is the best top laner in the world? As the tripod slowly fell, it got closer and closer to the contestants. The expressions of Li Hanxing and others were obviously stunned. Is that all? The background color of the coat is bright red, and the body of a giant dragon is on the back and 2 arms. The shape should be the 5-clawed golden dragon in traditional Chinese culture. The LPL League logo is printed on the chest. Not to mention surpassing last year's blue and white porcelain. It must at least be at the same level. Right? It feels like something sold on the street. And the shape of the dragon looks more and more awkward. And the workmanship is not as good as the fake factory in Putian. The fakes made by others can still look like the real thing. Is this the level of the expedition uniform? Li Hanxing complained mercilessly. Why are you playing with the shroud from the sky? Hearing Li Hanxing's complaints, everyone around him didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Combined with the eerie, underworld-style lighting effects of the scene, it is quite appropriate to say that it is a shroud descending from the sky. Only one person, Xiaohu, tried hard to keep the expression on his face, still looking serious and murderous. Put your hands around your chest. As if folding your hands is the real romance for a man. Forget it. But unfortunately, you can't tell whether the lighting at the scene is malfunctioning. Originally, multiple lights were rotating around the stage irregularly. The organizer's idea is to avoid strong lights directly shining on the players for a long time, causing the players to feel uncomfortable. In this way, the audience can see the players' faces for a moment. But it is fleeting. This looming feeling makes your heart itch. I would boldly guess that this lighting engineer should be a woman. She understands the inner feelings of men very well. There was only one beam of light left on the stage, which happened to shine on where Xiaohu was standing. The flickering light shone on Xiaohu's head and face. When most people encounter this situation, they either subconsciously move their position or change their facial expressions. But Xiaohu is fine. However, he stubbornly made himself work hard to maintain the mature appearance of an adult, maintaining his appearance with a serious face. See the scene. Li Hanxing no longer held back his expression and laughed like a pig. Look at Li Yuanhao, Li Hanxing reminded. Everyone turned their heads to look at Xiaohu in the RNG queue, and none of them tensed up. The shroud from heaven didn't crush them to pieces, but Xiaohu's funny look really made people unable to hold their nerves. And they all started laughing. Stop talking about them. Even after the RNG players glanced sideways at Xiaohu, they didn't hold back. Only Xiaohu, while keeping his head still, glanced at Li Hanxing from the corner of his eye. Lil B is trying to mess with my mentality. Right? Originally, if Li Hanxing didn't remind him, others wouldn't pay attention, and Xiaohu himself wouldn't feel anything. But when more people discovered it, he felt a little embarrassed. But he couldn't show it clearly if he moved his position or changed his expression at this time. Wouldn't it be discovered by more people? As everyone knows, the more serious he looks, the more ridiculous he looks in the eyes of others. But the more you are afraid of something, the more it will come. The audience, who were originally complaining about the official's sudden death from the sky, quickly shifted their attention to Xiaohu under the official's close-up shots. Please forgive me for laughing out loud, but Xiaohu's B is really bad. Ha ha ha. I said Brother Hanxing, and the others are laughing. Xiaohu is indeed a fun person. This is so outrageous. Did Xiaohu offend the lighting engineer? Screenshot. What are you guys waiting for? Screenshots. 1 minute. I only give you 1 minute. And after 1 minute, I want to see the sand sculpture. Awkward. Do you understand that Xiaohu is sacrificing himself to deflect everyone's complaints about Shroud? Tingjing and Banana Project's True Kunba should give Shuhu a thumbs up. Finally. This painful moment finally passed. The other lights on the scene turned on again. And the players needed to put on their campaign jerseys. The sizes of the players' uniforms had already been handed in before this. Everyone put on their bright red expedition uniforms. Li Hansheng lowered his head and looked at it. He thought it was cheap no matter how he looked at it. It feels like 1 second, you were playing Old Gun 5 with a gentleman patch and high-definition 4K quality. And the next second it turned into a cheap web game with textures. The well-modeled maids in front of them suddenly had jagged edges clearly visible around their bodies. And their faces turned into pixels.
Is this crap really a 5-clawed golden dragon?
Li Hansheng couldn't help but complain again.
Brother Hansheng, just be satisfied. I feel like this is my junior high school uniform. It was forcibly dyed red and had a dragon printed on it.
Ashui also complained sharply.
You guys are still not satisfied enough.
Gao Di curled his lips.
Tingjing could obviously prepare a set of street goods for us directly. But they let these clothing design brands smash their own brands and design a set of cheap field uniforms.
People from EDG and RNG are also complaining about this conquest. The red color is too bright. As if it was trying to cheer up the LPL's poor performance in last year's World Championship. Isn't this show of Conquest too stretchy? Where is my blue and white porcelain? There is no worst. Only worse. Last year's blue and white porcelain was so good. Isn't it enough for you to surpass or even maintain your level? Only Xingbo's good looks can save these rubbish clothes. Any clothes I can make with a sewing machine are prettier than this. Indeed. In comparison, Brother Hansheng's looks are really awesome. Although the team uniform is ugly. Sheng Bao is so handsome. After all the team members changed into their conquest uniforms. The host on site also began the final speech of the expedition ceremony.
Dear audience friends, let us once again shout out the 3 representative teams of the LPL.
The names of the teams were called one by one in the order of first, second and third seeds. Every time the team name is announced, the audience will not hesitate to cheer and applaud. Once the league is over and the World Championship comes, everyone will temporarily put aside their hatred for each other and silently cheer for all the LPL teams. LPL really needs that damn S championship. At the end, the host gave us sensational closing remarks.
In the new year, the LPL is going strong, trying to wipe away the haze of last year in the new year, and achieve better results in the upcoming global finals.
The entire expedition ceremony lasted about 20 minutes. After the host finished reading, under the guidance of the staff, the team members came to the edge of the stage and slowly exited. As soon as they stepped off the stage, almost everyone's first reaction was to take off their team uniforms. It was so ugly. And after returning to the backstage lounge, Guihao was also telling everyone about the recent arrangements.
It's August 28th now. You will have about 10 days of vacation. Then we will set off to the venue of the World Championship. By the way, your ID cards are required. Submit them together, and the club will be responsible for helping you apply for a visa.
S6 is held in the United States. So Top needs to cross the Pacific and fly to the other side of the ocean to participate in this year's World Championship. When it comes to applying for a visa, there is a lot of information to prepare. At the same time, the team also needs to determine the candidates. According to the current rules announced by Riot, only one substitute is allowed in the World Championship. The team also has to weigh who to bring. Ashui, Ming? Gao Tianyang is unlikely because he has not played in a game yet. This is no joke. After all, if you become a substitute and win the championship, you will have your own championship skin. Not to mention the economic benefits brought by the sale share of champion skins. The value in terms of pure honor is also immeasurable. After all, SKT and S5 last year had 6 championship skins. So Riot stipulated that substitutes only need to play once in the group stage to have the right to choose skins. This still needs to be discussed with the training team. After explaining all this, Guihao immediately said,
Today everyone will fly back to the Magic City overnight. Tomorrow will be an official vacation. You can arrange your vacation properly. I only have one request. In principle, you can play as much as you want during the holidays. But considering that you are about to enter the World Championships, you need to be in a good mental and physical state. So everyone should restrain themselves. Understand?
Said.
Guihao looked specifically at the 3 people in the team who had girlfriends. Candy, Dui Gao and Imp. The implication is that everyone understands it. All top members flew back to the Magic City overnight. But Li Hansheng and others chose to stay at the base to broadcast live. This is a good opportunity to make money. From now until the World Championship officially comes, the audience's attention to top
the number 1 seed, will skyrocket. Many people who might not have watched their live broadcast would choose to watch the live broadcast at this time to understand the status of the players. And the most frequently mentioned question is nothing more than this. Who do you think your biggest opponent is? Which players do you want to play against? What skin do you want to choose if you win the championship? Etc. This kind of problem almost filled the entire live broadcast room. Even if you have already answered, there are always new viewers who will continue to ask questions. Who do you want to fight? Lee Han-shung was mentioned by the audience during the live broadcast. Of course, I want to compete with the Korean top laners. Especially Sem. I think his landing ability is pretty good. And there are little peanuts to serve as his dogs. I really want to try to play against them head-on. Not to mention it's okay. One thing to say. The barrage in the live broadcast room immediately started arguing. It mainly revolves around who is stronger, Lee Han-shung or Sem. But there is no record of a head-to-head confrontation between the two. This is just like the daily debate in the historical area about whether Guan Gong versus Qin Xiong, Lu Bu or Xiang Yu has higher strength. And there is no standard answer. But I don't know if it's because we're on the wrong road. Just when Lee Han-shung was thinking about how to stop the quarrel in the live broadcast room, it just so happened that rank was also included in the game. Just found Sem right opposite him. Chapter 203, What does it mean to be the number 1 top laner in the world? What happened is actually very simple. Lee Han-shung and his teammates, who returned to the Magic City, still live broadcast normally every day. As the number 1 seed in the LPL, they naturally enjoy extra traffic bonuses. And a large number of viewers flock to their live broadcast room every day. Many viewers kept asking Lee Han-shung questions. If you win the championship, what skin will you choose for the championship? With S5's LGD as a lesson learned. This kind of problem is a pure proposition for today's LPL players. It's no less than answering your girlfriend's question about who you say first if she and your mother fell into the river at the same time. Lee Han-shung didn't pay attention at first. The audience was just enjoying themselves. The cliff is to choose Roy Mingming. Brother Han-shung remembers to tell the designer that Haisai is the most flexible person. TSK. If you really want to talk about legs, don't I? The sword girl. Deserve a name? Who doesn't want to have a maid who is good at playing with swords? The maid is responsible for wiping the sword body and hilt every day. And if it's not good enough, she can also transform into a scabbard. Can we start on this broken road? Labor and management suspect that your boy is driving openly. And the evidence is conclusive. Copy away. Take away. You LSPs are so humble. Can you please stop polluting the green environment of our Shumao live broadcast room? Is there a possibility to choose a tentacle mother? Take action to play? Good guy. Buddy, do you have such a strong taste? Can tentacle mom say it? If this is really the case, you might as well give the crab a girly skin. Magical girl Urgot? Do not talk. Do not talk. I already have a picture in my mind. Ah, my Sakura is tainted. Oh. Seeing the audience chatting so lively, Lee Han-shung couldn't help but interrupt. You fake fans. If I can win the championship, I will definitely give priority to Jace. It just so happens that Jace can hold the trophy and have sex. Lee Han-shung became more and more excited as he talked, and even invited his teammates to discuss it together. No one said anything at first. After all, the top people were just talking about cheering while ranking. It is fundamentally different from last year when Gao Dui took the initiative to ask the audience what skin they wanted to choose while playing Sky Sword. But here comes a group of little moral pace setters. You like to expand? Right. Do you really think you are the best top laner in the world after defeating a group of LPL bastard top laners? Are you worthy of having sex with Sim? Forget about Smib. Can someday beat him up? Do you really think the top laner in LCK is on the same level as the gangsters in LPL? No. Who do you think you are if you pick a skin after picking up the number 1 seed? Yo? Isn't this the San Francisco purchasing team? Are you practicing your purchasing skills in advance? Let me know when you will start purchasing on behalf of others. You are so complacent after receiving such an honor. No wonder the World Championship will always be taught by LCK. When will you learn the humility of Faker? Kaiza. Please stop looking for the picture here. Who won 3-0 at MSI? Can you beat Brother Han-shung first, and then come to the live broadcast room to BB? Lee Han-shung didn't take these Han miscellaneous people seriously at first. The housekeepers and sisters in his room were very fast, and sealed them almost instantly. But there are always those who are not afraid of death. After being banned, they will immediately come and deliberately give gifts to disgust people. Before Lee Han-shung could speak, there was a clang, and the game had entered the queue. The Korean server is different from the Chinese server. in the Korean server. During the BP stage, you can see the IDs of the 10 players on both sides of the game on the interface. Immediately, some sharp-eyed people saw the ID of the opponent's top laner, which happened to be the top laner of the Rockstager team, Smeb. After all, every platform in China now has a group of OB-type anchors who specialize in OB professional players. Audiences who have paid a little attention to the IDs of major professional players all know it. Actually, I also want to play against Smeb and feel his landing strength. Li Hanxing smiled. He was not referring to his current self. There was a training match between the two parties. How could he not know Smeb's landing strength? Li Hanxing was referring to how his landing strength would change when facing Smeb after improving his attributes. Yuppies who look calm, but are actually panicking inside. Stop pretending. Smeb can beat you up even with his feet. Brother Hanxing. Hack him to death. Let these care dogs experience the feeling of losing their own father. Cerdog. Can you stop the dog from barking? We haven't fought yet. But everyone has the ability to predict. Right? The other party seems to have recognized himself. Smeb deliberately showed Sword Princess first, but did not choose. Instead, he chose Raven. As if to provoke, I chose Raven. Do you dare to choose Sword Princess? Both are women who play swordsmanship on the road. But one sword is more slender, and the other sword is shorter and thicker, perfectly reflecting two different pursuits. One prefers to go all the way. The other likes the swollen feeling of being stuffed. But it is undeniable that, being the same four sisters in the top lane, there is no obvious counter relationship between these two heroes. It is purely to see who performs better on the spot, and who can establish a greater advantage through their own operations. It's interesting. Li Hanxing smiled. When it was his turn to choose someone, he unceremoniously chose Sword Princess instantly. At the same time, he also took advantage of the situation and entered his system space. Ready to start adding points in advance? This wave of early encounters with Smeb is a good time to test in advance. After raising the average value of attributes to above 95 points, will my ability be able to suppress the strongest top laner in South Korea's LCK this year in a single 1v1 situation? Smeb. The last time he entered the system space and added points was after the end of MSI and before the start of the summer split, which was at the end of May. The current properties panel is as follows. Host, Li Hanxing, enjoying the energetic buff. Host properties. Operational capacity, 97. Development ability, 80. Response speed, 90. Average hand speed, 95. Team fighting ability, 90. Comprehensive evaluation, S-. You are already the ceiling for operational top laners in the world. Your own shortcomings have been further improved. And you are not far away from becoming the world's #1 top laner. It has been more than 3 months since the last time he added points. During this period, his daily ranking training has not fallen behind, and he has been winning continuously in the league. Therefore, he has accumulated more than 9,000 points, averaging about 3,000 points a month. This also depends on his being brave enough. If he was a little more experienced, he might not be able to get so many points. According to the system regulations, if the attribute is above 80 points, if you want to improve it, each attribute requires 300 points, and above 90 points requires 500 points. After 95 points, you cannot improve it through points, but must win various honors. Come and get special honor points. A rough estimate shows that his points are now all increased to 95. Obviously, his points are not enough, but the difference is not much. Team fighting ability and reaction speed together cost 5,000 points, and just raising the development ability to 90 points requires 3,000 points. Here are 8,000 points. The remaining 1,000 points cannot increase the development ability to 95 points. But it doesn't matter. There is still nearly a month left before the World Championship. This month is enough for Li Hanxing to spend the remaining points he needs. He just doesn't know what the points will be used for by then. They won't become useless. Right? We can only find out when the time comes. The system didn't give any hints, so Li Hanxing couldn't guess it blindly. The system increases team fighting ability and reaction speed to 95 points, development ability to 92 points, and operational ability to 98 points. It is worth mentioning that the official FMVP of the summer finals deliberately added does not seem to be an honor that can obtain special honor points in the system's judgment. Therefore, Li Hanxing now only has one special honor point, which was given by the summer championship. Soon, the attribute panel in front of Li Hanxing immediately changed, and more than 9,000 of his points were consumed by him. Suddenly there were only more than 300 left. But Li Hanxing's attribute panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. Host, Li Hansheng enjoying the energetic buff. Host properties. Operational capacity, 98. Developmental ability, 92. Response speed, 95. Average hand speed, 95. Team fighting ability, 95. Overall evaluation, S+. Be bold and don't doubt it. Under normal conditions, you are the #1 top laner in the world. You have no shortcomings in any ability. And your operational ability is particularly outstanding. You can defeat all enemies through operations. Li Hansheng keenly caught the prompt given by the system. What does it mean to be the world's #1 top laner under normal conditions? Before he could ask a question, the system took the initiative to answer. The attributes of other normal players are not digitized. The competitive state will fluctuate to a certain extent based on the physical state and mental state of the day. In an explosive state, there are only a few players who can suppress the host. With this explanation, Li Hansheng understood. To be honest, because Li Hansheng's attributes are fully digitized by the system, there are no status fluctuations, and he always performs according to the numerical values of the system panel attributes. And if other players cannot be like him, they will have ups and downs. In other words, top laners like Smeb are not as good as Li Hansheng under normal performance. But if the small universe breaks out and performs far beyond its own strength, it can suppress Li Hansheng. But it doesn't matter. Who can guarantee that he can achieve explosive performance in every game? That is a small probability event. This brings us to another question as to why those bastards in the arena are always not lacking in jobs in the eyes of the audience. And there are always teams that want them. That's because the lower limit of this group of people is high, and their rich experience in the game can guarantee the lower limit as much as possible. For many teams in the LPL at this stage, the most important thing is to stabilize the lower limit and ensure that you are not downgraded and that a year's investment is not wasted. The elimination of the promotion and relegation system in the LPL Alliance has indeed given newcomers more soil for growth, and also caused many bastards to lose their jobs. With Li Hansheng's extra skills, the lineups of both sides have been selected. Li Hansheng is on the red side. On the road, Raven vs Sword Girl. Jungle, Excavator vs Beryl. Mid lane, Syndra vs Ryze. Bottom lane, Easy plus Bard vs Jhin plus Karma. The barrage is still arguing, but Li Hansheng has no intention to care about it. Appropriate quarrels can activate the barrage atmosphere in the live broadcast room. As for those who go too far, the room management will punish them. Wait patiently for the screen to be read. The loading screen of this kind of multiplayer online battle against netizens is like Schrodinger's cat. You might not be able to get in the last one for a long time, but you might get in seconds this time. You never know whether the cat is dead or alive before the box is opened. And you never know whether the game is fast or slow until the game is played. It's okay to be normal. But I'm afraid that some people may have a stomachache, thinking that the game will start soon, so they can hold it back for a while, and endure it for a while. As a result, I met a little bully who was stuck on the loading screen for a long time. This was really a rip-off. Because if he had gone as soon as possible after selecting the person, it would have been over. What's even more tragic is, you thought it would take a long time to read, so you ran to poop. But in the end, you pooped in a hurry and didn't poop cleanly. When you ran back, you saw that all your teammates had already hit the 3-minute mark, and you were the only unlucky guy to be deducted points. Fortunately, this one didn't keep both parties waiting for too long. It didn't take long to get into the game. As soon as Li Hansheng bought the Dolan sword for going out, Smeb was already typing on the public screen to interact with him. Widden Shani. Nightingale, I will kill you alone. You are dead. Seeing this familiar opinion, Li Hansheng couldn't help but chuckle. Although third young Master B has made no contribution to CSGO esports and even had side effects, can it be regarded as a change of direction to promote the Chinese language? Nightingale is a meme that more and more people know now. And even Sims know how to play with it. Top and Rockstager have had many training matches. They are actually quite familiar with each other, and their interactions are normal. Li Hansheng just replied briefly and concisely. The most heart-wrenching words in League of Legends. Question mark. In other situations, the question mark may represent your doubts and rhetorical questions. But in the game League of Legends, a simple question mark may lead to a scolding war. This is not a symbol to express doubts, but a symbol of ridicule and provocation. The quarrel between the barrages seemed less intense than before. Fans in Hanzai seem to want to see the outcome of this ranking battle. Li Hansheng doesn't have many BBs and focuses on the game. There's actually not much to say about the confrontation between Raven and Sword Girl. Li Hansheng and Sem both had a clear conscience. In the first two levels, Sword Queen has a slight advantage. Starting from level 3, after Raven has all 3 small skills, she can use her own flexibility to exchange blood with Sword Queen. As for reaching level 6, both sides are in a 55-5 situation. It just depends on whose operation is more meticulous. Raven needs to deal a full set of burst damage, and needs to avoid GNG's W, while GNG needs to use W well to block Raven's wave of bursts. MD! Smeb doesn't have martial ethics. He hadn't noticed it before. But Li Hansheng discovered that what Ruiwen brought was ignition. If there was ignition, for Ruiwen, full health at level 6 would be the killing line. But don't panic, Li Hansheng smiled. The anchor is professional in destroying everything on the road to ignite the dog. The troop lines converged on the top lane, and the two sides officially began the landing phase. Li Hansheng immediately took advantage of his level 1 advantage, and wanted to step forward and use Q, air breaking slash, to consume him. But Smeb also knew very well, and controlled the distance very well, not giving Li Hansheng any chance. Finally, Li Hansheng got a chance, but he reacted quickly. He immediately imitated E, and used his shield to offset the damage. At the same time, he closed the distance with Li Hansheng and launched a basic attack with passive damage. But Li Hansheng did not dare to continue to fight him with A. Li Hansheng was the one who took the initiative to press forward. And now he was standing in the crowd of soldiers, facing off against Raven. He was the one who suffered the loss. Li Hansheng did not force it, and immediately took the initiative to retreat. After the CD of his Q skill was good, he immediately pressed forward again. The cooldown time of Raven's E is longer than that of Sword Queen's Q. The main reason is that Sword Queen's Q can get the cooldown time returned as long as it hits a unit. So the time difference of one skill can be achieved. Most people in the live broadcast room actually couldn't understand the game between the two sides. They only knew that the two sides were walking back and forth in the screen. But Gao Tianyang, Ah Shui and others watching on the sidelines, as well as some higher level viewers in the live broadcast room, could see the deep level game. That is to say, the basic skills of the top lane position that most test the details. Pulling is easy to say. Range, attack speed, and even movement speed advantages can be your points to pull the opponent away. The range advantage is best understood. Sword Princess is 150 and Raven is only 125. This 25-yard distance gap can be exploited by top players. The most typical example of using the advantages of attack speed and movement speed to pull is Kaisa of Death's Cassian Viper. Both heroes have a range of 525. Death uses the attack speed bonus provided by Xia Kai W, and the movement speed bonus provided after hitting the target repeatedly. Kaisa showed off her full health, and Viper didn't even hit a single A until her death. This wave is the most classic pull teaching. The offensive exchange between the two sides is at level 3. After Raven has 3 small skills: multi-stage displacement plus shield plus stun. Smeb can in turn exchange blood with Li Hansheng. And, because Li Hansheng is on the red side, and his wine barrels are brushed from top to bottom, it is destined that there will be no top lane ganks or counter-crouching in this level 3 wave. Really, the level 3 excavator on the opposite side arrived as scheduled with double buffs. The goal was to cooperate with the Raven Tower to kill Li Hansheng. The troop line enters the tower. Li Hansheng is waiting for the other party to take the initiative. The excavator flashed W, break out of the ground. But Li Hansheng was stunned to react. His reaction speed and average hand speed have reached 95 points, allowing him to complete a wave of predictions that are incredible to ordinary people. The excavator's flash W was successfully blocked by his W, Lawrence Hart's Eye. The reflected sword energy stopped the excavator in place. But Raven directly U'd him and knocked him unconscious on the spot, and then lit up a set of skillful light speed QA combos. The excavator was stunned and refused to run. He tried his best to exchange with him and chased after him while carrying the defense tower. MD! Setting the dog on fire is really disgusting. Li Hansheng couldn't help but frown. Originally, the damage done by the excavator and Raven was slightly different. But this damn ignition made up for the last bit of damage. He simply didn't run away, and just hit the excavator twice with his backhand. First blood. The first blood was taken by Raven, and then the excavator was killed by the defense tower. One head for another. But in terms of experience, Li Hansheng lost blood, and his troops were about to enter the tower. Even if he had TP, he would still lose the experience of this artillery car with residual blood. That's it? Can you just bark like a dog and say that Sim can't beat you? I really want to laugh. Is this the level you are bragging about in this world? Can Care Dog get out of here? Two of them hit each other, and one of them was counterkilled. Do you know how to play games? Dog is like this. Everyone understands. What else can a dog do besides barking? Li Hansheng immediately quickly returned to the TP line to reduce his experience loss to an even lower level. But Smeb is not at a loss either. Although he did not have TP, he returned to the city after the troops entered the tower. So when he returned to the line, he actually had no experience of losing any money at all. Only, in this wave, in order to cooperate with the jungler, he handed over Ignition, which made him become much more honest. Without Ignition, he would still be missing a little bit of damage. Both sides are secretly competing, thinking of a wave of single-kill operations. Instead, they seem to be very cautious, and neither of them gave the other any chance. Both sides were stuck at level 6 and went home to replenish a wave of equipment. Both of them made Tiamat with perfect understanding. But Smeb's advantage gave him an extra iron sword. But this lead is nothing. Smeb is probably looking for an opportunity. Shui, who was watching, said, Ignite plus ultimate move should be enough to kill. Li Hansheng also knows this. With his current damage, it is unrealistic to kill Raven at full health, unless he can seduce Raven into the tower. Think of this. Li Hansheng deliberately made a mistake in his positioning and forced himself forward to compensate for a melee soldier who was in a deeper position. Smeb immediately caught this opportunity keenly. Immediately released Q, Dance of Broken Wings, followed by R, Exile's Edge. Q1 tied A. Q2 tied A, and used the speed of light QA to continue to pursue forward and ignite and hang up. Li Hansheng backhand AE1 Tiamat while heading towards himself running inside the defense tower. Raven's damage was very considerable. The panel attack power provided by his ultimate move allowed Raven to lower his health to about half health with just 2 shots of QA plus Ignite. And Ignite continued to burn his blood volume. The moment Raven chased into the defense tower, Q3 hit him. Sword Girl immediately turned her backhand W to try to block. But Raven reacted very quickly and immediately reversed to go forward, using the displacement to avoid the sword energy reflected by the Sword Queen. And at the same time, the shield offset the first attack from the defense tower. The moment Sword Princess W's blocking action ended, Buzz, Raven, who originally left the tower, suddenly flashed in reverse and came to Sword Queen. W, soul-suppressing roar, will stun the swordswoman on the spot. Level A. Then Tiamat. Then R. Draw the sword in the second stage. This set explodes. Sword Princess, who was less than half healthy, had her health bar almost emptied immediately, leaving only the last trace of blood skin from the hero's attribute bar. It can be seen that Raven's wave of explosions reduced Sword Princess's blood volume to less than 100 points. At this time, GNG also counterattacked with a backhand draw A and then E2. It only takes one more basic attack to take down this head. What the heck? Such a quick reaction! Shui exclaimed. Smeb's decisive flashback was really impressive. Not to mention ordinary players. Even Shui and the others didn't expect that Smeb would be so decisive. Brother Hansheng is going to be killed alone? Ming also looked surprised. Smeb, this B seems to have something. No matter how you look at this wave, Li Hansheng seems to be dead, and there is almost no room for maneuver. However, the moment Raven raised her hand in Fatal A, Sword Princess directly activated her ultimate move, Unparalleled Challenge. Suddenly, there are holes all around Raven. Then there was a buzz. The Sword Princess turned into a golden light and disappeared. Escape? No, no, no. Li Hansheng deliberately seduced the other party. How could he escape? Wouldn't that persona collapse? Either he is showing off, or he is on the road to show off. This is Li Hansheng's character on the road. What the H.L.? Shui, Gao Tianliang and others exclaimed with wide eyes. Because Li Hansheng didn't want to escape at all, but wanted to fight back. He flashed directly outside the tower. That is, he came behind Raven. And because of the flash, Raven's flat A was not cut out. And it failed because he lost the target. He was stunned on the spot. Sword Princess immediately used the movement speed provided by her ultimate move to quickly close the distance between them when Raven was frozen in place, and took advantage of the 150-yard range advantage to break through the flaw on Raven's left side first with A, and then use Q to break the gap on Raven's left side. Air slash. Move to the front of Raven. That is, to the right. The blood recovery effect of instantly breaking through 2 flaws restored Sword Queen's blood volume to over 100. As for Raven, due to the resistance of the defense tower and Sword Queen, her blood volume dropped below 200. Run! The damage of the defense tower has been accumulated to the highest level, and Sword Girl uses her movement speed to keep herself out of the range of Raven's normal attack. Even if Raven wants to forcibly replace the head, he will be replaced. We can only run outside the tower. Can you run away? The effect of Sword Queen's ultimate move is still there, which means that Sword Queen's acceleration effect will not disappear. With neither party using CD-reducing equipment, Raven's 3 small skills haven't improved yet. But Sword Girl's Q has almost improved. Raven hurriedly got into the grass on the line to block her vision. But Li Hansheng quickly inserted a jewelry eye into the grass. At this time, Q's CD had improved. He immediately QED directly above Raven and broke the third flaw. Raven, who was still alive, could not withstand this wave of damage, and immediately became a corpse on the ground. The blood recovery array was also knocked out, and Sword Queen's health immediately returned to more than half health. Gui Ming was dumbfounded. Is this a show-off operation for the top laners? Smeb, I think everyone is stupid this time. Shui was also confused. He was counterattacked for such wonderful operations? Brother Han Sheng, you are too hacking weird. Right. Even for people of Shui's level, Smeb's operation is impeccable. Catching one of Li Hansheng's mistakes, he pursued decisively, avoiding Sword Queen's W, and then flashed back to the Carbine WA Tiamat second stage R. The set of operations was smooth, achieving the ultimate. The only flaw was that the slight damage did not kill Li Hansheng instantly. It was precisely these dozens of drops of blood that gave Li Hansheng the confidence to fight back. Huh? Li Hansheng also breathed a sigh of relief. This wave of counterattacks was extremely dangerous, but he also felt the benefits brought by the improved attributes. This wave, he really calculated that Raven's damage would not kill him instantly, and he had room for counterattacks. So he boldly seduced him. Should I drop a turtle? Brother Hansheng, are you still a human? Kerdog talked to me. Is this the #1 top laner in the world in your Hanza eyes? It's really funny. Can't defeat it even with first blood and ignition? Such rubbish? Kill and ignite the dog. Lit dogs are rubbish. Hee. Why doesn't Hanza say anything? Are all of them mute? Weren't you very capable of barking just now? Woohoo! Brother Hansheng, I will kill him severely. Chapter 204. Your KR dad is always bragging about you. How can you stop doing this? Inside an old house in the suburbs of Seoul, South Korea, Smeb is staring at his computer screen intently. Judging from the movement of his hands, it is obvious that he is performing a very exciting operation. There are also a group of teammates watching beside him. When they learned that Smeb had met Li Hansheng in rank, almost the entire Rockstager team gathered around him. Up! Brother Yunhao! Up! It's so beautiful! This wave will definitely kill Noob alone. Ha. Yunhao is still strong. You can teach this arrogant brat Noob a lesson. He stared at me and killed him in the last training match. You have to help me take revenge. Opportunity. Beautiful. This flash W. Hehehe. The noisy chatter of his teammates did not distract Smeb. But when he took the initiative with confidence, Li Hansheng seized the opportunity and directly counterattacked. Smeb's face showed the same stunned and disbelieving expression as his teammates. Looking at the black and white screen, Smeb couldn't help but give a wry smile and then shook his head. Axie! Is this guy always so focused? Doesn't he ever relax? It's just a rank. Playing against him, I feel like I'm playing against a computer AI that can never make mistakes. That kind of suffocating pressure. People who have never faced Li Hansheng will never understand the pain that Smeb said. So suffocating. The essence of landing is to catch the opponent's mistakes. Because as long as he is human, he will make mistakes in judgment or be distracted. And he will be under too much pressure from the line and make unforced errors. Seize these mistakes to expand your landing advantage. Can you face Li Hansheng? You can never catch his mistakes. And at the same time, whenever you make a mistake, Li Hansheng can keenly catch your mistakes every time. The sense of oppression is really strong. This kind of high-intensity pressure will suffocate you and make you afraid to operate because you are afraid of making mistakes, which makes you automatically make some unforced mistakes under invisible pressure. Not surprisingly, in this ranking game, Li Hansheng killed again and won the victory. Fortunately, it was just a ranking match. Although Smeb was unwilling to accept it, he would not let it go just because he lost a ranking match. He is also live broadcasting, but he is on the Mouse channel, because the live broadcast of Mouse channel shows the real number of people. You can see that the real number of people in Smeb's live broadcast room is about 1,000. This number is already very good. His other teammates are probably only a few hundred people? There is only one person in LCK who will be extremely popular when he streams on Mouse channel. And that is Faker. This is also the tragedy of other LCK players at the same time. In the same era as Faker. The Big Devil. No matter how dazzling you are, your light will be overshadowed by Faker. This is why everyone is so eager to defeat Faker. The top laner Sword Girl on the opposite side is very powerful. Can't she even beat Yunhao? Seeing the comments from paying viewers asking such questions, Smeb could only educate his own viewers. Mouse platform is different from domestic platforms. Domestic attention is free. You just need to click a little. Mouse channel is a paid follower. Following the anchor is equivalent to subscribing to his live channel. And you need to pay real money every month. Mouse channel can also send paid barrage, which is the SC in the live broadcast room of Station B, for European and American anchors, as long as it does not involve some sensitive issues, such as racial discrimination. They will be happy to answer them. However, anchors from the East Asian cultural circle like Smeb will be more cautious and try to only answer content related to games and competitions. The top laner on the opposite side is top laner Nu, a very strong enemy. You can regard them as our biggest enemies in this World Championship. No, they should be the ones who pose the greatest threat to the LCK. Moya, what? Is it the team that defeated SKT at MSI? Are there such strong players in LPL? I understand. It must be Korean Aid. Right. Which team did you recruit from the youth training team? SKT? KT? Samsung? It should be Samsung. After all, players from the Samsung Galaxy like money, and like to go to the LPL for money. It's okay. There is no opportunity for them to play in China. Go to LPL to earn LPL money. Let them help us train new players for free. And then, they will return to LCK. LPL? Can a competition area with a lot of money and stupid people really be able to cultivate outstanding young people in our competition area? Seeing the natural tone of the audience in the live broadcast room, Sim was also helpless. The strength of the LCK division in the past few years has made LCK viewers develop the arrogant mentality that we are number one in the world and all outstanding players should come from LCK. Certainly, this is also due to the fact that the LPL League has no market at all overseas. As early as the S5 period, the LPL opened a special English channel for the competition, and EDG defeated SKT at the MSI of the S5, which made overseas audiences more interested in the LPL. Curiosity reaches its peak. But the people in Tingjing didn't pay attention at all. If you really take it seriously, you will definitely follow this trend and spend high salaries to hire popular commentators from Europe and the United States to commentate on LPL games, so as to attract attention to the league. After all, foreign audiences don't know much about the players in the LPL. So why should they pay attention to you? There must be a familiar explanation. And a good commentator can really make those less exciting games exciting. Before Li Hansheng traveled through time, he had a friend who particularly liked watching DYS's commentary. He also heard from his friend that DYS's commentary was absolutely neutral, objective, fair and impartial, and would never be stirring players. Therefore, many people ignore the official commentary and insist on watching DYS's second-tier version. Result: LPL encountered a Waterloo in the S5 World Championship, and the attention it finally accumulated at MSI was given away in a wave. Compared with South Korea, which has already established esports as a system, it is not even a little bit behind. South Korea has accumulated a considerable number of overseas audiences as early as the StarCraft era, and League of Legends also dominates the World Championship, so it has also attracted a large number of overseas audiences. Therefore, Europe and the United States know the LCK very well, but they don't know the LPL very deeply. Even if Li Hansheng led top to win the MSI championship, no one overseas paid attention to them, let alone understood them. If he had never played against top or played in a training match, Smeb would not think anything of it when he saw such remarks. But as someone who had personally played against top, he knew that if they despised each other as much as the audience did, they would not be able to compete in the World Championships. You will definitely suffer a loss. Noob is a player from Xiaogua. He is a very powerful newcomer in the top lane. I can't take any advantage in front of him. If we play training matches, it will be difficult for us to take too much advantage. He often kills solo in training matches. Mine, Smeb explained proactively. All he can say is that he understands everything he knows, and he can't say much about what he doesn't understand. Professional teams keep the content of training matches very confidential. If the training process is leaked without authorization, it will easily make other teams reject playing training matches with them. As a result, His Riddler speech did not make the audience really nervous at all. On the contrary, the barrage in his live broadcast room exploded. Oh my god. Can there be such a powerful top laner in LPL? Brother Yunhao. Are you kidding me? Aren't the top laners in the LPL all blue-collar workers? I heard that they only play Makai, Twisted Dryad, and Big Tree on the road. If the training matches were taken seriously, LGD wouldn't have purchased in the group stage last year. TSM would have won the World Championship long ago. It must be because you didn't play seriously. How can it be? Only our top laner in the LCK can kill Brother Yunhao alone. And the garbage in other regions cannot do it. Trivia: the last time an LPL team defeated an LCK team in a BO5 in the S game was during the S4 period. I think LPL teams should first consider reaching the quarterfinals, and then talk about competing for the championship with LCK. However, I think this year it should be Rockstager and SKT competing for the championship, not Samsung. The words of fans are still full of arrogance and prejudice, and they are simply dismissive of LPL. Smeb simply didn't bother to argue. He doesn't get much benefit from saying good things to LPL, but instead makes him look embarrassed. After all, there are huge disputes between the two countries in certain areas, but there are still people who don't believe in evil. Seeing Smeb praising an LPL team like this makes me feel inexplicably unhappy. Someone actually came to Faker's live broadcast room and spent $100 to ask a paid question. Smeb just said that top is very strong and noob is very strong. What do you think of Sanghyuk? Is this team really strong? If he hadn't seen that the audience member's ID was in Korean, Faker would have wondered if this was some LPL fan who came here to post a barrage deliberately to disgust him and mess with his mentality. How did he say? Say they are not strong? Oh, even if they are not strong, they will beat SKT 3-0. So what happened to him in SKT? Is Pig being brutally tortured by someone who is not strong? Faker is the kind of person with a strong self-esteem. He will not escape after losing to top. This summer split, he trained harder than before, just to regain his place in the World Championship. Top is indeed very strong. They are different from the LPL teams we have seen in the past. Faker gave his evaluation objectively. Especially Noob. I think he can become the top player in the LCK even if he comes to the LCK. Those top laners are destined to become enemies that we need to pay attention to in the S6 World Championship. Being able to Faker take it so seriously is enough to show that top is really strong. A Smeb's praise can be said to be embarrassing. But what about a Faker? There are indeed people who do not believe in evil. I was stunned and asked all the LCK players who were live broadcasting on the Mouse channel during this period. The answers I got were pretty much the same. Those color pen teams couldn't get a training match with top, so they could only answer vaguely, using some impressions accumulated from encounters in rank. Those strong teams that have surpassed top in training games basically say that top will become a strong opponent. And Noob needs to pay attention to know. Although a wall has been erected in China, everyone understands. Who doesn't know how to set up a ladder these days? Look at Instagram. Look at Little Bluebird Hot. Always give Kuner a break. And then go to Mouse channel to watch the live broadcast. Someone took screenshots of some videos of LCK's top evaluation and Li Hansheng, and posted them to domestic post bars and forums. Just domestic fans of Hansa and Hwazi are arguing about who is the stronger top laner, Li Hansheng or Sem. Result? As soon as this video went viral, it was an instant hit. It seems that this debate has a winner. A classic saying spread in the forum. Your Korean dad almost kneels down and licks brother Hansheng. How can you, an unfilial son, still be so harsh with your words? Chapter 205. Riot is just a gamer, and he understands the Kumba game. As more and more videos of LCK players commenting on top and Li Hansheng were uploaded to domestic websites, those real LPL fans are finally proud and can step on Han Za's head and face him, making crazy taunts. Hey, the only person your father thinks is awesome is you, an unfilial son, and you're the only one who's letting this go. Right? He. Han Za is so unfilial. How dare he contradict his own father? I don't even understand that brother Hansheng defeated all the professional players, but he couldn't defeat a bunch of idiots. It is strongly recommended that forums and post bars automatically display the game rank when speaking. I would like to see what the rank of these Korean miscellaneous people is. I'm just saying polite words to you. But Sheng divided by us fans have become GCs so quickly? Obviously people like Guapi and Smeb are just pretending, and they're just giving a few symbolic compliments. The former investor of the Tigers is from Xia Kingdom. Guapi knows that there are many fans of his in the LPL. He doesn't want the fans to be sad. To give fans face. Is it related to Li Han's promotion to Kumba? TSK. TSK. It's just an official basketball tournament that's just a little bit more valuable than IPL 5. Fans who are just rising will use it to brag about it. Right? Is the LPL championship valuable? If any of the top 4 teams in the LCK were brought over, wouldn't it be easy to win the championship? If you don't understand, just ask. How many S competition champions are there in the LPL division? How many S competition champions has Yurli Han been promoted to? Are all the fans who can't rise divided by all orangutans fans? Can he really surpass Jordan with 1 championship? And surpass Faker with 1 championship? Hee. Xingyu fans like to show off the league championship the most. If I remember correctly, it seems that they only look at the league championship. Guapi also beats Xingyu. Right? No way. Right? Isn't it true that someone started bragging about it without even having an S-Race championship? Internet trolls have given full play to one of the greatest strengths of keyboard warriors. If you bullshit me, I'll bullshit you. You said that Faker and Sem were praising Li Hansheng for his greatness. So I said backhand that they were doing it to save face for the fans in the LPL region. And I gave them a few symbolic compliments. Always changing concepts. Always making yourself invincible. I really can't say enough about you. Then use the ultimate trick. What kind of champion are you? How many S competition champions have you had? What? You don't have an S competition championship? Then what are you bragging about? Is the LPL League champion worthy of being called the champion? It's only the 4th league. Not as good as European and American Laubi and Wanwan. What stands out is that he is a bully. Anyway, as long as you ask, just backhand him with a few S competition champions, and it will be over. This matter has attracted considerable attention in China. But viewers who only follow League of Legends games can't help but come in and express their opinions. However, on the other side of the ocean, Riot and ESPN announced a ranking list of this year's S Games, personally endorsed by the official. The 15 best players of the 2016 League of Legends Global Finals. 2016 League of Legends Global Finals Team Rankings. Officials select players and teams separately. And the selection criteria are also very strict. Coaches from European and American teams are invited. The world's largest esports website The Score, North America's largest forum Reddit, and other websites pass the vote. And then the players and teams are combined in their respective divisions. Performance. Ranking. With a certain degree of credibility. This can actually be regarded as the first wave of enthusiasm for the global finals that Riot officials use to create rankings before the World Championship. After all, no matter how you rank a ranking of this nature, some people will be dissatisfied. Everyone has different criteria for judging strength and weakness. And everyone has different thoughts. Even Riot officials will deliberately create some disputes over the rankings, causing fans to constantly quarrel. It can also be seen as a preview version of Riot's official World Championship viewing guide. Through this ranking, you can know which players and teams in the World Championship are worth watching. Once the ranking is announced, it immediately caused considerable controversy in all competition regions. The first announcement is the 15 most anticipated players of the 2016 League of Legends Global Finals. Riot is a jerk. When ranking players, they did not directly say who is strong or weak, but only used adjectives such as the most anticipated. But here's the problem. As a competitive game, it is not an internal entertainment talent show. Isn't it the strength that fans are looking forward to? Not only is there a ranking, but a short description will be added after each player. First place, Rox, Smeb. With the rise of Smeb and the Rockstager team, he is currently the best top laner in the world and is expected to surpass Faker. His desire for the championship is stronger than anyone else. Smeb can always win the lane. No matter it is, he can be used in both carry-type orange and team-type roles. He is the core figure of the team. Coupled with the execution ability shown by the Rockstager team in the LCK Summer Split, we have every reason to believe that Smeb will also play in this World Championship. On the road to domination. Second place, SKT.Faker. Although Faker is the strongest player in the history of League of Legends, his aggressiveness and online ability have not weakened at all. Any hero in his hands will turn into an assassin. Faker still maintains his legendary title. But the problem lies with the SKT team. We can't give him enough support now. This is a team problem and cannot be changed by Faker himself. Third place, Top.Noob. As the most dazzling newcomer in the LPL division this year, Noob and the top he led set off a new storm in the LPL, trampling many traditional giants under their feet. His strong personal ability dominated the top lane, and he single-killed all opponents. The players he is facing. However, we need to consider that the top lane position in the LPL division is already dim. And Noob seems to rely heavily on the team to create an advantageous landing environment for him. Once he faces a more powerful enemy and his teammates are unable to support him, we need to wait and see whether he can maintain his outstanding performance.
4th place, EDG. Clear Love.
Minkai is the real core figure of the EDG team. He is undoubtedly the best jungler in the world at the moment. His snowballing ability and game awareness are unparalleled. If we are lucky enough, we may be able to see his signature Eve. Lin is on the scene. Compared to the Spring Split, which is still a bit reckless, Minkai has mastered the way to win, maintaining development and protecting depth.
5th place, TSM. Bjergsen.
If there are Western players in the top 5 on this list, it can only be Bjergsen. He has maintained his peak form for many years. Without him, TSM team would not be able to succeed in the North American region. His online ability and version adaptability, his team fighting ability is impeccable, and everyone talks about it.
And after this, the 6th to 10th places are EDG. Deft, Top.imp, Rockstager. Peanut, G2. Trick, FW. Maple. The 11th to 15th places are EDG. Mako, SKT. Bang, RNG. Uzi, C9. Impact, SSG. Crown. The European and American divisions didn't think anything of it. After all, they were content to have only a few players on the list, such as Bjergsen. In terms of their situation alone, he and Rookie are each other's other selves in the world. IG is known as Rookie and his 4 real-life teammates. And TSM is also known as Bjergsen and his 4 real-life teammates. Fans in the 3 divisions of LPL, LCK and LMS have different opinions and are all dissatisfied with this ranking. Even if the LCK ranks in the top 2, they are not satisfied. As the world's #1 division, shouldn't they dominate the entire rankings? In their opinion, the top 15 should be ranked by members of the 3S competition teams. Especially putting Bang behind people like Imp and Deft, who came to the LPL competition area for money, has aroused their dissatisfaction. What the L kind of ranking is this? Riot's official rankings are as ridiculous as their designers' professional abilities. Isn't Peanut's performance better than Imp and Deft? I think he should be ranked directly in the top 5. Isn't Leader N worthy of going in? I think Mr. N's performance is equally outstanding. This list will never be recognized by us. This kind of list looks like it was put together by people who don't understand the game. The audience on one side were also making a fuss on the Underworld forum. Gonfingtom's ranking is too low. Isn't he so brave in the middle? There is no coffee girl. What kind of crappy ranking is this? There are so many people from the other side of the country on the list? It's really funny. Did Riot deliberately make such a fussy move? Actually, Noob is really strong. I watched the video and his operation is indeed so strong that he tilts his head. But what the L are the other guys? Can Minkai be so tall? The most powerful thing about Minkai is probably that he makes everyone think he is a dick. But he is obviously not as powerful as Kame. Fontang is Maple. And Kame is FW's Jungle Wolf King Karsa. Wanwan is somewhat self-aware. They do not have a huge and complete esports system like South Korea, which can provide a steady stream of blood. There is not as much money as the LPL side poaching people everywhere. And the LPL has a sufficient talent reserve. Therefore, the LMS basically only has 2 teams, FW and AHU, which are still somewhat competitive in the world competition. Especially FW, having Maple plus Karsa, a pair of world-class midfielders, is their only hope in the division. So their request is to put Karsa on the team too. As for the LPL division, the main thing is the confrontation between fans in the competition area and Hansa. Laughing so hard. Fans have shown divided by Speak to Me. Have you seen this ranking? Officials believe that SMEB is stronger than your family. Can you trust such a mouth-watering ranking? Besides, when did Riot's rankings have any credibility? The whole list is full of poisonous milk. Whoever milks him will die. S3's Dade, S4's Nami, S5's LGD. When fists use the law of cause and effect weapons, Hansa should first care about whether your KR father can withstand the poisonous milk in his fist. I can only say that the officials' eyes are still full of health. And there is nothing wrong with what they said. What's there to brag about when you beat the top laner of these bastards in the LPL? Are you really capable of beating everyone in the World Championship? Hee. How much shit did Kerdog have to be fed by their Korean father to be so protective? I support LPL. And I support Hansheng. What's wrong? Kerdog refuses to obey and bites me? The only thing that doesn't seem strange to LPL fans may be that Gao Dui is not on the list. How to say? S5's poor performance has caused the outside world's impression of him to drop too much. And throughout this year,
He was willing to be a tool in the top team, and didn't get many scenes. The two are superimposed, and it is normal to be ignored. And in the team strength rankings, there wasn't that much saliva and controversy. 2016 League of Legends Global Finals Team Rankings. First place, Rockstager, LCK number 1 seed. As the number 1 seed in the strongest division LCK, Rockstager has the best top laner in the world. And their team is very good. They closely focus on the core SMEP to carry out various tactics. We have every reason to believe that they will let's write their own story in front of audiences around the world at this year's Global Finals. Second place, Top Sports Gaming, LPL number 1 seed. As the new overlord of the LPL division, they dominated the entire LPL league, especially from the summer regular season to the final championship. They have always maintained a record of unbeatable wins. This shows their good competitive status and makes the world know that they are a team. It is a very outstanding and excellent team. But the poor performance of the two core players Gaudui and Imp in the S5, as well as the lack of sufficient competition experience of the other 3 young players. These unfavorable factors will hinder them from playing better in the World Championship. Good performance. Third place, SKT, LCK second seed. As the only team in history that has won the S Championship twice. As long as they come to the World Championship, they will automatically become the favorites to win the championship. The Big Devil Faker and his teammates will compete for the club's 3rd championship. The champions of the S competition launched an attack. Once they complete this feat, they will create history again and become the only team that can win the S competition championship again. However, their performance in the second half of the summer split was not ideal enough. If they want to create a miracle, Jungler Blank and top lane Duke need to be more integrated into the team and give Faker more help. Fourth place, Edward Gaming, LPL second seed. Fifth place, Team Solomid, LCS.NA number 1 seed. The next 6 to 10 are SSG, G2, RNG, C9, and FW. The 11 to 15 places are Splice, H2K, CLG.NA, HQ, and INTZ. And the last 16 places are Albus Nox Luna, another team from the Wild Card division. INTZ is a team in the Brazilian division. Their jungler is the Brazilian monk who is known as a fan of the factory director. But he kicked EDG to death. Rockstager is really miserable. They occupy the first place in the player and team rankings. And they have drank up all the official poisonous milk. I guess the keyboards in the base are leaking milk right now. And Top was ranked second. Judging from the reasons given, it is indeed convincing enough. There are 3 pure newcomers, and 2 people who were nailed to the pillar of shame in the S5 World Championship. With such a team, it is difficult not to doubt how they will perform in the World Championship. Experience. This thing is often mentioned, but it seems to have little practical effect. Actually not. In the final analysis, competition experience is a psychological state, facing unfamiliar opponents in an unfamiliar environment. But the pressure is huge. At most, the audience in the league will look at you. In the World Championships, tens of millions of spectators around the world are watching your every move. And any low-level mistake you make will be viewed with a magnifying glass. In this kind of environment, under such huge invisible pressure, most people really can't bear it. People with competition experience will at least not be intimidated by such pressure. Not to mention extraordinary performance. They can at least maintain their normal standards as much as possible. Certainly, there is also a kind of crazy player. The bigger the occasion, the crazier he becomes, and his performance can even be far beyond the normal level. Such players are all big-hearted players with maximum pressure resistance. It is quite reasonable for SKT to be placed in 3rd place. Their performance in the LCK summer split was indeed poor. Blank and Duke spent nearly a year failing to form a good chemical reaction with the team, if not for accumulating enough points in the spring split. As a result, they can enter the World Championship lying down. Otherwise, due to their unstable performance in the second half of the spring split, they would really go to the bubble game, facing the red-eyed KT and SSG. SKT really may not be able to break out of the siege and get a spot. There's not much to say next. European and American media use the rankings as the selection criteria. It is normal for European and American players and European and American teams to have some bias in their rankings. Riot has shown some restraint, trying to keep the water content as low as possible to maintain the reliability of these 2 rankings. The team rankings generate less buzz than the player rankings. It can also explain more fully. There are almost no so-called team fans in esports. They are all personal fans of the players. Basically, you follow whichever team your favorite player goes to. Let's just talk about LPL. It is estimated that the clubs that really have fans are We and IG, two teams that were established earlier, and then the RNG along. Long time later, EDG doesn't have many team fans. Many celebrities who pretend to be dead say they are team fans. But in fact they are just piggies. They just don't want to admit it. But this is also normal. Players' dazzling performances and wonderful operations on the court are easier to attract the attention of the audience and convert the audience into their fans. It's just that League of Legends players transfer frequently, and few players stay in the same team for a long time. Anyone who stays in the team longer. Basically, you can convert some of your personal fans into team fans. This ranking by Riot gives viewers, who have no games to watch, another target to stir up saliva and debate. And domestic. Not an exaggeration. Domestic live broadcast platforms during this period were basically supported by the game League of Legends. The outbreak curve of the live broadcast industry and the outbreak curve of League of Legends are highly moderate. The two complement each other. The World Championship is the annual carnival of League of Legends. With huge traffic, anchors on major live streaming platforms can't help but grab a wave of traffic at this time. Douyu platform. The conflict between Grandpa Lu and DYS has not yet broken out. And Li Zhuangberu and Surface Brothers have not yet become memes. They still maintain the friendship between them as old teammates. The two sides are connecting wheat. Whoa! Brothers! You believe me. Retired God of War LBW will not lie to you. This ranking of Riot Games is simply outrageous. Labor and management can do better than them with their feet. Grandpa Lu knows the real traffic password. That is to follow the audience and praise the LPL team. Just praise it now and gain popularity now. What? World Sila Crotch? That's your own problem. What does it have to do with me? Grandpa Lu? I was kidding when I blew you off. Bro. When the time comes, go straight to the righteous incision. Ta Ba Quan even wanted to come over and send a rocket as a like. Once Grandpa Lu wanted to cut off with someone, he would fall out faster than anyone else. It's actually not that outrageous. But I can only say, I'm not convinced that they rank my husband in third place. What husband? No. Right. Is there anyone in this live broadcast room who doesn't know who the husband is? Xiaoxiao also knows the traffic password. At this time, Sika was still out of shape. And the copy ninja Sika also echoed. Yeah. Has Riot really paid attention to our news? Noob even beat up Smeb in rank. Actually, she also puts Noob at the back. I can't do it. Sisterly. The two members of DYS sang together, and were very emotional. Can Riot's rankings be taken seriously? Riot knows everything about Kumba's game. They are just bad gamers. If we really want to talk about the competition, we have to look at our group of players. Indeed. Grandpa Lu nodded. The host of this competition is unconditionally optimistic about top. Okay. There is no need to question Noob's strength. Those who doubt Noob, come and play solo with me first. Okay. Retired God of War LBW competes with you live solo. If you beat me, it means that your game understanding is better than mine. You have reason not to be optimistic about Noob. But if you can't beat me, then your understanding of the game is not as good as mine. So don't let it go. Noob. Li Hansheng. That's my brother. My brother plays in the World Championships. And I will definitely favor him unconditionally. Ghost. It's burning. Don't get involved. Brother Hansheng doesn't want to be the second Taobao, right? Anyone called a brother by your Grandpa Lu will not end well. The anchor's performance is so real. No one really believes what they say. Right? Deceive fans to get gold coins? That is. Before you criticize someone, Keyboard Warrior suggests you show your segment first. If you have a high segment, you are awesome. If you don't have enough segment, I suggest you don't get involved. Fans from the outside world are so excited about this nihilistic ranking that they are blushing. But what about the parties involved? In fact, all top members saw this ranking immediately. For this thing, Li Hansheng was quite open-minded. It's nothing more than a means used by the officials to warm up for the World Championship. If rankings work, then why play in the World Championship? Wouldn't it be better to award awards directly according to the official rankings? There is no point in arguing now. But he doesn't mind beating up his teammates. Ha! The official is clearly looking down on you. They actually put you behind deft. Li Hansheng deliberately teased. Away is even more outrageous. He didn't even make the list. Who are they looking down on? It's really too much. Imp also looked dissatisfied and angry. Even if he is not placed in the top 5. His ranking is actually lower than deft? Who are you looking down on? On the contrary, it was Gao Dui. He didn't seem to be affected in any way. Instead, he glanced at Li Hansheng and let out a disdainful snort.
It's just a kid's thing. No one really cares about it. Right. If this thing works, I would have been the champion last year. And Jiayue's champion skin would have been obtained long ago. Champions are won by strength, not by these vain things.
Chapter 206. Have you ever opened your crow's mouth?
Brother Hansheng, do you really not care about this?
Gao Tianliang hesitated for a moment before asking. As a teammate who had been with Li Hansheng day and night, he knew better than the outside world how strong Li Hansheng was. It's not that Smev has not been ranked in the Korean server. How can he have the landing suppression power of Li Hansheng?
Gao Tianyang, don't care too much about what the outside world thinks of you. Just do your best to win the game on the court. You have no obligation to bear the hopes of so many people. That will only make you tied up and bear too much unreasonable pressure.
Li Hansheng explained. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng knew very well that Gao Tianyang's future would be affected by his character. Gao Tianyang is a pure stress monster, but he puts pressure on himself. So where is the source of this pressure? To put it bluntly, I am a little afraid of letting down my teammates and the audience, which inexplicably creates huge psychological pressure on myself. This symptom was especially obvious after winning FMVP. After all, the more auras one has, the greater the constraints on oneself. After Faker's condition declined, he became the master de Fei that players hated. Could it be that too many auras were artificially added to his body, which also had a certain impact on him?
Riot is just a bad game maker. If they don't understand the game, they don't understand anything about the game of Kunba.
Li Hansheng laughed.
And the overseas marketing promotion of the LPL League is a piece of shit. Even the LCK doesn't understand us. Do you expect Europe and the United States on the other side of the ocean to understand us?
Europe and the United States feel that the LCK is strong. And even after the LPL won several world championships, they are still optimistic about the LCK. A large part of the reason is that LCK's overseas market promotion is more in place than LPL. European and American audiences have developed the habit of watching LCK games. No matter how wonderful your LPL game is, if people don't watch it, what's the use? This kind of ranking, similar to combat effectiveness, has a strong personal subjective factor. No matter how you combine the opinions of all parties, it is impossible to be truly fair.
Hey, Brother Hansheng is right,
Ashue said with a smile.
To win the game, first of all, win for yourself. And secondly, compete for other honors for the competition area and the audience in the competition area. Don't add any disadvantages to yourself. Necessary pressure.
Ashue has the same view as Li Hansheng on this point. And he also sees things more clearly. Enter the professional door and obtain the status of a professional player. What you have to do on the field is to do your best to win. To win the game is to win for yourself first. This principle is universal in any professional competitive field. It's just that many people like to use the so-called feelings of family and country to criticize athletes from the moral high ground. But for Li Hansheng, even if it means breaking the sky, he plays games in pursuit of victory. And the truest thought in his heart is always for himself. Gao Tianyang nodded thoughtfully. Apparently, for this question, he actually didn't have a good answer in his heart. Under the guidance of Li Hansheng and Ashue, he seemed to gradually have a clear answer.
I have to lie down for a while. Remember to call me when the lottery ceremony begins.
Li Hansheng stretched and walked out of the room. The visa application process for the top people is still in process, and they are not able to leave for the United States yet. However, the draw ceremony for the group stage will be broadcast live on September 11th, which is the evening in China. Riot still attaches great importance to domestic players and takes care of the Chinese people as much as possible in the arrangement of the schedule. There were still a few hours left before the lottery ceremony, and Li Hansheng didn't want to broadcast the rankings live, so he simply ran back to his room. The door was not closed tightly, leaving a small crack. When Li Hansheng saw this scene, he immediately understood. Open the door and take a look. Really? As expected, the two gadgets, Fatty Dudu and Xiao Ju, were occupying his bed, with lazy expressions on their faces. After seeing him, they glanced at him without moving. It can only be said that the genetic advantage of orange cats is indeed fierce. Li Hansheng picked them up less than half a year ago. Judging from their size, they are already as good as other adult cats that have been raised for more than a year. The limbs are obviously very slender, but the belly is fat, especially when standing on all fours. When viewed from the side, you can see the fat on the belly drooping downwards. I can't imagine how much they would grow in size if they were neutered. After living in the base for such a long time, Fatty Dudu and Xiaoju also started hiding under Li Hanqing's bed, and now they are running around the base. If they like whose room and bed they like, they will run up and sleep in it. But maybe because they are particularly familiar with the smell of Li Hanqing's room, they still like to sleep on the bed in Li Hanqing's room. I just wanted to go over and tease them. A shocking scene happened in front of Li Hanqing. The kittens were sleeping close to each other. Suddenly Xiaoju turned over, sniffed, and began to stick out his tongue to lick Fatty's fur. Fatty still closed his eyes, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. After licking, he didn't forget to put a geo across his plump chest, and rest his head on the plump neck. The two of them hugged each other. It looks like a picture of a domineering president doting on his little wife every day. Please, you two are little Toms. Okay. What strange knowledge did the little sister who raised you before instill in you? Li Hanqing was not calm at all. Even though he said so, he still did not forget to take out his mobile phone to freeze the scene. After taking the photo, I quickly walked over and picked up Xiaoju. Result? Feeling the departure of his companion, Fatty immediately rolled over and climbed up. After stretching, he meowed dissatisfiedly at Li Hanqing, as if venting his dissatisfaction. How can the atmosphere between kittens these days become so anxious? Li Hanqing rolled his eyes without complaining, putting Xiaoju back on the bed. The two little kittens got together again. Li Hanqing not only burst into laughter, but also lay on the bed playing with his mobile phone. But in my mind, the lucky fan who came to the base to raise a cat through a lottery on Weibo suddenly came to mind. What a coincidence. He was someone Li Hanqing knew, and they met by chance at the stadium and near the base, which left a deep impression on him. The first time, they met outside the competition. She was a bit cold and not very talkative, so Li Hanqing thought she was a cold girl. The second time I met him at a cat cafe near the base. He was not so aloof and a bit shy. He seemed not very good at dealing with strangers. But he mustered up the courage to strike up a conversation with him, and even asked for WeChat. And the third time? It cannot be said that for the third time. The experience of being a team pet keeper lasted for a full week. During this period, the two parties met many times. As the number of daily meetings increased, Li Hanqing gained a deeper understanding. Huang Xian is a girl who is not good at words, and is not very social. When you are not familiar with her, you will think she is difficult to talk to. But once you become familiar with her, you will get in touch with her. Her second face. In fact, they are not much different from ordinary female college students. They can also act coquettishly, act cute, get confused, and chatter to you non-stop when they encounter topics of interest. Opening WeChat and scrolling through the chat bar, he found the picture of the breeder Huang Xian. Li Hanqing hesitated for a moment before clicking in. I seriously suspect that you have instilled some strange ideas into Xiaoju and Fatty. Look at how they sleep. Then he sent the photos he had taken earlier. Soon, there was a reply from Huang Xian on the phone. Such a loving scene. Cute, cute, cute. Can't be the relationship between Xiaoju and Chubby. Angry, angry, angry. Do girls like to add emoticons at the end of their chats? Each of Huang Xian's emoticons are cute cat emoticons. And that's it for being cute. If it's a male cat and a female cat, there is indeed love. Have you forgotten one thing? They are both male cats. Shame. Li Hanqing continued to complain. But they are just kittens. What can be wrong with kittens? Poor. Alright. There's indeed nothing wrong with the kitten. And this little thing is nothing to make a fuss about. I just want to find someone to share my daily life with. Seeing that Li Hanqing didn't reply for a long time, Huang Xian took the initiative to send the message. It looks like there will be a lottery ceremony later. I'm so nervous. I must draw a good duck. This way, the duck will appear smoothly in the group stage. After hesitating for a moment, Li Hanqing decided to reply. Wouldn't it make you look rude not to reply to someone's message? As a high-quality idol in the esports circle, Li Hanqing felt that he could not be such a rude person. Why are you nervous? Are you so unsure of me? Of course I have confidence in you. But I'm still nervous. This is just like how I usually study very well. But when the exam comes, I still can't help but be nervous. Afraid that I won't perform well. But if you are here, it should be fine. Isn't that what everyone in the group says? This vivid metaphor made Li Hanqing instantly conjure up a picture in his mind. With a chuckle, Li Hanqing continued to reply. Then thank you for your trust in me. I will try my best to live up to your trust. Okay? Come on. Come on. Come on. Brother Hanqing. Come on. Come on. The lottery ceremony is about to begin. Ah Shui kept urging. This time, not only Li Hanqing, but also people from the training team. Guihao and Baiyueya came over. And it's not viewed on a computer, but on a large screen specially used for tactical review. Li Hansheng leaned comfortably on the esports chair. He couldn't understand what the European and American host said, and it was just a warm-up. When the screen cut away from the host, Li Hansheng knew that the real lottery ceremony was about to begin. After a year of competition, all the participants of the global finals from the 5 major leagues and wild card divisions have been announced. Let us get to know them first. Team icons and logos began to appear in the middle of the screen. First, the first seed TSM, the second seed CLG, and the third seed C9 in the LCS.NA division. Every time the name of a team is read, the director will slice and play the exciting shots that have been prepared long ago. This is the charm of collections. Even though LCS.NA is recognized as a weak division, and its competitiveness may be a little bit stronger than that of the wild card division, in the carefully edited highlights, each one of them turned into a macho operator, and the team battles were picturesque. From the top-seeded team in the LPL region, the first thing that flashed on the screen was a scene of golden rain falling at the Guangzhou International Performing Arts Center. Surrounded by his teammates, Li Hansheng raised the championship trophy high above his head. Then, there are various operations in the league, as well as various scenes when winning the spring split. The exciting shots of EDG and RNG followed closely, followed by the LCK division, LCS.EU division, LMS division, and the 2 teams in the wild card division also had wonderful operational highlights. The 2016 Global Finals has not officially expanded its ranks, so there is no breakout tournament, and there are only 16 participating teams. Then the 16 teams were divided into card pools according to their results. Number 1 seed pool, TSM. Top, Rockstager, FW. Second seed pool, G2, EDG, RNG, CLG, H2K, HU, SSG, SKT. Number 3 seed pool, ANX, C9, INTZ, SPY. After looking at the card pool allocation of the World Championship, it is clear why G2 was collectively ridiculed by the European audience after the MSI. Being criticized is a shame for Europe in foreign wars. The team in the number 1 seed pool of the World Championship is the summer champion of the division, where the MSI top 4 teams are located. The top 4 teams in this year's MSI are FW, CLG, SKT and Top, representing the 4 major competition regions of LPL, LCK, LCS.NA, and LMS respectively. G2, representing the LCS.EU division, failed to make it to the semifinals and was eliminated in the group stage. Therefore, even though they were the number 1 seed team in Europe, they failed to enter the number 1 card pool in the group stage draw. The draw rules for the group stage are actually not complicated. A total of 4 groups will be divided, and then the 4 teams from the number 1 card pool will go to the 4 groups respectively. Next, teams will be randomly selected from the number 2 card pool to go to each group, but the principle of avoiding the same division must be followed. In the end, teams will be randomly selected from the 3 milli-card pool and assigned to each group. After introducing the participating teams and the rules of the draw, the screen switched back to the stage, and Riot also specially invited retired players from each major competition area to serve as guests of the draw. For example, Jack, Captain Jack, was a well-known ADC player in the LCK division. He was very tall, but he was well known because of his feud with Faker. When 2 people meet in rank, they will definitely mess with each other's mentality. The representative of the LPL division is a player who was famous all over the world in ancient times. He is known as the man who added C to AD, the real core of WE, the first big success of the director's career, the man who was beaten by the Flame Rat and retired. Bad smile. Seeing the smiling face, Li Hansheng immediately joked. Do you still remember this man? This man showed you off. The arrogant Gu Shengben turned his head arrogantly. I just debuted at that time, so it doesn't count. Hee hee. WX. I'm an idol. Ashui also had a smile on his face. Just say it. As the earliest national idol team in China, Xiaomi is the core player of WE. There are a large number of domestic players who have been influenced by him and focus on playing the ADC position, such as myself. Maybe his operation at that time was not very flashy in our eyes now, but to force horizontal comparison out of the era is to be a rogue. It is not advisable to favor the past over the present, but it is also not advisable to belittle the ancient times without thinking. Smile relied on her super powerful troop development ability that she had developed in Chiffon, which was enough to be proud of the people of that era. Do you know a sentence? How many soldiers will appear in the base in 10 minutes? Just look at Smile's last hit count. 107. This is not a joke, but a very serious compliment. In that environment at that time, it was really difficult to hear that it was possible to suppress the opponent and not miss anything at the same time. And the most classic is the one that educates Imp. Both of them play the role of Explorer Ezreal. And Gu Shumbin also plays the double Doran sword. When he returned home with a smile, he directly took out a blood-drinking sword. This terrifying contrast in development ability is disappointing. Also when playing in South Korea. 1 show and 3 show in the bottom lane. The most regrettable thing about Smile is he was already too old when he came into contact with League of Legends. When the professional League of Legends competition was established, he had already begun to decline. Moreover, he didn't retreat to withdraw his traffic like his teammate Ruofan. Nor did he immediately transfer when he found out that the team was not working like the factory director and curly hair. During the S4 period, only he and Strawberry struggled to stick to Wii, and eventually had to retire sadly. Hey, Brother Shun has a say in how strong Smile is. Right. After all, he was abused by Smile back then. Bayueyao was a professional player at the same time as Smile, and he really had a say. In our time, he was really strong. Bayueyao showed a hint of reminiscence, seeming to be thinking of the scene when he was working professionally on the stage. The lottery begins! Ashue shouted with a smile, and everyone's attention returned to the lottery ceremony again. Captain Jack stood in front of the glass basin. Inside were 4 palm-sized colored balls. He looked at the camera with a smile and put his hand inside to spin the colored balls a few times. Then he took out one of them and used both hands to force it open. A ribbon with the team's logo printed on it appears in front of the camera. Red base. In the number 1 seed pool, there is only one team whose team logo icon is red. Rockstager and TSM are both black and white, while FW is blue. The answer is obvious. The team that was drawn out is the top. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that he would be the first one to be pulled out. Are we in Group A? Li Hansheng was also a little confused. But there was no time for them to think, because the lottery ceremony was still in progress. The second one to be drawn was Rockstager, which means they were placed in Group B, followed closely by FW, and finally TSM from the host region. The 4 teams in the number 1 seed pool have been allocated. However, everyone knows that the number 1 seeds cannot meet at all during the group stage, and if they want to play against each other, they must at least be in the quarterfinals. The real key is the number 2 seed pool. After all, there are so many talents in the number 2 seed pool. SKT, which has won the S Championship twice. Europe's number 1 seed G2. EDG and RNG are also very strong. It will be a tough battle for anyone they encounter. However, according to the principle of avoiding groups in the same division, top will also not encounter RNG and EDG. This also means that RNG and EDG will only appear in groups B, C, and D. Similarly, the 2 high-profile LCK teams SKT and SSG will only appear in groups A, C, and D. Captain Jack is still drawing lots on the stage. The first team he draws out, Golden Yellow Base, RNG. Well, there are already tops in Group A. So according to the principle of avoidance of teams in the same division in the group stage, RNG will be automatically assigned to Group B. Domestic LPL officials also conduct real-time simultaneous broadcasts. Wawa, Miller and Guan Ziyuan were analyzing and expressing their opinions on the grouping situation. Well, RNG is feeling uncomfortable right now. Wawa frowned. For them, C and D are obviously the better teams. Rockstager is the number 1 seed in the strongest division LCK. No one wants to meet it in the group stage. After all, if you are in the same group with such a team, it is basically a default that the opponent has locked a qualifying spot. The other 3 teams have to fight hard for the last spot. Do you expect Rockstager to perform abnormally in the group stage, like MVP.Ozone, during S3 and later Samsung White? That is a small probability event. From S2 to this year, only one Samsung White from the S3 era overturned in the group stage, while other Korean teams have steadily advanced to the knockout stage. The draw is still in progress. Since RNG was postponed to Group B, the second team drawn, unless it is EDG, will definitely enter Group A. Come on! Come on! Come on! CLG, HU, H2K, come on! Ashue made a gesture to stop the crazy chanting. Guahao, Bayueyao and others also looked nervous. Next moment, the answer is revealed. The moment the Easter egg is twisted open, you can see that the background color of the ribbon is red. There are not many teams with red team logos in this second seed pool. There are only two teams, HU and SKT. That is to say, either HQ or SKT. SKT! Listen to the European and American commentators on the screen pronounce this name. In the top training room, everyone could not help but feel a trace of disappointment on their faces. Right. Top did beat SKT at MSI. But everyone knows that the SKT team has only been running in for half a year. And EDG also defeated SKT at MSI. But it did not prevent SKT from finally winning the S5 World Championship. SKT in the World Championship has a kind of terrifying magic. SKT, which entered the World Championship twice, eventually became the World Champion that year. Will they continue their magical record in the World Championship this year? Is this the continuation of MSI? The grudge showdown between SKT and Top? Although Miller was teasing, his expression was also very nervous. SKT! Even if they don't play well enough in the league, as long as they get to during the World Championship, you can never underestimate SKT's strength. The subsequent drawing of lots continues. SSG was assigned to Group C, while EDG was assigned to Group D. As of now, among the three teams in RLPL, EDG has the best luck. At this point in the lottery ceremony, the lottery guest also changed from Captain Jack to Smile. The smiling man in a suit came to the glass basin and continued to repeat Captain Jack's previous actions. Guihao secretly clenched his fists and stared at the broadcast screen with all his concentration. Bai Yuya subconsciously pursed his lips into a line, and his constantly shaking right leg showed that he was very nervous inside. Let's do something useful. Dabu Lucha. Shui's words smelled like pork, and he missed Ruozi again. The answer will be revealed soon. Although there was a smile on his face, he failed to bring good luck to Top. The team logo that appeared in his hand was G2, the number 1 seed team in the LCS.EU division. Oh my god! Wawa was stunned when he saw this result. This year's Group of Death has been booked in advance. Group A is a continuation of MSI. Right? The grievances between each other at MSI will be settled in the World Championship? Guanza Yuan even said, if this is the case, C9 will also have to come to Group A. After all, CLG can no longer come, and there is only one C9 left in the North American division. A few minutes later, Guanza Yuan was also completely dumbfounded and said in disbelief. This, after CLG was drawn into Group B, H2K was assigned to Group C, and HQ was assigned to Group D. C9 was drawn into Group A this time. Is Group A really the Group of Death? It seems that C9 is the third seed in the LCS.NA division. TSM and CLG seem to be stronger? But you will know it if you look at the history of the World Championships in the past few years. C9 is the real glory of North American Foreign War. The C9 team follows the same script every year. In the spring split, it is like a team that is beaten wildly by its opponents in the North American League. But by the summer split, they seem to be slowly awakening. The closer they get to the World Championships, the better they perform. At the end of every World Championship, C9 protects the last bit of dignity in the North American division. It's not enough for SKT to snipe Top by itself. Faker has to ask his former teammates to snipe with him. Right? This year's top laner for C9 is Tony Omu Impact, who worked with Faker to win the World Championship in S3. The specific grouping situation has also been determined, and the final grouping situation is Group A, Top, SKT, G2, C9, Group B, Rockstager, RNG, Sply European Snakes, CLG, Group C, FW, SSG, H2K, ANX, CIS Wildcard Division, Group D, TSM, EDG, HU, INTZ, Wildcard Team from Brazil. After the specific grouping situation came out, the three commentators were analyzing it. This Group A is an absolute group of death no matter how you look at it. The pressure in the top group stage is very high. Group A does not have a weak team like the Wild Card Division that can steadily provide points. All four teams are from the 5 major divisions. Even if it is a little weaker, G2 and C9 are also the best in their respective divisions. Especially C9, which is the glory of North America's foreign competition. This kind of team suddenly acts as a wave of water ghosts and pulls you into the water in the group stage, which gives you a headache. For Top, we must strive to win every game in the group stage. In theory, scoring 4 points can guarantee a qualifying spot. Miller analyzed. The group stage is a round robin between two groups. Based on past experience, as long as you can get 4 wins, you will be able to qualify stably. If you get 3 wins, depending on the situation, you may be able to qualify for the playoffs. I want to get a stable spot. The best thing is to win 4 games in the group stage, so that your destiny is in your own hands. In contrast, the qualifying situation of RNG and EDG is very optimistic, especially the EDG team. They can basically declare a walk to qualify. Right? Look at the teams in Group D. Smedge is very good at playing this kind of single-core team. Bilson is indeed strong, but Scout is also a strong player in the lane. As long as Bilson in the middle cannot open up the situation, TSM will have no rhythm at all. HQ? EDG designated their own son, and even One-On joked and admitted that HQ's purpose in coming to the World Championship every year is to steadily give EDG 2 points, and a walk to send EDG into the knockout rounds. INTZ? Please. EDG is the 2nd seed team in the LPL. How could it be possible to lose to the team from the wild card division? This is not. The people at EDG are really laughing. At the same time, EDG's training room, when they saw this grouping situation coming out, all EDG members jumped up excitedly, and each one of them could not hide their joy. Especially seeing top in Group A, the group of death. They will be happier. I can't beat you, so I can't expect others to eliminate you? Looking back at RNG's training room, although they may not be as happy as EDG, the faces of the players are also very satisfied with the result. Except for the tough enemy Rockstager. CLG and the European Snakes are not very afraid. Especially teams like CLG that rely on the bottom lane to open up the situation. What? You, a team from the European and American competitions, want to defeat the bottom lane with Uzi? What about dreaming? MLXG even took out his mobile phone and ran to 7 Wolves of Ionia to show off his crazy height. RNG.MLXG. Hi. Loudly. You win ba. Sure Siming. You won't be eliminated in the group stage. Right? Zhangji TV. Xiang. Brother Han Sheng's luck is a bit bad. It must be the 2 bad guys Yu Wenba and Shi Siming who have affected Top's luck. Zhangji TV. Katanda. No matter how lucky Brother Han Sheng is, he can't handle the fact that there are 2 bad guys in the team. Topming, get out. Why do you 2 talk so much while watching the show? It's a pity that there is no if/degree, brother. Even if you purchase from the United States, you are still in the top 16 of the World Championship. You 2 who have been relegated from LSPL. Don't BBB. Seeing these idiots immediately fighting each other, Li Hansheng just smiled. The Huangda Yaoshi team that LQS and LWX belonged to did not escape the fate of being relegated. And the owner Dong Xiusao simply divested the team and disbanded. The 2 of them are still in the job hunting stage. Looking at his teammates who looked uncomfortable, Li Hansheng directly spoke to comfort them. No one will really be affected by the grouping situation. Right. You can't say that. Candy opened his mouth with a look of displeasure on his face. Who doesn't want to be able to qualify easily? MD. I even wonder if Riot is deliberately targeting us. In fact, there is nothing wrong with what he said. The purpose of the grouping situation is to provide psychological comfort. It's like a lottery. A 10% probability and a 1% probability. No matter how you hear it, the former makes people more comfortable. Right? Yes. Hansheng. Guihao waved his hand. I absolutely believe in the strength of our team, and we will definitely qualify. But this grouping situation really makes people feel outrageous. Every year there is a group of death in the group stage draw. Everyone in top was originally waiting to see other people's good show, but they didn't expect that they would become the target of being watched. If this is the mentality, I don't think we can even think about winning the championship. Li Hansheng directly angrily criticized the team. If we want to finally win the championship, we must have the belief that we must win. No matter who the opponent is, I firmly believe that we will win. If you rely on others to eliminate some opponents you don't want to face, this kind of coward mentality is destined to fail to win the championship. Chapter 207 Danger and Opportunity coexist. With the group draw ceremony over, the matchups of the 4 groups have been determined. Not only the participating team members have opinions on their grouping situation, but also the domestic audience can't help but discuss it heatedly. Fans of EDG and RNG are naturally celebrating each other. The pig and dog, who were supposed to be on the same side. But in this time and space, due to the addition of top led by Li Hansheng, the relationship between them was not so rigid. And sometimes, they even helped each other speak for each other. After all, the relationship between the fan group before was purely based on whether you were a threat to my idol, Why are fans of the director and fans of Uzi always in conflict? Because these two people have the same status. Fans of the other party are eager to step on them, so as to show that my idol is the strongest. The psychology of many fans is outrageous. This is probably the chain of contempt in their hearts. The idol I am a fan of is better than the idol you are a fan of, which means I am better than you. Either you can change your fandom to a more powerful idol, or you can just hold it in for me. Do not ask. The question is, what kind of honor do you have? What kind of championship do you have? Why are Uzi fans suppressed by piggies everywhere during this period? No. It's because. Did Uzi not get his first truly major honor in his career until S8? What? Is the championship of S competition not considered an honor? Solo competition is also an S competition. Are you complaining about my factory director? Are you calling my factory director foreign war rubbish? Ming Kai is a trash talker who makes the top 8 every year. Just one sentence from Piggy. Stepping on the head of your bathing dog to win the league championship every year. What are you doing? What kind of champion are you? This sentence makes people feel angry. But you can't refute it. After all, fans are such a messy group. But in this time and space it is different. Because the status of pigs and dogs is seriously threatened by Li Hansheng. Wrong. Uzi's status has already been overtaken by Li Hansheng. Although director still has an advantage in the number of championships. If the strong momentum of top continues, it will be a matter of time before he is surpassed. This is not. Why has Li Hansheng's popularity soared even though the number of fans hasn't changed much? Isn't it because many people who should have been fans of the director and fans of Uzi have become fans of Li Hansheng in this time and space? Therefore, whether it is the director or Uzi, their number of fans is actually much smaller in this time and space. There are also those who are worried about top. And of course, there are those who are watching the show. Could this grouping of top be any more outrageous? It's really the group of death. The cliffhanger of Riot Games was learned from the people of UEFA. Right? You knew there was traffic like this. So you grouped it like this on purpose? No way. Right? Could it be that these two bad guys, Imp and Gao Dui, brought LGD's bad luck to top? The number 1 seed in the LPL will go out in the first round of the group stage again and become a top 16 purchasing agent team? There is no harm if there is no comparison. RNG and EDG should not be too relaxed. I even wonder if they are giving Riot money. RNG is okay. Rockstager is so fierce. CLG looks bad, but it is still the MSI runner-up. The European snakes also have the potential to be a water ghost. EDG is really outrageous. HQ is a team that occupies a quota every year. It is a professional gift. Divided? I guess the people in EDG were all smiling when they went to bed and dreamed last night. This is the rhythm of being directly promoted to the top 8. No wonder the audience is pessimistic. The main reason is that the LPL's World Championship results in the past few years have really been worse than the previous year. Especially considering that the Waterloo encountered in S5 almost destroyed the confidence of the players in the entire competition area and even the audience. It's even an exaggeration to say that his spine was broken. The audience in the entire competition area seemed to be suffering from a kind of Korean phobia. So, that's why LPL seems to need an S-League champion to boost morale. Not only the players need to boost morale, but the audience in the entire competition region also needs such an S-League champion to boost morale and regain the lost confidence. Come! Although they can't officially go to the United States yet, it doesn't mean that the top players can't get to know their opponents in advance. The team members, who had just woken up and finished lunch, were called to the conference room for a meeting by the training team. The main thing is to familiarize the players with the situation of the 3 teams in the same group in advance. Fortunately for SKT, they had arranged to have a training match before. Although they cannot say that they know each other as well as their opponents in the same division, they still understand each other well enough. Mainly the G2 and C9 teams. The last time we played against G2 was in the MSI group stage in early May. But against C9? Feel sorry. Top and C9 have no record of playing against each other at all. Not understanding is the scariest thing. You can only understand the opponent through some information collected before the game. But the cold numbers themselves are somewhat deceptive, judging from the data alone. If the factory director's KDA is so high, you would think that he is strong and stable. But what about his actual senses in the game? He is just timid and dare not start a team. He does not dare to sell himself in team battles to create an output environment for the C position. He is always the first to run, which is why KDA looks good. Another example is, it is said that Rockstager's top and jungle teamwork is invincible, almost destroying the entire LCK. But how do they work together? Which route does Peanut use to catch? When would you like to go? What is Smeb's habit when trading lanes? Under what circumstances does a blood exchange most likely mean that the jungler is coming? And when is it just posturing? These things cannot be obtained through cold numbers. Some conclusions can only be drawn after playing against the opponent many times in person, and through constant video review after the game. Why do strong teams always overturn in the group stages of the World Championship? It's because you don't know enough about the opponent's playing style. So you will be stolen by the opponent. And it seems that Top and G2 have a record of playing against each other. But that was only half a year ago. And it was version 6.8 at that time. Now in the past 10 versions. Changes in the game version will bring about changes in the team's overall playstyle. G2 must have also changed. So the head-to-head record between the two teams has no effect at all. Even SKT, which has a record of training matches. The last training match between the two sides was in August, and the version at that time was still 6.16. Comparing the two versions that have passed now, the situation cannot be generalized. And now, SKT has confirmed that they are in the same group as Top, and they will also not schedule training matches with each other, at least not until the end of the group stage. Bayuaya and the people from the training team briefly talked about the three opponents in the group stage. Then the topic shifted to the version. Riot has announced the version used in the 2016 League of Legends Global Finals in advance not long ago. It will be version 6.18. The current version of the national server is still 6.17, which means that players must go to the Korean server to train if they want to experience the World Championship version. There are actually not many changes. It does not involve medium and large changes such as the rise of the mage in 6.9, the arrival of the elemental dragon, the first blood tower bounty mechanism in 6.15, and the early protection mechanism of the defense tower. 6.16, 6.17, and 6.18 are all small changes. What are medium and large changes? It's the kind of change that will cause a change in the team's playstyle. The small changes are basically numerical adjustments to some popular heroes. This will not cause the team to change their playing style. It is just a change of popular heroes on the field. But even so, the preparations for the players will still not be so easy. For the top players, they have to prepare for the World Championship. But for other teams, it is the off-season. It's no exaggeration to say 90% of professional players don't want to play games at all during the off-season. No matter how much you love a game, and it makes you train mechanically and repetitively at high intensity for more than 10 hours every day, once it reaches this point, you won't feel any pleasure from playing the game. The impact of this is that the queue time will become longer, and the number of training sessions for the players will decrease. But even so, you have to fight hard. Even the national server will need a version update soon. No way. This is a point recognized by players in the professional circle, and even the entire circle. The environment in Korean server is much better than that in Chinese server. It doesn't just refer to actors and sniping. Rather, because the live streaming industry is so developed in China, many unique talents have been born. What is the unique skill? As long as the hero is not banned or redone, they have no idea to take it. Version? There is no version in the eyes of the unique skills brother. What is the purpose of professional players ranking? Keep your hands warm and practice heroes to accumulate landing experience. But the problem is that almost all the unique guys in the national server use the reverse version to get heroes. What's the use of accumulating landing experience with heroes like Barbarian King, Big Head, and Alchemy? There is a hero that you will never encounter once in 100 or even 1,000 games. Playing against this kind of hero is ineffective training in the eyes of professional players. And it does nothing but waste your time. Korean clothing is different. There are a large number of professional players, and players on the Korean server are more inclined to follow the version to choose heroes. Plus, differences in server style. There are frequent fights in the Chinese server, and the overall rhythm of rank in the Korean server is more competition-oriented. Therefore, the training effect of the Korean server will be better for professional players. After explaining all this, White Crescent just talked about version updates. Basically, it's all numerical changes. Let's talk about the top lane position first. Shin's passive shield and Q's damage are reduced, and the captain's weakening is even more severe. His base health is cut by 40 points. W's mana cost is increased. The damage of each wave of SH, LS in his ultimate is reduced, and the cooldown of level 1 ultimate is increased by 20 seconds. Level 2 is increased by 10 points. Level 3 remains unchanged. Obviously, the weakening of Shin and Captain is due to the fact that these two heroes are in this version that focuses on bottom lane and laning. The full map support effect of the two heroes' ultimate moves was too strong, so it was weakened. Poppy has been strengthened and has become more powerful than before. And Jace has also been strengthened. The mana cost of E is fixed at 40 at all levels. And the basic attack bonus of the first shot of the ultimate move Warhammer is changed from AP to AD. Raven, the damage of the attack has been increased, which can be regarded as a small enhancement. This is a huge enhancement, especially for top laner Jace, because Jace in the middle has a blue buff. He will produce Tears of the Goddess and subsequently synthesize Magic Cut. So the improvement in reducing mana consumption is not obvious. But for Jace, who takes a pure armor-piercing route on the top lane, this is a huge enhancement, which means that Jace can fire more frequently in the midterm. The change in the direct ultimate move bonus algorithm is also a big enhancement. It used to be an AP bonus, and Jace would not be able to produce AP equipment. Now it becomes AD, which means that Jace's instant burst ability will be further improved, and the kill line will be higher than before. Gue, Ah Shui's eyes widened.
Jess is still strengthening? When other teams face us, Jace is not allowed to buy a house. This is a good thing.
Candy smiled.
Lowly lets the opponent bear more BP pressure, so we won't be stuck in the lineup and it will be easier to get the hero we want. That's right.
Bai Yuan nodded. Sighing once again, coaching Li Hansheng really relieved him a lot of pressure. Li Hansheng helped the team share the huge pressure during the BP stage. He turned Jace, a hero who was not so popular in the version, into a hero that other teams had to spend a precious ban position to target when facing the top. This kind of targeting in the ban position will bring benefits to the whole team. This means that people in other top paths will be further liberated.
Then, there is the jungle position. The CD of the Excavator's ultimate move and E were slashed. The growth armor and basic armor were both slashed. This hero will basically be unplayable in the future. The wine barrel was also slashed.
Both versions 17 and 18 have weakened the Excavator. Riot's intention is obvious. This hero should not play and make room for other heroes.
Blind Sin W has been strengthened a bit. Xiong Renjie can consider it in the future. But I think Leopard Girl and Male Lancer may be the answer to the jungle version of this world competition. It depends on the final choice.
Excavator and Barrel, two heroes with a very high appearance rate in the summer split, will also follow in the footsteps of Centaur and temporarily leave the professional stage. The weakening of the Wine Barrel is also obvious. Originally, the Wine Barrel could steal a flat A before throwing the ultimate move, but now it cannot do such an operation. After hitting the E, it must immediately receive R. As long as it steals the flat A, it will be handed over by the opponent. Flash or displacement skills. As for the middle road, the impact on top is also great. Some of Gao Dui's favorite heroes in the summer split. Ice Maiden's health growth has been weakened. Rockbird's enhanced Q in version 6.10 will cause an additional 50% damage to minions. Now this passive effect has been directly cancelled, and the damage of his skill has also been weakened. This means that Yanjai can no longer support his teammates on the wing through his super powerful line-pushing ability. This kind of rhythm hero has no line rights, which basically means that he has left the schedule and has no possibility of appearing.
But the clockwork has been strengthened. I'll wake and try to use it. But now there is no egg cap. Can you still use it?
Bai Yue teased with a smile.
It's not difficult to operate this hero. What's wrong with it?
Gao Dui smiled contemptuously.
There are many heroes I can use. As for the bottom lane, Wheel Mother, Han Bing, and Jin have all been weakened to a certain extent. But it does not affect the strength.
White Crescent Moon shrugged, on the premise that the bottom lane must use expendable auxiliary to seize the line. So no matter how the tool shooter is weakened, it will not affect the appearance rate. This is determined by the version's playstyle. Support is the position that has changed the least. No big changes. White Crescent made a brief summary of the changes.
The style of play in this version is still focused on fighting for the first blood tower in the bottom lane. The competition is the ability to snowball the attack in the early stage, especially after the two supporting top lane heroes Captain and Shen are weakened. The two side lanes and the team's overall strength of linkage is further reduced. That is to say, the upper and lower wings emphasize more on the landing ability. Whoever can win the landing will have the advantage in the early stage. The game will be cut into fragments instead of relying on the overall linkage.
Guihao's eyes widened when he heard this analysis.
Isn't this an excellent version for us?
Who doesn't know that the fundamental factor for top to dominate the LPL League is that the players on all three lanes have extremely strong line fighting abilities? I won't say much about Li Hanqing's bad reputation. Gao Dui. This is the top talent who took up the banner of the domestic mid laner when the Korean mid laner was ravaging the LPL mid lane. Imp won't say much, even if his condition declines due to alcoholism. Even if his skills are only 70% of his peak, he is still a world-class top ADC. That's understandable. Bai Yueyao smiled. But he didn't say it so harshly. The specific version still has to wait until the World Championship starts and be tested through actual combat. Now we are simply based on the version update content and some data. Infer the general version direction. There's nothing wrong with him. The most typical one is the S7 version. At the beginning, even the LPL region didn't realize that the incense burner monster was so outrageous. In the first round of the SA group stage, the whole world was learning about RNG's 4 guarantee and 1 cost off face rushing system, thinking that this was the answer to the version. As a result, everyone realized the correct version of the answer in the second round of the group stage. RNG, which had won the first round, suffered directly in the second round and only obtained the qualifying spot through extra rounds. Actual combat is the only criterion for testing truth. There is a long schedule of nearly a month before and after the World Championship. Not only is the competition for overall strength, but also the ability of each team to learn. Whoever can master the version faster, and who can adapt to the version faster can really make it to the end. Why did the Korean team start low and go high in the World Championship version? Very simple. They were unable to figure out the version at the beginning, and would pay tuition fees just to figure it out. But they have a mature coaching team. Basically, it only takes one round of group matches to roughly figure out the version of the game, and then start to work hard. In short, our training team will continue to study the issue of the version. Recently, we have also invited SSG and Rockstitcher teams to conduct more training matches. After we collect enough samples, we will conduct a tactical review. You should train and prepare for the competition with peace of mind now. Take good care of your body. And don't suddenly get sick when the World Championships are approaching. At this time, Guo Hao also stood up. The head office attaches great importance to the team's World Championship appearance. You can rest assured that everything will be properly arranged in terms of food and accommodation. Especially the food. The intention of the head office is also very clear. You don't have to worry about things outside the stadium. As long as you prepare for the game wholeheartedly and perform well. I still stick to my words. Everyone does your best. Don't put too much pressure. Take the game seriously. As long as you don't leave any regrets for yourself. Chapter 208 The World Champion is coming. That's what it says. But the changes brought about by the version are still huge. The playoff version that players played before was version 6.16. Now spanning 2 versions. Many popular heroes on the field have had numerical changes, which will have an immeasurable impact on the field. Very simple. For example, the numerical value of Rock Bird is weakened, resulting in the hero's ability to push the lane and roam. The first is the middle road. Traditional mages like Clockwork and Victor, who were not fast enough to push the line in the early stage and were cumbersome, gained room for survival. The middle road, as it can radiate the entire canyon, is the most important of the 3 roads. Changes in the ecological chain of the middle lane will affect changes in other lanes. For example, weak junglers such as Yume and Zac used to have a Rock Bird in the middle to use the super push ability in the middle to help protect the jungle. Even if the opponent chooses a male gun or a leopard girl, the wild area is very strong. As long as you have lane rights in the middle, you don't have to be so afraid of being counterjumpered. But now, when facing these strong junglers again, you have to change your thinking. Same reason. The hero selection of the top laner will also be affected. A hero like Crocodile, who has lane rights and is easy to coordinate with teammates but has weak team fighting ability, will completely lose the opportunity to appear. Originally, with such a hero, one could use the hero mechanism to seize the lane rights on the top lane, and then use the advantage of Yankei to push the lane quickly and support the side lane to force the tower, and then continue to snowball on the top lane. This kind of tactical thinking will not work now. It seems that the Crocodile's numerical value has not been weakened. But if you think about it according to this logic, there will be a knife that looks like a chop on the Rockbird's body, but actually chops on the Crocodile's aorta. The weakening of a hero often brings about chain reactions, and the space for the Crocodile to appear on the road is limited. Then, other heroes restricted by the Crocodile will also gain space in a different direction. For example, Kennen and Rambo are not very afraid of the Crocodile on their own, but they are afraid of the interaction between the Crocodile and their teammates. Now that the Crocodile cannot play, they will naturally get the chance to play. And once the top lane becomes Kennen and Rambo, the bottom lane must also use soft assistance in order to seize the lane rights. This series of chain reactions will cause the lineup on the field to be very fragile. And there may be a lineup with 0 front row. And this will give heroes
like Syndra a lot of room to play. After all, Syndra's ultra-high burst in the midterm can cause a crispy hero to completely lose its combat effectiveness even if it cannot kill him instantly, thus forming the advantage of more hits and less. On the scene, there are many changes like this, and they all need to be explored slowly, and the logic cannot be understood at once. The team members don't have much else to do except practice day after day. The visa was processed quickly. During this period, Li Hansheng and his teammates also cooperated with the LPL officials to take many handsome photos of the expedition. At the same time, Top's official Weibo also appropriately posted a lot of photos of the team members that were captured on the spot when the group stage draw results were announced. Li Hansheng, who is always calm and composed in the picture, has naturally become the focus of fans' eyes. Sheng Bao is so handsome. Just have this mentality. If nothing else, Brother Hansheng's mentality is top-notch, and he should get results. That is, I always place my hope on luck and hope to draw weak opponents in the group. But what about the knockout rounds? You will always encounter strong opponents, early or late. If you want to become a champion, you must defeat them all. Brother Hansheng rushes to the duck. Rush the duck. This year it really depends on you. Around the 15th, the visa was finally processed. After Top discussed with RNG and EDG, two teams that were also going to the United States to participate in the World Championship, the three clubs agreed to take the same flight to go abroad.
This is my first time going abroad. I heard that if I want to go to the United States, the plane will fly in the sky for more than 10 hours.
Sher Seming looked around nervously, rubbing the seat belt in front of him with both hands, as if this thing could only give him a sense of security.
To be precise, it's 12 hours.
Li Hansheng had never been abroad, but he had checked online beforehand. He smiled.
What are you afraid of? Are you still afraid of something happening? Yes. There is actually no need to worry.
The factory director on the side has participated in many international competitions, so he is very experienced. He also cited data to popularize science.
The aviation accident rate of aircraft is less than 1 in 200,000, which is higher than your normal. It's much safer to drive out or take a taxi. Yes. Yes.
Li Hansheng nodded.
I heard that the fatality rate after an accident is as high as 100%.
Upon hearing this, Sher Seming and others seemed more and more nervous, and the uneasiness on their faces seemed to have reminded them of what happened to them in the plane crash movies they usually watched. The factory director's eyes were filled with death.
Do you usually scare your teammates like this? Are you really not afraid of being beaten by them? What are you afraid of?
Li Hansheng said with a smile.
As long as I beat my teammates hard and kill them, others will not be able to beat my teammates hard. I am strengthening and training their psychological quality. You don't understand. Really speaking, they should all count out to me and thank me.
The factory director was stunned for a moment by Li Hansheng's attitude of shouting out 300 million for 300,000 yuan. Then he rolled his eyes and said,
I'm telling you, if you are like this in our team, you will be beaten. Ouch.
Li Hansheng's smile became brighter and brighter, and he said with a murderous wave,
Is there a possibility? This is why we are the champions, and you are the runner-up. What do you think? The runner-up jungler? Ha ha ha.
Ashui laughed happily. When Sher Seming and others saw that the factory director was being squeezed by Li Hansheng until he was speechless. His face did not have the nervous look before, and he looked more natural.
That's right.
Mako smiled and added,
Instead of worrying about plane accidents, it's better to think about how to get rid of jet lag.
This is speaking from experience as someone who has been there. Being jet-lagged and adapting to the welcome is a hurdle that needs to be overcome to play games abroad. Once you are unable to adapt, your body will easily get sick, and getting sick will affect your performance on the court. The reason why I had to go to the United States more than half a month in advance was also based on this consideration. Allow the players enough time to adjust to the time difference, work schedule, and adapt to the local environment. Even if they are uncomfortable at first, they still have enough time to make adjustments. After all, participating in international events is not like playing in a league, where you simply need to report. It doesn't matter if you replace all 5 positions. According to Riot's official tournament rules, a team in the World Championship can carry a total of 7 players, 5 starters plus 1 substitute, and 1 emergency substitute. An emergency substitute can only be used temporarily when a substitute has some accidents that prevent him from playing normally. The final decision was made through discussion within the team. The substitute is Ashui, and Ming is the emergency substitute. As for Gao Tianliang, the club enrolled him as a member of the training team and took him abroad with them. This kind of experience of playing abroad
Even if you don't play in person, being able to follow the team through the entire process can be regarded as a valuable experience in your career. Top and EDG had a great time chatting with each other, and there was no grudge between them. Deft, Pawn and Imp were also former teammates and had certain personal relationships. The RNG players were relatively quiet. Xiaohu looked at Li Hansheng and others who were chatting, and then quickly glanced at Uzi, who was concentrating with his eyes closed, which sounded like a tiger-style double smile. He simply spoke. How was your recent training match? It's okay. That's it. After all, we're still exploring the version. Li Hansheng's answer was ambiguous, and he immediately asked, What about you? Not very optimistic. Xiaohu sighed and laughed at himself. Our situation is a bit bad, and we haven't won much. Rockstager, who is also in Group B, will definitely not schedule a training match with RNG. Then, there are only SSG and SKT and Top and EDG. There have been grievances between each other, but the private training matches between Top and RNG are proceeding normally. Although Xiaohu didn't say it explicitly, but Li Hansheng is very aware of the problems faced by this RNG team. It's a problem they haven't solved since Uzi joined the team. That is, in the end, the main focus is still on the jungle auxiliary linkage, allowing Mata to leave the lane and give full play to his commanding ability. It's better to protect Uzi to the death to maximize Uzi's landing ability. The main point is this. If we continue to focus on wild auxiliary linkage, it's not like RNG hasn't tried it before. They originally wanted to position Uzi as the Samsung White Imp on the S4. That is, the large version of Wu Xian. But reality also tells them it is impossible for Uzi to assume that position, nor to become a larger version of Wu Xian. So now they can only protect Uzi to death. And the current version also attaches great importance to the line rights of the bottom lane. But the problem came again. The soft assist version is very dependent on the auxiliary's landing ability. The problem is that Mata's landing ability is not good. He and Uzi simply cannot play the role of 1+1 greater than 2. And even his weak landing ability will drag down Uzi. It makes him tired of landing, and at the same time unable to play the role of the team's brain. This is the biggest problem currently facing RNG. And, although the World Championship version attaches great importance to lane rights in the bottom lane, it does not mean that big core shooters can be produced in the bottom lane. All of them are tool shooters with average carry ability in the late stage. However, RNG has no chance to play 4 guarantees in 1. Again, the lineup is not strong just by accumulating stars. The most perfect situation is to find 5 correct people on the premise that the basic abilities are up to standard. RNG was originally a team that had established a basic framework and tactical playstyle. Finding a player with top personal ability like Uzi seems to enhance his strength on paper. But actually, Uzi's personal style of play has been finalized, and he will play that way no matter which team he goes to. If he can't adapt to the team, then the team has to adapt to him. If this is the case, there will always be one person who cannot adapt. After weighing the pros and cons, the team will obviously choose the stronger side to compromise. Mata is the one who has given up, so his current position in the RNG team is a bit awkward. After communicating for a while, everyone began to rest peacefully. The journey of more than 10 hours was no joke. You can't even get up and move around on the plane. You're confined to a small space. And you can't kill time on your phone. Can only sleep. Fortunately, Li Hansheng had experience. He deliberately stayed up late last night without sleeping. It was at this time that he was waiting for and asked the flight attendant for a blanket. No one will love you when you are covered with a quilt. Put on the headphones again. Sit on the chair. And prepare to sleep peacefully. I don't know how long it took. Ashui woke up Li Hansheng and looked out the window to see the tall buildings not far away. This means that the plane has arrived over San Francisco, the venue for the group stage. After a few bumps, the plane officially landed. After receiving permission, the passengers unbuckled their seat belts and stood up to leave. The teammates had surprisingly the same idea as Li Hansheng. After standing up, they all shook their heads and shook their arms and legs to move their stiff bodies. Only then did they leave the plane in an orderly manner. It was noon in San Francisco. The sun was shining brightly, and the atmosphere was just right. Neither too cold nor too hot. Li Hansheng took a few deep breaths and immediately started teasing. Hey, the air in the United States is no different from the air in China. I always read those intellectuals on the internet saying, why is the breath of freedom so fragrant? Are you trying to fool me? Brother Hansheng, if you can smell other smells, something will probably happen. Ashui teased with a smile. Those public servants are just deceiving people who have never really been abroad. The factory director also smiled. Li Hansheng looked up at the sky and stamped his feet. The World Championships are coming! Are you ready to be ruled by us? The sudden burst of Chunyi's aura. Anyway, Li Hansheng has always said that as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. The factory director looked at Ah Shui in confusion. How long has the condition lasted? Do you want someone from Riot to help contact the hospital? It's normal. Ah Shui smiled and waved his hand. Brother Hansheng is purple. Occasionally, he will get hit suddenly. It's no big deal. Go away. Li Hansheng waved his hands at them in disgust. I don't understand the romance of men at all. After everyone got off the plane, they went to get their suitcases under the guidance of the staff. Then he walked through the passage to the hall. The staff arranged by Riot have already been waiting here. The top club has already contacted the international students in San Francisco in advance and invited them to help serve as tour guides, translators, etc. Everyone, please don't run around. Even when you arrive at the hotel, stay inside the hotel. It's very troublesome if you get lost. It's not like in China where you can wander around without worrying about security issues. Even if you want to go out, try to find someone familiar to take you out. Guo Hao also took the trouble to tell the team members about all this. Just like he said, Free America. Shooting every day. If you don't want to be killed by Bayubi with a real male gun jungler, you have to be very careful. Chapter 209 The first experience of the World Championship. The staff member who came to receive the players was an old acquaintance, Vincent, who is responsible for the management of professional players at Riot Xiaoguli, is a gentle young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. He looks young and full of energy. Li Hansheng remembers that there were reports about him. It seems that he is the prototype of Luo? There are many little Easter eggs in the League of Legends game. For example, the names of Barbarian King and Wandering Mage are taken from the names of Riot presidents. Tryndamere and Rise. Xia and Luo, the pair who appeared together as a couple from the beginning, seem to have originated from Vincent and his girlfriend. Many people mistakenly regard Vincent as the official translator. This is not the case. Translation is just his part-time job. His essential job is player management. To put it bluntly, this position can be regarded as the nanny and housekeeper of the team. He will be responsible for the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the domestic team to participate in international competitions, including the players' document management, visa processing, and even making a detailed itinerary for the team, including the choice of this flight. Vincent is also responsible for it. He has experience, so he chose what a fantastic time flight. It allows the players to sleep on the plane. After arriving in the United States, it happens to be noon in the United States. This will be more conducive to players adjusting their schedules, not only in terms of daily life. He will also be responsible for events, including whether there are problems with the peripherals of the players during the game, what requirements Riot has made to the team, and what feedback the team has given Riot. He is responsible for acting as a bridge of communication. Hello everyone. I'm Vincent. He proactively greeted the team members. During this period in the United States, if you have any needs, you can contact me directly, and I will be responsible for making arrangements. As he said that, he didn't know where to take out a bunch of schedules. Li Hansheng took a rough look at them and saw detailed itinerary plans. We don't have any plans for the next few days. If you want to play, shop, or buy things here, it's best to schedule it during these days. Starting from the 20th, Riot Games will arrange for us to conduct filming and interviews. I want to give you a piece of advice. Don't run around. Don't run around. Especially don't leave the hotel at night. Don't want to experience the nightlife abroad just because some people in China say it's rich. This old woman's personality is somewhat similar to Guo Hao's. Everyone followed him and boarded the bus with the Riot logo. Hey, this guy looks a bit like Brother Hao. Ah Shui also had the same opinion. They both have the character of an old woman. This is all for your own good. Li Hansheng looked at Shui up and down. If you go out at night, I heard that Uncle He likes puppies with thin skin and tender meat like you the most. Hearing this, Ah Shui's anus tightened immediately, as if he thought of some scene with an anxious breath. I won't go out randomly. My brother is staying in the hotel. Ah Shui knew it very well. Although he is a substitute, he may not be able to get a chance to play. Top's current lineup of 5 main members is already very stable, and no one will choose to train new players during the World Championship. Even if there is, it would have to be in a wild card division where the overall strength is not as good as ours. Then here comes the problem. Does the top who are in the death group have this condition? No. Strong enemies are around and water ghosts are rampant. If you lose accidentally, your qualifying situation will change. So, Top must strive to win every game. There is actually no difference between Ashui as a substitute and Ming as an emergency substitute. Unless Imp was taken to a nightclub and his hand was injured. Or he had to cosplay a wave of Easy's Arcane Leap with a real person and jump from the 3rd floor. Wrong. Even if he played Arcane Leap in real life, it would be nothing more than a broken leg, which would not affect his performance on stage. There were 3 buses, and each team's entourage just filled one bus. Li Hansheng deliberately chose a seat by the window and watched the cars driving slowly on the bus. Outside the window were all white-skinned and dark-skinned strangers. The buildings also looked a bit old, as if they were completely inconsistent with the status of a world hegemon. Very consistent. Fortunately, San Francisco is a relatively famous Chinese gathering place in the United States. The first batch of Chinese people who came to the United States basically settled here. Therefore, you can see many people with yellow skin, black eyes, and black hair like me on the street. Not a moment. The bus stopped in front of the hotel. After everyone got off the bus with their luggage, Vincent ran over to explain. This is set up a training base inside the hotel. But please go with me to check in at the hotel first. I will take you up to visit later. This is the contrast between professionals and amateurs. After all, Riot has established several major leagues and holds large-scale international events every year. It is a yuppie with rich experience in hosting events. If you really want to compare, Riot is an experienced technician who is good at a full range of services. As long as you ask, he can do anything like Crystal Love or Ice and Fire. Banana Project is the kind of person who is so stupid that when you slap him on the butt, he doesn't understand what it means. And he looks back at you with a confused look on his face. Do you dare to imagine that a domestic team participating in the finals of a domestic league would have to go to an internet cafe to train? There is not even a special training venue arranged. However, Li Hansheng heard some rumors that Tingjing was very dissatisfied with the various emergencies that occurred when Banana planned to hold the competition this year. It was said that it would take back the right to hold the competition and handle it on its own. While talking, everyone was already registering one after another. Vincent still took the team members to the elevator. The accommodation floors are above the 16th floor. Riot has reserved 3 floors in total for the players. You came early, and the other teams haven't come yet. It will be much better in 2 days. If you want to get to know other teams by then, players from the division or swapping team uniforms can be used. The elevator did not go up, but stopped at the 7th floor. Vincent led everyone out and continued to explain. This is the training room. You can try to see if there are any problems with the network and equipment here later. If there are any problems, tell me, and I will go to Riot people for feedback. Naturally, this kind of temporary training room converted from a hotel room cannot be as comfortable as the team base. But it is better than going to an internet cafe to play training matches. There is a computer placed on an eye-shaped long table, and there is a white tactical blackboard beside it. The chairs and these have almost occupied the space in the room. But still the same sentence. It's better to go to the internet cafe. After briefly browsing the training room, everyone took the elevator up to find their own rooms and put their luggage away. Li Hansheng and Ashui were in the same room. They are all a bunch of rough guys. And they are not that particular. The suitcases are basically stuffed with team uniforms. After all, it is impossible to really wander around and exchange team uniforms with other players. Real casual clothes are just that. So just 2 to 3 pieces. It happened to be afternoon. And Guahao also contacted the international students, who had made an appointment in advance. Under the leadership of the international students, everyone strolled around the hotel for a while. The accompanying B-boy also took many photos of the team members with a camera to prepare for posting on Weibo. Domestic fans are very curious about the status of the team members. As soon as the photo was taken, Bizai posted a message on his official blog to tell fans that he had landed safely, and that the team members had also been playing here for a while. After playing for a while, everyone chose to go back to the hotel before nightfall fell in San Francisco. Maybe it's not as bad as the rumors say, but Li Hansheng will never overestimate the security at night in the United States. After a night, adjusting the biological clock was a little more difficult than expected. Everyone was not very energetic the next day, but Guahao still knocked on the door one by one to wake everyone up. The first 2 days were a little painful, but in exchange for the next few days, I was able to adapt to the environment normally. When Li Hansheng and his teammates came to the training room on the 7th floor, but I saw that the people from EDG had already started massacring here in the US server. The level of the server is directly linked to the level of the competition area. After all, the server is like the talent reserve of the competition area. Gui. Are the people from EDG so strong? Ashui rubbed his sleepy eyes and immediately became frightened. Fortunately, my buddy didn't choose to go to EDG at that time. Otherwise, I would have died with this intensity of training. There was one reason that led Ashui to join TOP in the first place. He felt that EDG's militarized management was too strict, and that IG's management was a bit too loose. TOP is just right. Although Bai Yueyao and Guahao also take the buddies route, they will still be strict when they should be strict. Li Hansheng took out his mobile phone and glanced at the small group in the training department, which had already sent their respective super account information. Open the computer under the desk. The peripherals are brought from China, and the computer equipment is provided by Riot. In particular, the computer monitors strictly follow the specifications of the competition and are all 24-inch in size. Li Hansheng successfully logged into his US server super account. The numbers are a bunch of garbled numbers, but the gold coins and points in it can be used freely. You can configure various runes according to your own ideas. Just like playing a competition server, you can enjoy the freedom of runes. As teams come to the United States one after another, it means that the World Championship is approaching. No matter how curious domestic netizens are, they can only get a rough idea of the preparations of each team through some news on social media. And domestic netizens have also shown their skills, as well as those of paparazzi in the entertainment industry. It's not nice to say it, judging from the abilities of domestic trolling netizens, not to mention the super account information of the players. It is estimated that they can even gossip about which teacher's educational film the players watched when they went to the toilet. It's actually not difficult to find the players' super accounts. After all, as long as you look for the high-scoring accounts that have suddenly popped up in the past few days, and then infer from the position and the heroes you are good at using, you can always deduce some small details and draw conclusions. This period may also be the happiest day for domestic OB anchors. If you just OB and say a few good words according to the fans' ideas, you can receive countless gifts. Are Koreans so fierce? Faker's winning rate seems to be 73%, which is ridiculous. What is this? The Tiger's peanut winning rate is as high as 75%. Professional players from China and South Korea have reached the high levels of the US server, and it's just crazy. Isn't it a dimensionality reduction attack? Where is Brother Hansheng? Brother Hansheng's account hasn't been revealed yet? It seems that this CN 0.1 is him? The game time of this account can basically match the account time of other top players. Hee. This name is worthy of my Brother Hansheng, the number one iron-blooded wolf. Brother Hansheng is the pride of us Xia people. In fact, Li Hansheng came up with this ID randomly. He was not happy to play games with a bunch of garbled characters. Simply give it such an iconic name. And he still wants to go all out to hit the first place in the US server. Honestly, the ranking strength on the US server is really average. It's no wonder that the strength of the North American division has always been so weak. This low-intensity ranking has no training effect at all for professional players. When professional players from China and South Korea come to this environment, they are indeed subjected to various dimensionality reduction attacks. Crush all the way to score points. The super number itself has a lot of bonus points, and it will quickly jump to the previous rank and rush to the strongest king. After reaching the strongest king, most of the players I met were professional players, and the intensity gradually increased. Li Hansheng's current score has reached 433 points. The strongest king. He is still several hundred points behind the first place, but he can always catch up with him as long as he spends a little time. And in such long days of waiting, domestic audiences also started to pay attention to the preparation status of the players and started to poison themselves. LPL viewers with thousands of years of culture know one thing. The soldiers and horses have not moved yet, but the poisonous milk goes first. As long as I am crazy about poisoning myself before the game and maxing out the resistance to poisonous milk, then when the official match comes, the LPL teams will not be afraid of foreign poisonous milk. As a gathering place for domestic League of Legends players, the number of stickers in Kangba is also increasing day by day. Of course, some irrelevant Nikkei posts are quickly deleted by the bar management, while some interesting stickers are retained. The qualifying situations of Groups B, C, and D don't seem to have much suspense at the moment. I think anything can happen in Group A. The two water ghosts of G2 and C9 are really likely to pull one of Top and SKT into the water. Hey, G2 is defeated by Top. Even if it is thrown into the water, it is SKT. Trivia, as long as SKT enters the World Championship, it will definitely win the championship. But wasn't there news before? SKT's training game state is average. But EDG and TSM's training game state is terrible. Laughing. Can the results of the training matches count? Then should we give EDG a training championship trophy? If I could write a book. The global finals in the past few years should have been between EDG and TSM. After all, these two teams are invincible in scrims every year. Brothers, don't argue. Rather than whether the LPL can win the championship. I'm more curious about how many jokes will come out of the LPL this year. Let me first summarize last year's memes. IG surrendered on the national day. The child looked into the grass with a wandering face. The esports old man. And the Huni stepped on the head to show his worth. LGD purchased from Paris. Gaudu reverse Q. Langton widow of the 4AP lineup. Imp skateboard shoes were smashed with a hammer. And the hot man made iron. EDG Jean Chuanding. Asia Bundle. San Shao Diary. Nyman Sidingle. The first team in the history of the World Championship to be taken away 4-0. If there are any omissions, brothers, please fill them in. I think with the LPL team's tendency to pull their hips in foreign battles, this year we are expected to see even more explosive scenes with no bottom line. Hold it down and say it's spicy. Hold back and say it's spicy. I already have pictures in my mind. And I've already started to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Li Hansheng, who also browses Tiaba in his spare time, can't help laughing when he sees such posts. Nothing else to say. The 2 years of S5 and S6 were indeed the darkest years of the LPL. And they were also the 2 years with the most memes. Basically, all the classics handed down from generation to generation come from these 2 years. And the factory director is the absolute protagonist. Li Hansheng had a vague premonition when he saw the grouping situation. HU and INTZ are in the same group as EDG as always. The Brazilian monks. Director. I am your fan. And the horse stepping on the flying arrow. I just don't know if 4396 will be released. In the next few days, Li Hansheng and others started to play training matches while cooperating with Riot in daily shooting of the group stage. With the 16 participating teams all present. In addition to the 3 teams SKT, G2 and C9 in the same group. Suitable teams will be selected from the 12 teams in other groups. For example, Top will not take the initiative to invite teams like ANX and INTZ, nor will they consider their invitations. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too great. Top will not get a good training effect. And the confidence of the teams in the wild card division will also be easily damaged. The time that can be ranked is very little compressed. But Li Hansheng still managed to reach the top of the US server before the start of the main game. Let CN 0.1's name be ranked first in the US server rankings. Completing this feat has once again enhanced Li Hansheng's reputation among the player community. And top laner Noob has finally begun to attract the attention of European and American audiences, even though he won the MSI championship. However, due to the sluggish overseas market of the LPL League, Top's awareness in Europe and the United States is also not high. At that time, many European and American viewers thought it was strange that Li Hansheng could beat many LCK star players and rank in the top 3. However, as he appears in front of European and American audiences more and more often, his aggressive style of play also attracted him a lot of fans. He has already begun to have his own personal fans in Europe and the United States. September 29th. This is American time. Domestic time is already September 30th. And the opening ceremony is at 7 a.m. domestic time. No way. Although Riot has taken good care of the East Asian audiences, it doesn't mean that it will completely ignore the European and American viewing experience for the East Asian audiences. Right? Compared to staying up late to watch the game, this schedule is good enough. Just think of it as watching an NBA game. NBA games usually start in the morning in China. The members of the 16 team set off from the hotel to the competition site, which was the local municipal auditorium in San Francisco. Don't underestimate it. This municipal auditorium can accommodate 7,000 spectators, which is luxurious enough for the group stage. Backstage lounge. Makeup artists are applying makeup to Li Hansheng and others. Xiaohu sat next to him, and the two simply started chatting. How are your recent training matches? Xiaohu asked proactively. We played several training matches with EDG and TSM in the past 2 days. They are so fierce. It feels even stronger than when we were in China. It's okay. It's just a training match. Li Hansheng didn't take it seriously. The results of the training matches are actually very confusing. He had also heard that EDG was in good shape in recent training matches. He even heard that TSM was brutally beating the Korean teams in training matches. But is it really useful? Is the hard power of EDG and TSM really that strong? This is not the case. To be honest, the World Championship uses version 6.18. The 16 teams are basically at a loss as to how to play this version of the game and how to build their lineups. Everyone wants to slowly explore the version through training matches. Without a clear understanding, the fight will naturally be chaotic. Top has also played training matches with EDG, which can be seen from EDG's lineup. It's not that they figured out the version of the World Championship earlier than others, and thus reaped the bonus of the version. But EDG didn't explore the version at all. EDG still uses the same style of play they used in China, while others are trying to figure out how to play. But you use your best style of play. Won't it make you appear to be very strong in training matches? But people's understanding of the version is constantly improving. But you are standing still. It is not difficult to understand why EDG always stumbles in the group stage, especially in the second round of the group stage. You can't say what EDG did was wrong. There's something to be gained. At least the training matches are in good shape, which can greatly boost the team's confidence. But if you really want to compare, Li Hansheng would rather have a more bumpy training match than being beaten in the main game. Right? If you want to win the final championship, you must have a deep understanding of this version. On the contrary, have you decided on your own style of play? Li Hansheng asked another question. That's right. Xiaohu didn't answer directly. His answer was still ambiguous. But Li Hansheng knew it very well. RNG's final choice was to use Uzi as the core to play around the bottom lane. Mata will become the outcast. After putting on makeup, Li Hansheng and his teammates followed Vincent to the edge of the stage. I already came here to rehearse yesterday, and now it's just a formality. At this time, the host on the stage has finished warming up. The audience was counting down along with the screen. When one was read, the Riot logo appeared on the screen, and the theme song, Ignite, of this year's World Championship sounded on the scene. The players all joked. Blizzard is a movie studio delayed by games. Riot Games is a music company that was delayed by games. Riot Games personally produces theme songs for the World Championship every year, and the quality of the theme songs every year is very high. As the melody played, the pictures on the screen flashed one by one from Fnatic in S1, TPA in S2, SKT in S3, Samsung White in S4, and SKT in S5. Next, let's invite the 2015 Global Finals champion SKT. The light from the dome is focused on the center of the stage. The 5 members of SKT appeared in front of everyone, causing a burst of cheers from the audience. Duke and Wolf will hold the championship in their hands and will be placed on the front stand. Under the light, the trophy becomes more and more dazzling. Li Hansheng couldn't help but focus on the trophy that symbolizes the championship. I couldn't help but feel an impulse in my heart. It's as if I feel the call of the trophy to me. I have to hold this trophy myself. Chapter 210 Let the world re-recognize the top laner from LPL. Last year's champion will return the championship trophy at the opening ceremony of this year's World Championship. This is a consistent tradition. The LCK division has monopolized the World Championship since the S3 season. The teams that appear on the stage at this time every year are all teams from the LCK. SKT, in particular, returned the World Championship trophy twice. It is said that Faker is very popular around the world, and everyone takes it as an honor to kill him alone. This is not a boast of fans, but a reality. Until S8, any mid laner who could single kill Faker in a game was worthy of bragging for himself and his fans. Why did Xiaohu go from being the orphanage director of the GT team to RNG and immediately become a domestic mid laner that LPL fans have high hopes for? First, in the S6 Spring Split, he and RNG led by MLXG defeated EDG and won the Spring Split, and he used assassins like Enchantress many times to carry the battle. Secondly, his Enchantress single-killed Faker's Zara on MSI. To know, the last time a domestic mid laner was able to single-kill Faker in a game was back in the group stage of S3. At that time, the Dark Forces mid laner Cool Stateless used Syndra to single-kill Faker's Fox. Even in this single kill, there was an episode. That is, there was a pause in the network fluctuations at the time, and this pause happened to be at the moment of the kill. After that, the performance of domestic mid laners against Faker is very average. In the S3 finals, Grandpa Lou's Kassadin was extremely fat in the early stage. This is the S3 version of Kassadin. Q brings silence. R has twice the displacement distance of the current version, and the bonus is as high as 0.8. It is a must choose if you are not banned. At that time, it was impossible to get this hero in the rankings. Grandpa Lou got such an OP hero and was so talented that he couldn't kill Faker alone. Later, OMG met SKT again in the All-Star game, Frozen Sunset, which had performed reasonably well in China. was still shit when facing Faker in front of SKT, which was already on the decline. Later, no domestic mid laner faced Faker until Xiaohu from S6 single-handedly killed Faker at MSI. The span of this has been 3 years. After that, Xia's mid laner Lucian killed Faker. The two of them also became famous for a while, and fans have high hopes for them. The weakness of domestic players in the middle and upper single lanes is obvious to all. Even though they had won 3 S championships in S12, they could not break this point. It wasn't until EDG won the championship in S11, with brother Xingqiang as the main top laner, that the first 100% purely domestic champion top laner truly appeared, while the mid laner was still far away. Wait until all SKT members appear. The host's high-pitched voice brought Li Hansheng back to the scene from his memories. Next, a warm welcome to the other teams in Group A. The number 1 seed Topsupers Gaming won the LPL 2016 Summer Championship. The big screen displayed the pure red team logo of Top, which was in the style of a European medieval knight's helmet. Under the illumination of the live lights, Li Hansheng stood at the front of the queue and led his teammates to the middle of the stage. The reaction of the audience cannot be said to be dull, but it cannot be said to be enthusiastic, at least compared to when SKT came on the stage before. It was completely different. Fortunately, there are many Chinese and international students in San Francisco, and many people came to the scene to cheer for the domestic team. Even if there weren't enough people, they still shook the cheering sticks in their hands very hard and kept shouting. Li Hansheng thought this was quite normal. There is only one team in the world that can enjoy home court treatment without distinction: SKT. Oh, TSM can barely count as half. At least the North American audience is very proud that they are not allowed to enjoy the treatment of the library. Firstly, you are not a team in the North American region. And secondly, you are not a famous team in the world. If you ask others to give you home court treatment, isn't that a hooligan? Status is earned by oneself. The positioning on the stage had been practiced in advance in the previous rehearsal, and everyone came to the predetermined position. Next on the scene is C9. As a club sponsored by the US Air Force, the popularity of C9's various esports events is actually very good, and the North American audience immediately became enthusiastic when the rival G2, the number 1 seed in the LCS.EU division, came on stage. The North American audience still cheered and applauded. Although it was not as good as C9, it was still better than the library treatment. They did not deliberately treat them differently. Just like the LPL audience didn't deliberately refrain from cheering or applauding because their team was beaten by the LCK in the World Championship every year. Can only say, perhaps the audiences in big countries are basically large in terms of the format. Unlike some small places, the layout of the people is as small as their size and land area. Both are of East Asian ethnicity. Why don't LPL viewers feel discriminated against because of actions like Fingertip Universe? The layout is different. The next teams appear on stage like a lantern. When it's Group D's turn, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly reached another level. Let us do our best to scream and cheer for the next team to appear. The host waved his hand. Team Solomid! The next second, the light immediately focused on the 5-person TSM team headed by Big Brother and Bilson. The cheers at the San Francisco Municipal Auditorium were deafening. This was a treatment that far exceeded all previous teams. Even C9 and CLG, both in the North American division, did not enjoy it. The huge sound waves gathered together, as if they were going to lift off the roof of the entire municipal auditorium. TSM! 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 The audience shouted in unison. This is the charm of North American shoemaker TSM. Even Li Hansheng was infected by the atmosphere at the scene, as if he was dancing in a nightclub, dancing and shouting TSM. TSM. The imp next to him was also getting excited along with Li Hansheng, enjoying the current atmosphere. Result: the photographer captured the scene very quickly. It was clear that the other teams were standing there solemnly, but the top team looked like they were dancing in a nightclub. Ha ha ha! The doll in the commentator seat also laughed out loud. For those who didn't know, I thought it was the audience who came to the stage. It seems that the top team members are in good spirits. As newcomers, they are not nervous at all. I don't have stage fright either, which is a good thing. Indeed. Miller also praised. European and American audiences like this. They don't like the restraint and humility in our traditional culture. Instead, they pursue individuality and publicity. I have a hunch Noob will be in this situation this time. Completely conquered the hearts of European and American audiences at the World Championships. His flamboyant character may seem like an alternative to us in the LPL, but it definitely suits the appetite of European and American audiences. Why is brother Han Sheng so understanding? He goes to nightclubs often. Right? Sheng Bao is so good at twisting. MD. It was a wonderful opening ceremony of the World Championship. But Han Sheng brother took it away and turned it into a disco scene. Right? Ha! Look! 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 The audience at the scene was completely confused by Top. Don't even say it. When the top people were having fun on the stage, the scene was shown on the big screen. The audience at the scene was really stunned. Then I thought, why are the contestants so excited? How can we, as the audience, be compared? Suddenly became more excited. The sound waves come one after another without stopping at all. The players on the stage looked sideways. And the European and American players seem to have their DNA engraved in their bones being moved. After all, they are called. Just playing one ranked game a week counts as training. But the party must be held every day. With their crazy personalities. They also started to dance along. Good guy. Wow. Who is that Asian guy in the lead? I like him very much. So there are such interesting players in the LPL region? I decided to pay close attention to them. Riot never dreamed that the carefully prepared opening ceremony would turn into a disco show. Right? Get dry. Compared to the serious opening ceremony. This is very cool. Isn't it? Is this the noob ranked third among players? I like his personality. Let's see how he performs on the court. After a while, the restless atmosphere at the scene gradually subsided. And the scheduled opening ceremony exceeded the time limit. The Riot staff at the scene couldn't help but sweat. Mainly because they were afraid of something happening. As long as nothing goes wrong. If such a situation occurs in the opening ceremony, it will create a classic to some extent. Right? Wait until the other teams in Group D have appeared. The host also spoke again. All 16 teams are on the stage. There are former champions who are aspiring to defend their title. A league of losers who are striving to overthrow the dynasty. And there are also emerging forces who are eager to wash away humiliation and revive themselves. Top teams from major competition regions around the world. There will be a month-long fight for it. There is only one champion. The road to victory will be full of thorns and destined to be bumpy. Let us witness who can break through all the way, ascend to the throne at the final point, and be crowned the king. At this time, Li Hansheng and his teammates have retreated from the edge of the stage to the backstage. After all the trouble just now, many people from the team would look at him when they passed by. And some would even take the initiative to say hello to him. Next is the opening match. This year's World Championship will be held in North America. And the opening game will naturally have teams from the North American division as hosts against other teams. Not only esports, but also traditional sports such as football will take more care of the host country in the schedule. The opening match is between TSM and HU. As the number 1 seed in the North American division, TSM has an exaggerated popularity in the North American division. It makes sense to play in the opening game. The selection of opponents is also very particular. As a well-known LPL team, EDG is naturally not within the scope of consideration. And INTZ is a wild card division. If you choose to be your opponent, you can indeed ensure victory to the greatest extent. But it is not enough to watch. So HQ becomes the most modest choice. The LMS has not been delisted yet. It is still considered one of the 5 major regions. And it is also the region that has produced world champions. Although that was a long time ago, it is not an exaggeration to say that they have the blood of Do Emperor. What if Xiaoyan really comes out? Wouldn't it be a counterattack? When the team members return backstage, the game between the two sides on the field has begun. The audience at the scene also perfectly demonstrated what TM is called TM home court treatment. Not to mention a kill. Even if a non-directional skill hits the line during the landing, bursts of cheers will erupt from the scene. If you take a look, or if you sense the opponent's gank, if the opponent fails to gank, there will be cheers and applause. This is the home field advantage. Li Hansheng smiled. The World Championship will be held in China next year. I can't imagine what kind of treatment we will enjoy. Indeed, Candy nodded. Have to say, seeing the home treatment that TSM enjoys, everyone is increasingly looking forward to what the S7 World Championship will be held in China next year. Last year, HU relied on Zip's promise to nail the child Yushin with his face in the grass to the pillar of shame and break into the quarterfinals. Shiman Yeshua in the middle is known as the number 1 fisherman. And he also contributed to the famous scene of solo killing Faker, which is really impressive. This is a reasonably strong team. But TSM was clearly playing hard, especially with Bilson in the middle completely suppressing Shiman Yeshua. TSM's offensive came one after another, establishing a victory in 25 minutes
and expanding the economic advantage to more than 10,000.
No wonder TSM claims to be invincible in training matches. They are in really good shape,
Li Hansheng joked. This is the advantage that teams that waste no time exploring the meta will have in the early stages of the group stage. While everyone was spending time exploring the version, they used their original playstyle to accumulate good form and confidence in training matches. They usually perform well in the first round of the group stage, because other teams have not yet fully explored the version. Usually by the second round of the group stage, these teams will begin to slump, and the originally good qualifying situation may slump in an instant. Seeing that the game was about to end, Li Hansheng and others also picked up their peripherals and prepared to go on stage to compete. Their game was scheduled for the second game. Before taking the stage, Li Hansheng specifically asked the makeup artist to put a small top team logo on his right cheek. Upon seeing this, Imp quickly signaled that he would put one on. At this time, Vincent opened the door and walked in, motioning for the team members to follow him. When I came to the front desk, I happened to see TSM destroying HQ in a wave on the high ground and winning the game. The North American audience was overjoyed and stood up from their seats one after another, cheering TSM's team name. Jot, the English-speaking commentator on the live commentary desk, was also ecstatic.
Congratulations to TSM. There was news before the game that they were in good condition during the training matches. It seems true. If they maintain this condition, they will get a qualifying seat.
No wonder North American viewers and commentators are optimistic. The main reason is that the overall strength of Group D is really not strong. There is no LCK team, and there is still a replenishing wild card division team INTZ. There is still a big gap between the wild card division and the 5 major league teams. Basically, they are there to make up the numbers. When INTZ is determined to be at the bottom, it is equivalent to 3 teams HQ, EDG and TSM competing for 2 qualifying spots. Now that TSM defeated HQ in the opening game again, the situation for qualifying is very good. Chong Kaishan, the advantage is mine.
Top is here. This team that is very mysterious to us will finally make its debut today.
Deficio, another commentator in the commentary box, looked at his partner.
I remember you on the list of top 15 players selected before the game. If Top is ranked second and beats Faker, today we can witness whether he will let you down.
Jot shrugged.
To be honest, I think second place is a bit low. If you have seen Top's record in the LPL this year and Noob's solo show, you won't have any doubts. The main reason is that after last year's World Championship, I have doubts about the overall competitiveness of the LPL. Otherwise, I would definitely put Noob in the first place without hesitation, beating Smeb. Ha! Brother, you also know that the LPL League has false prosperity, especially in the top lane. Aren't the top laners in the LPL only able to play Twisted Tree Spirits? They don't fight back when beaten, so they appear to be Noob very powerful. In my opinion, Noob more like the popular winner of this year's Day Award.
Deficio laughed.
If you don't want to be slapped in the face, I suggest you don't be a crazy noob with poisonous milk.
During the S3 World Championship, at that time, everyone was optimistic about MVP.Ozone, especially Dade in the middle. He was a more famous player than Faker back then. But everyone knows what happened next. MVP.Ozone became the only Korean team in history that failed to qualify in the group stage. Dade was tricked by European French King XPK's double-time Kassadin in the group stage. The next opponents of Top are also teams from the North American division. Third seed C9.
To be honest, we have every reason to believe in C9. They slowly awakened in the second half of the summer split, especially when the former world champion Impact became more integrated into the team. We have every reason to expect C9 to be in the death group of Group A. Fight your way out.
Highlights of the exciting operations of C9 and Top in the league began to be played on the big screen at the scene. It's no exaggeration to say, most of the time it was Li Hansheng's solo show. There are all kinds of heroes on the road. Raven kills 5 in 1 second. Noso cuts 5 in 1 second. Yasuo escapes across most of the map. Top laner Lucian seamlessly kills ADC with double E. And Echo's double stun. The North American audience was hooked when they saw it. Wow! The silky smoothness of this Riven is no less than that of Best Riven. Isn't this more terrifying than Best Riven? This is an operation performed in the professional arena. Who is this player? Is that the Asian guy who was dancing on the stage just now? Cool. I made a decision. I want to be a fan of this Asian guy. I will doubt the gold content of the LPL Championship. But these operations are real. And I choose to believe in the LPL again. I can't wait to watch the showdown. His opponent is the world champion Impact. C9 will not lose.
Impact will tear this arrogant Asian boy to pieces. To put it bluntly, North American viewers usually don't even pay attention to games in their own division. Not to mention paying attention to foreign teams. Perhaps the only ones that impressed them about top were Imp, who was also a former champion, and Gao Dui, who was nailed to the pillar of shame. Li Hansheng in the player's seat is debugging various equipment and configuring runes. He has also entered the officially created room, looking at the IDs of everyone in C9. He was also in a trance. Originally, the core framework of this C9 team was mainly Chinese, with mid-laner Hai Zhang and jungler Mateos. However, Hai Zhang's robbery in last year's World Championship became his swan song. This year he retired. The mid-laner became Jensen Jinwang, and the top lane was replaced by Impact. The bottom lane is still dominated by women's clothing boss Sneaky. In comparison, the current C9 is definitely more powerful than last year. Jensen can be regarded as a man who can meet the standards of European and American kings. Although Tony Damu Impact came to the North American region to make money, he did not make money quickly, and still maintained a good competitive state. The big guy in women's clothing won't say much. He can always do it in the World Championships. C9 is quite strong. Their landing strength in the top, middle and bottom lanes is pretty good. Bai Yueya also communicated with his teammates in the voice message. The AD opposite is just a Lanzi, and he wants to fight with me. It's better to call the bang. Gu Shengbin is still very arrogant. What kind of champion are you? If it weren't for the world administration, it wouldn't deserve to be taken seriously by him at all. 50% wrong. 40%. He raised 4 fingers. As long as this nest uses 4 successes, it can turn the opponent's bottom lane into a Lanzi. But the good news is that Jensen is actually not very good at roaming, so Away can safely line up. European and American kings have one thing in common. Their game styles are basically focused on their own development, making themselves fatter through development, so as to carry the team in team battles. LPL teams feel this deeply. Why do LPL viewers habitually call them European and American lobby? That's because, since the S2 period, the LPL has basically been able to achieve a huge advantage in the landing phase. That is, the first 15 minutes, when facing European and American teams. But Europe and the United States are strong in group play. The most classic one is IG's game against a European team. In the first 15 minutes, they had an economic advantage of tens of thousands. But they couldn't win in a life-or-death team battle, and were successfully defeated. The team-fighting capabilities of European and American teams have always been top-notch. It relies on the powerful backing ability of this type of Dharma King mid-laner in team battles. Hansheng, this puts a lot of pressure on you. You know the impact. This guy can be considered a generalist. Perhaps the biggest impression that domestic audiences have on Impact is that it smashed the royal family's Tianling cap with 3 weapons, and directly took it on the road to win the S3 World Championship. But in fact, Impact is not the kind of carry-type top laner who takes the opposite direction. He is actually a bit similar to Looper, both of whom are all-rounders. Nothing is top-notch, but everything is worth it. No problem. Li Hansheng smiled. C9 is also discussing countermeasures. To Impact, you only need to contain Noob online. He is the core of top's tactics. The jungle is their weakness. Mateos, you have to play stronger. I will take more care of you in terms of BP. Okay. Mateos looks like a pure East Asian, but speaks fluent English. With a crisp sound, the BP pictures of both sides appeared in front of the audience. Although C9's popularity is not as scary as TSM. But, as the pride of the North American division, they also enjoy the warm reception from the audience. The home court treatment is well deserved. Fortunately, noise-canceling headphones and the built-in white noise can basically isolate external noise. No cheers and applause. No home court treatment. It doesn't matter, as long as you can compete. After coming to the United States for more than half a month, Dane can finally had a chance to compete. Li Hansheng has been impatient for a long time. Coach, I applied to play some Boulder Heroes. The corners of Li Hansheng's mouth raised slightly. I want to let the world know the top laners of LPL again. From this moment on, only then did Li Hansheng realize deeply. You want to truly change history. Let the prosperous age of LPL come early.